My descendants burn incense and worship me like a true immortal. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 176 Meteorite Immortal Abode. The whole evening ended much as Su Lingyu had anticipated. She was indeed stuffed. After drinking a bowl of ki-boosting and blood-tonifying powder and a bowl of hangover soup, she ate 2 jin of spiritual fruit before leaving. She didn't want to eat so much, but the new fruits that Boss Yang brought from Southeast Asia were just too delicious. She couldn't help but stuff them into her mouth, feeling both ashamed and compelled. She considered herself someone who had tasted all sorts of delicacies, but she had never eaten such fruits before. They made her feel very comfortable and refreshed. And after drinking the medicine, her stomach felt warm and cozy, a feeling that lingered until now. I have this illusion that I'll never have menstrual cramps again. Huh? Why did I say again? Although she had indeed replenished her blood, Su Lingyu was filled with confusion on her way home. Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? Do modern bosses nowadays prefer nutritionists to nannies? And they're so beautiful? And they won't let her say a word? Such strict rules. Did he really think I came here to drink medicine? Do I look that weak? I'm always on time and have a large flow, okay? She was indignant. Yang Genshuo's behavior tonight made her feel like a joker. No way, someone must have been involved tonight. Men can't resist cheating. Ugh. He's single, what's with all this cheating nonsense? I don't believe he can resist. Yang Genshuo's gaze at her local dress couldn't be faked. Next time, find a good opportunity to be alone. It'll definitely work. After Su Lingyu and Lin Yu left, Yang Genshuo naturally returned to his study. This was his most comfortable place. Su Lingyu was acting strange tonight. Why did she seem so gentle? Could I be thinking the wrong thing? That's unlikely. I'm not some big director or investor. There's no benefit for me. As for love at first sight, Yang Genshuo felt it was best not to talk about that now. The last girl he talked about love at first sight with was Chen Wanting. He believed it. Damn. Could it be that she's after my bar? She doesn't want to pay 500,000, and wants to get her hands on me for free. The more Yang Genshuo thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Really tempting, but thinking of Su Lingyu tonight, her delicate beauty was still quite pleasing to the eye. He pretty shrimp-headed girl, although he wouldn't mind having a wonderful night with a little star Su Lingyu, the timing tonight wasn't ideal, and he wasn't sure what she wanted. His focus shifted back to the game. Yang Genshuo hadn't activated time acceleration when he left yesterday morning, so the flow was the same as in reality. Almost 2 days had passed in the game. The Yang family was still in the capital of the Donai dynasty. Yang Shi was taking his family to relax and experience the prosperity of their hometown. During the decades of rampant demonic cultivation, the capital of Donai had been almost unaffected, thanks to the Xiong family, the royal family, and the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, after the ravages of other cities, many wealthy people brought their families to the capital, seeking refuge. This made the city even more prosperous, a stark contrast to the frozen corpses of the towns outside. Having a drink with others makes me feel much better. Let's continue, accelerate. Sunrise and sunset, time flowed swiftly. After a week of playing with the Yang family, Yang Shi had to attend to serious matters. Ancestor, I'm going to the Shi sect. Is there anything I need to tell you? After all, I don't have a foundation in the Shi sect, so is there anything I should be careful about? Although Ding Zhen and Yang Shi were both disciples of Thunder Peak, Ding Zhen frequently interacted with the Shi sect and was quite familiar with the elders. Moreover, as one of Murin Ziyin's successors, he was essentially the leader of Thunder Peak. Yang Shi, on the other hand, rarely returned to the Shi sect after the conflict with the Offering Hall years ago. He hadn't actively contacted them much. Furthermore, he was previously an outer disciple and wasn't familiar with the remaining members of the Shi sect. In terms of cultivation, without the Thunderclap sword, he might not be a match for the 4 senior elders. Now, thanks to Zhuan Zhen's entrustment, he had directly become the vice-sect leader, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Yang Genshuo understood Yang Shi's concerns, but he chuckled. Don't overthink it. Zhuanzhen chose you as the vice sect leader, he must have his reasons. Don't doubt the judgment of an old monster who's lived for almost 500 years. Besides, my Yang family has Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, they wouldn't dare offend you. Youth has its weaknesses. You can mess with the old, but don't mess with the young. Because the old get weaker every day, while the young get stronger. The appearance of Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, coupled with the support of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun, is a force that even the remaining 4 senior elders must consider. They can't resist it. Not to mention that Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo are already disciples of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect. You're not alone. Looking at the ancestors' words, Yang Shi couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, my Yang family is no longer the Yang family of the past. My sons and daughters will all be far stronger than me in the future. What do I have to fear? Previously, the Yang family relied on Yang Shi alone. Now, Yang Shi will leverage the power of the Yang family's twin stars. Furthermore, I have some thoughts to share with you regarding the future development of the Danai dynasty. After listening to the ancestors' words, Yang Shi felt more confident and returned to the Xuanxi sect with composure. After meeting with Ding Zhen, he initiated a sect meeting, inviting all the elders and managers of various halls. Ding Zhen sat in the sect master's seat, while Yang Shi took the position of vice sect master. No one in the entire Xuanxi sect's upper echelons dared to express dissent. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, both revealing faint smiles. He was apprehensive, and how could Ding Zhen not be? He had recently broken through, but was only at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Fortunately, he now possessed the complete thunderclap sword, coupled with the sect master's seal, allowing him to mobilize the entire Xuanxi sect's formations and the sect itself, making his martial prowess top tier. Even a golden core stage expert would have to exert considerable effort to kill Ding Zhen. The strange stone where the Xuanxi sect was located was the sect's strongest foundation, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to directly suppress Xiang soon. The Xuanxi sect possessed 3 foundational assets. First, there's the superior grade magic weapon, the Zhuanjin chain. Capable of binding cultivators of the same realm and stripping them of all spiritual power. Second, there's the Xuanxi sect artifact, a meteorite from outer space, with countless wondrous uses within. If thrown, it can physically suppress enemies, possessing unparalleled power. Third, there's the meteorite immortal abode, a natural alternate dimension that can accommodate people and provide a place for cultivation, possessing extremely rich spiritual energy. Yang Shi had been researching it for days, and only just now had he mastered the function of allowing people to enter and exit. After all, he was a martial arts cultivator and not skilled in refining or dealing with spiritual power. He could only sense that the immortal abode contains Zhuanzhen Taoist's own relics, but didn't know how to open it. The Yang family has obtained its first immortal abode, a profound connection to the immortal realm. Possessing an immortal abode is also a symbol of honor and strength for an immortal clan. Incense offerings plus 500, the immortal abode function is activated. You can check the status of the immortal abodes controlled by the Yang family at any time. New blessing gained, upgrade. 3 lines of text popped up before Yang Genshuo's eyes, immediately piquing his interest. Huh? This is considered part of the Yang family's property. You see, Zhuanzhen Taoist gave the meteorite immortal mansion to vice sect master Yang Shi as part of the Xuanxi sect's foundation. Unexpectedly, it's been recognized as belonging to the Yang family. Is this some kind of bug? But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Genshuo understood the game's meaning. I get it. If Yang Shi leaves the Xuanxi sect with a meteorite immortal mansion right now, then this immortal mansion will belong to my Yang family. He can just disappear into the Unine Spirit sect, and who can find him? However, it's not that bad for now. Yang Genshuo opened the immortal mansion interface, preparing to see what the concept of an immortal mansion was all about in the cultivation world. Chapter 177. A broken dynasty needs to establish a new order. Meteorite immortal abode grade 1. This is a celestial space created when a meteorite fell, independent of the world. It can draw spiritual energy from the void and possesses miraculous abilities. Size 30,000 mu. Terrain, plain spiritual energy concentration. 30 Attribute, harmony of the 5 elements. Functions of the immortal abode, acceleration, spiritual energy condensation. Maximum time flow rate 10 times spiritual energy condensation. All 5 elements of spiritual energy can be nurtured. Lines of information appeared before Yang Genshuo, expressing the basic information of the immortal abode. Yang Genshuo understood after reading it twice. Oh, I see, this is the immortal abode. A map of the immortal abode appeared on the right side of his screen. It was a nearly square space, full of vitality, growing many spiritual herbs. Countless spiritual energies constantly poured in from the void, keeping the spiritual energy concentration within the immortal abode at 30, seemingly inexhaustible. Huh? Is the spiritual energy concentration this stable? It reminds me of infiltration in middle school physics. Could it be that there's a node in the outside world where spiritual energy is constantly seeping in, maintaining the same concentration as outside, but these were just details, and Yang Genshuo didn't dwell on them too much? He scrolled through the map of the immortal abode and saw various spiritual herbs, all of which were the main ingredients for the Yang Shi sect's alchemy. Oh, I was wondering where the Yang Shi sect got so many spiritual herbs to produce so stably. It turns out they're all in this immortal abode. You see, the Liang dynasty grows herbs everywhere, while the Danai dynasty grows relatively few. On the contrary, they cultivate a lot of spiritual food, and the Danai dynasty's spiritual cuisine is much more developed than the Liang dynasty's. Yang Genshuo originally thought that the cultivators of the Danai dynasty preferred to eat them. Now it seems that the Yang Shi sect has a secret immortal abode that can stably produce a large number of herbs, so they don't need to go through the trouble of growing them from various places. However, this might also be the reason why the alchemy of the Danai dynasty is inferior to that of the Liang dynasty. Because there are fewer spiritual herbs cultivated among the common people, there are naturally even fewer people refining pills, so it is difficult for new pill formulas to emerge. In addition to the large area of spiritual herbs in the meteorite immortal mansion, there is also a hidden restriction, which is generally invisible to ordinary people, but Yang Genshuo has a god's eye view, and there are no secrets on his screen. The legacy of the old Taoist Zhuanzun is so much? Is this the accumulation of a golden core cultivator? The conditions for breaking the restriction were also revealed to Yang Genshuo. The successor who controls the meteorite immortal mansion will automatically unlock the restriction if the immortal mansion is given to the Yang Shi sect for use for 30 years. If the immortal mansion is taken for personal use and not used by the Yang Shi sect, the restriction will be activated, destroying the legacy and shaking the foundation of the immortal mansion. What is Zhuanzun old Taoist? He even schemed before he died. Yang Shi could sense the legacy of the Zhuanzun Taoist, but he just couldn't get his hands on it. He had to ensure that the immortal mansion was used by the Yang Shi sect. If he took the immortal mansion and ran away, not only would he lose the legacy, but the immortal mansion itself would be blown up. As expected of an old monster who has lived for 500 years, Yang Genshuo tried and found that he had not found a way to break the restriction. Only users above the golden core stage could do this, which the Yang family obviously did not have at the moment. Sigh, it seems that the idea of taking the immortal mansion for myself should be abandoned. At least 30 years later, old Taoist Zhuanzun calculated everything, but he overlooked my cheat-like ability. He thought that if it could be used by the Yang Shi sect for 30 years, then its quality had been assessed, and the immortal mansion could stay in the Yang Shi sect indefinitely. But he did not expect that I could see through his restriction. If I wanted to take it, I only need to let Yang Shi get the inheritance in 30 years and then leave with the immortal mansion. Forget it, we'll talk about it in 30 years. Old Taoist Zhuanzun's inheritance is worth no less than this immortal mansion. He must get it. In addition to the restricted items, there are some treasures that are not protected by restrictions. There are spirit stones, pills, cultivation techniques, magic weapons and other treasures. They are all ordinary goods, none of which are at the level of magic weapons, but there are quite a lot of them. It should be something given as a reward to the disciples. The Yang family isn't lacking in anything right now, only high-quality treasures are worthy of their attention. The biggest advantage of the immortal abode is that the flow of time inside is different from outside. It possesses special laws. 1 day outside is equivalent to 10 days inside. But there's a problem. If 10 days pass inside the immortal abode, doesn't that mean lifespan is reduced by 10 days? Doesn't that make a difference for a cultivator? Can one cultivate their own foundation inside and then accelerate their progress? That doesn't make sense either. If it were that convenient, there must be other restrictions. As no Yang Shi sect disciple has ever been there, Yang Genshuo planned to take some people in to test it after Yang Shi finished his meeting. He didn't quite understand this time acceleration function. As far as I can see, the growth of spiritual herbs is quite good. 1 year outside is equivalent to 10 years inside, reaching the minimum standard for first-grade spiritual herbs. While Yang Genshuo was pondering this, Ding Zhen and Yang Shi had already started their meeting. After 50 years of chaos caused by demonic cultivators, the Great Nai dynasty, under the leadership of Ancestor Zhuanzhen, finally eradicated this malignant tumor. Ancestor Zhuanzhen suppressed the demonic path with his own body. On his deathbed, Ancestor Zhuanzhen bestowed the position of sect master upon me, granting me the Dharma named Ingzhen, and the position of vice sect master upon junior brother Yang Shi. We feel deeply ashamed, but these are extraordinary times, so junior brother Yang Shi and I will not be modest. We must cherish this hard-won peace, manage this dynasty well, and never allow the chaos of the Blood Soul Valley demonic cultivators to recur. Today, all the elders and hall masters of our Yang Shi sect have gathered here to discuss what we need to do next and jointly plan for the future of the Great Nai dynasty. Ding Zhen's opening remarks were excellent, and the other elders nodded in agreement, displaying the demeanor of a sect leader. Moreover, Ding Zhen was indeed currently the strongest, even with a mid-grade treasure, the Thunderclap sword. In the world of cultivation, the strong have always been respected. Yang Shi. Everyone glanced at him, even more wary. Ding Zhen was alone. No matter how strong he was still just one person. If they were dissatisfied, they could unite to remove him. But Yang Shi was different. His two children were both prodigies. The disciples who went to participate in the competition had already informed the elders and hall masters of Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo's performance in the Immortal Path competition. One was first, the other second. They overpowered Li Yao, a cultivator with a heavenly spirit root, the leading figure of the Liang dynasty. The entire Danai dynasty could oppose anyone, but not Yang Shi. He represented the future top immortal clan. The Xiang family's affairs were right before their eyes. Everyone looked at Yang Shi. He didn't speak, and no one dared to speak second. Yang Shi pondered for a moment, thinking of what his ancestor had said before. A broken dynasty needs to establish a new order. He paused, looked at the sky, and seeing no written prompts, prepared to act on his own. Yang Genshuo didn't have time to pay attention to him now. After studying the immortal abode function, he was researching the new blessing upgrade. This thing is great. Chapter 178 Reform. Concentrating the power of all cultivators in the Danai dynasty. Blessing upgrade can be used on immortal abodes controlled by the Yang family, slightly increasing the immortal abode's grade. 3 incense offerings day. According to the game's algorithm, grade 1 is the lowest level. If even the lowest grade immortal abode has such a useful effect, wouldn't it be amazing if the grade were increased? Let's have Yang Shi try it out in his immortal abode after his meeting. It would be quite embarrassing if Yang Shi were in a meeting and suddenly his immortal abode shone with a golden light and underwent such an anomaly. The root cause of the 50-year-long demonic cultivation spree lies with our Yang Shi sect. Yang Shi's words immediately stunned the Yang Shi sect's higher-ups. An impatient hall master asked, "Vice sect master Yang, our disciples have worked so hard to eradicate the demonic cultivators. Countless disciples from various halls and peaks have been injured, and I've lost 3 disciples. Everyone has given their all, so why is it still our problem?" His words resonated with many. The Yang Shi sect had also suffered significant losses this time. Yang Shi gestured for them to stop. "I understand what Hall Master Guo means, please let me finish. I'm not saying that our Yang Shi sect disciples didn't contribute, but rather that the Yang Shi sect's methods of overall management of cultivators are outdated." Hall Master Guo, overall management? Management, everyone was confused. They had never heard of these terms before. The experienced elder Wang stroked his beard. "Are you referring to the dynasty's household registration system? Using household registration to manage cultivators? But cultivators' speed and mobility are far beyond that of ordinary people. Their whereabouts are unpredictable. How can they be managed?" Yang Shi chuckled inwardly. "How could the philosophy of my immortal ancestors be so easily grasped? Not to mention anything else, my Yang family's 24-character family motto is enough for you to study for a lifetime." Yang Shi stopped being mysterious and continued. "As we all know, the vast majority of children with spiritual roots have parents who are also cultivators. It's extremely rare to see a cultivator appear out of thin air. So, we can manage the cultivators of the Great Nai dynasty by the Immortal clan, right? And what does the Immortal clan need for its inheritance? Food and provisions. Spiritual stones and spiritual food are the most basic guarantees for cultivators. If even these 2 things are lacking, the most basic rise of spiritual energy within the body cannot be guaranteed. How can one cultivate? Then one is no longer considered a cultivator. The reason why the demonic path of Blood Soul Valley has developed to such an extent, able to rival our Yang Shi sect, is because it has absorbed many rogue cultivators who have no security and wander from place to place. Their cultivation is generally slow, and their food and provisions are extremely scarce. Therefore, they were lured by the fast-paced demonic path, ultimately leading to disaster. If we can provide each rogue cultivator with spiritual fields that produce food and provisions for cultivation, they will have something to hold on to, a home, and a place to follow. Even a small immortal clan of 2 or 3 people would be willing to pay the price to protect their property, rather than easily joining the demonic cultivators who plunder their wealth. With the spirit fields as the foundation and the rules of the Yang Shi sect as the main framework, all cultivators of the Danai dynasty can be governed. Elder Wang found it increasingly reasonable, his impression of Yang Shi gradually shifting from a physically strong but morally upright martial arts leader to a shrewd patriarch of a cultivation family. It would be impossible to think so meticulously without decades of experience in a lower-level cultivation family. Ding Zhen nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's absolutely right. The scourge of demonic cultivators began with impoverished rogue cultivators. If we can settle these rogue cultivators down and give them family ties, demonic cultivators will have no room to grow, Elder Wang said with some worry. But, where can we allocate so many spirit fields to rogue cultivators? Although our Yang Shi sect controls quite a few spirit fields, it's not enough to distribute to all the rogue cultivators in the world, Yang Shi replied. The Yang Shi sect's spirit fields are sect assets. How can they be divided up? If the sect isn't strong, how can it deter the world? Then where will these spirit fields come from? The reason this scourge wasn't quickly eradicated is because the Xiang family and the royal family rebelled along with the legal affairs department. They have spirit fields in various places, providing ample immortal food, making them powerful supporters of demonic cultivators, Yang Shi continued, and the legal affairs department not only failed to investigate but became an accomplice. So the legal affairs department has no reason to exist. The royal family of the Danai dynasty is in cahoots with the Xiang family, and other prefectural officials are also silent. So arrest them all and make them prisoners. These people control half of the spirit fields in the Danai dynasty. If we bring them all under the Yang Shi sect, we will have spirit fields. We can distribute all the spirit fields to independent cultivators, but they only have the right to use them, not ownership. They must pay tribute annually. If the spirit fields yield a good harvest and they cannot pay the tribute, they must return the spirit fields. Hearing Yang Shi's words, Ding Zhen clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. Junior brother Yang's idea is exactly what I wanted. I've long disliked them. Controlling so many prefects, a single order can send people from all over to oppose our Yang Shi sect. How despicable. Ding Zhen and Yang Shi had been tricked by the legal affairs department years ago and almost died at their hands. The other elders nodded in agreement. Perfectly reasonable, it should have been done long ago. These powerful families of the court control the spirit fields, and paying tribute is just cheating and shirking responsibility. It's better to directly place them under our Yang Shi sect. This way, it will be easier for us to collect tribute, but this doesn't conform to the tradition of the past many years. Will it provoke a backlash from these cultivators? Some of the more cautious elders were still quite worried. Yang Shi snorted coldly. There can be no two laws in one dynasty. From now on, our Yang Shi sect will manage all cultivators in the world. The laws governing cultivators will only be formulated by our Yang Shi sect. Dynasty officials can no longer be cultivators. From now on, they will only manage mortals. Furthermore, we will open a new hall specifically to inspect the order of the dynasty. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They could see that Yang Shi was bold. They hadn't expected him to directly overturn the entire system of the Danai dynasty that had existed for hundreds of years. The system of the Yang Shi sect as the main body and the dynasty as the auxiliary body was completely eliminated. Only the Yang Shi sect remained. The dynasty was reduced to a tool. Some of the older cultivators, who had witnessed such a situation for 200 years, were too surprised. They instinctively wanted to refute, but after opening their mouths, they didn't know what to say. In the end, everyone looked at each other and agreed that Yang Shi's method could indeed solve the problem of demonic cultivators in the Danai dynasty from the root. Elder Wang stroked his beard. If this is successful, it can lay the foundation for the Yang Shi sect's 1,000-year foundation. From then on, there will be no more demonic cultivators in the Danai dynasty, Hall Master Guo said. Vice Sect Master Yang, I completely agree with what you said, but what if people in various places object if it is implemented? If public opinion is strong, and our Yang Shi sect is also rumored to be a demonic sect that plunders people's property, then it will have a great impact on the image of our righteous sect. After he finished speaking, Yang Shi was still thinking. He planned to kill some of the dissenters. But Yang Genshuo laughed heartily. Manifestation, public opinion? What is public opinion? Public opinion is what the rogue cultivators who have been allocated spirit fields throughout the land say. These remnants of a corrupt dynasty can't represent any public opinion whatsoever. The whole world will only sing praises to the Yang Shi sect. Don't underestimate the power of the class without spirit fields. Yang Shi's eyes lit up. The class without spirit fields. What a great name. As expected of the ancestor, even his words are so sophisticated. After he repeated the ancestor's words, everyone was impressed. Ding Zhen finally made the decision. This matter will be done as junior brother Yang said. All disciples of the Yang Shi sect go together to measure the spirit fields throughout the land. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Afterwards, Yang Shi named this operation the Dynasty Reform Operation. The Dynasty Reform Operation was launched in full swing. As the true planner, Yang Genshuo was very satisfied. In this way, the Yang Shi sect can concentrate all the power of the entire Dunai dynasty. Centralized power is essential for accomplishing great things. At that time, my Yang family can also do business with cultivators all over the world, and a peaceful world will bring about a rapid economic leap. The Dunai dynasty has a suitable climate and temperature, making it the best dynasty for spiritual plants. It should have been extremely wealthy, but it has been destroyed by division, and after concentrating the power of a dynasty, there are many things that can be done in the future. Yang Genshuo wasn't just trying to save the Dunai dynasty out of boredom. After spending the last 2 days with Guo Xiaozi and Su Lingao, his perspective had broadened, allowing him to see many things he hadn't seen before. Although the spiritual energy concentration of the Dunai dynasty was only 1/10 that of the Yun Yin spiritual sect, some of its spiritual lands could still cultivate some high-quality cultivators. Moreover, the Dunai dynasty also had a treasure mine that had never been mined, the Demon Wind Forest. During the 10 years the Yang family sought refuge, Yang Shi was frequently dragged along by the cat demon who used to play there. But Yang Shi wasn't just casually playing. Every place he visited was recorded in Yang Genshuo's cultivation simulator game map. Yang Genshuo now possesses an extremely detailed map of the depths of the Demon Wind Forest. If we could gather the strength of all the cultivators of the Dunai dynasty and successfully develop the Demon Wind Forest. Chapter 179 The Correct Way to Play with the Immortal Abode. Over the past 2 days, Yang Genshuo reviewed his actions over the past 2 months, sifting through the corners of his memory to find the Demon Wind Forest. The Liang dynasty's secret realm, the cloud-hidden spirit sect's immortal path competition, the chaos of the Great Nai dynasty's demonic path. These events had occupied all his mental capacity, causing him to overlook the treasure trove that had shaped Yang Shi's current physical body. The Demon Wind Forest. The benefits of developing the Demon Wind Forest would be incredibly abundant. Although the cloud-hidden spirit sect had an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy, suitable for cultivators, it lacked the various resources found in the Demon Wind Forest. Naturally growing spiritual herbs, innate spiritual energy accumulated over many years, and even innate foundation establishment spiritual objects. On Yang Genshuo's map, there was a wood-type innate foundation establishment spiritual object marked, but it was located in a foundation establishment stage demon beast's lair. Obtaining it would require considerable effort, and a slight mishap would attract a large number of demon beasts, leaving no escape route. However, if the Yang Shi sect can gather the strength of all the cultivators in the Dunai dynasty to develop it together, then there won't be any problem. Yang Genshuo looked at the Yang Shi sect disciples taking action on the screen, a smile playing on his lips, quite satisfied with his move. Being a vice sect leader isn't bad. Of course, having a sworn brother as sect leader is even better. Ding Zhen and Yang Shi had a life-or-death bond, no joke. The two came together because of their ideals. They were kindred spirits. Sharing a precious sword was fate. They even risked their lives together to achieve victory. That's what comrades are. There's hardly a stronger bond in the world than this. As long as Yang Shi didn't intend to kill Ding Zhen's parents, the two brothers would never turn against each other. Oh, Ding Zhen's parents are long gone, then it's alright. Even if Yang Shi were to fall into the demonic path and become a murderous maniac, Ding Zhen's first thought would be that his good brother had been framed, and he would try to protect him and find the person who framed him. Similarly, Yang Shi would do the same for Ding Zhen. I'm so damn envious of this magnificent friendship. My brothers only know how to massage feet and patronize prostitutes. Chengbo and Guo Ziazi are amazing. Oh right, and there's little Fatty too. He's even worse than Dao Yi and Ziazi. He's such a simp. Yang Genshuo thought that when he wanted to relax again, he would call little Fatty over for a get-together and help him correct his simp habit. But these brothers, aside from anything else, were great when Yang Genshuo was short of money when he opened his shop. One phone call, and the money was transferred within 3 minutes. Back in college, when trouble came up, they were really ready to fight. Youth is so damn beautiful, Yang Genshuo sighed and then looked back at the game. At this time, Yang Shi returned home, and the Yang family gathered together again. Perfect, let me try out the Immortal Abode gameplay. Blessing, upgrade, incense -3, remaining incense. 2851, recently, killing golden core cultivators and opening an Immortal Abode gave me 1000 incense points, so I'm currently quite well off. The main reason was that the Yang family hadn't been hunting demonic beasts frequently in the past 2 years, so they used blessing, absorption, less, and thus accumulated incense offerings. Normally, Yang Genshuo would occasionally use blessing, spirit gathering, on Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo to help them improve their cultivation speed. The rest was consumed by manifestation. A single immortal path competition consumed hundreds of incense offerings just from manifestations. The Yang family felt that their ancestor had become much more silent after the competition. Yang Fushuo, the talkative one, couldn't find anyone to chat with and felt like ants were crawling all over him. After Yang Genshuo used the new blessing, a faint golden light flashed on the surface of the Immortal Mansion statue hidden in Yang Shi's sleeve. Yang Shi was slightly startled, naturally knowing it was the ancestor manifesting. Ancestor, can you see the space inside the Immortal Mansion? Of course. Send Yang Fu into the Immortal Mansion later, I have things to do. Yes, Yang Shi and Yang Fu spoke simultaneously. Since Yang Genshuo didn't specifically manifest for any particular family member, it was assumed that everyone in the Yang family could see it. At this moment, within the meteorite Immortal Abode, golden light descended from the sky, enveloping every corner of the entire abode. The rules of the Immortal Abode seemed to have changed. The spiritual energy entering from the void began to thicken, reaching 30,354,045. The spiritual energy concentration soared to 45 points. It had already surpassed the spiritual energy concentration of the area under the jurisdiction of the cloud-hidden spiritual sect. Goodness, the spiritual energy concentration has increased by 50%. If I were to cultivate with this, my speed would take off. A flash of purple light appeared in the Immortal Abode, and Yang Fu's body appeared in the center of the Immortal Abode plane. There was a simple pavilion there, with several futons placed beneath it. Yang Fu slightly sensed the concentration of spiritual energy around him, his eyes filled with joy. Such dense spiritual energy, he sat cross-legged on a futon, circulating the 5 elements transporting technique. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surged into his body, and circles of 5 element spiritual rivers flowed through his body, causing his cultivation to rise rapidly. Ancestor, 1 day of meditation here is equivalent to 3 days of meditation in the true fire sect. Cultivation is so fast. You should cultivate first. Yang Genshuo then looked at the information on the Immortal Abode meteorite Immortal Abode, blessing, upgrade, grade, 1, plus. It is an immortal spiritual space created when a meteorite fell, independent of the world. It can draw spiritual energy from the void and possesses magical abilities. Space. 30,000 mu terrain, plain spiritual energy concentration. 45, attribute, 5 elements harmony Immortal Abode functions, acceleration, spiritual energy condensation, maximum time flow rate. 15x, spiritual energy gathering, all 5 elements spiritual energy can be brewed. The space hasn't changed, but the spiritual energy concentration and the fastest time flow rate have both increased by 50%. The bonus is obvious. 3 incense points per day. If you cultivate inside, it's better than using blessing, spirit gathering, and more people can cultivate in the Immortal Abode. If there's also a treasure land outside with a spiritual energy concentration of 45, then blessing, spirit gathering, is still better because it can increase the upper limit by 20%. Without a doubt, this Immortal Abode is a treasure land for cultivation. It's a treasure land that no training room of the Yang Shi sect, Danho sect, or Zhenho sect can compare to. Even without using blessings, it can rival the spiritual energy concentration of the region where the Yun-Yin spiritual sect is located. Let's try the time acceleration effect. If we can accelerate cultivation by 15 times, we'll be invincible, mass-producing high-level cultivators. Having mastered the immortal abode, Yang Shi probed its interior with his spiritual sense, accelerating time according to the ancestors' instructions. Within the meteorite immortal abode space, 30,000 acres of spiritual herbs began to grow rapidly, growing at 15 times the speed. Moreover, after the spiritual energy concentration reached 45, the herbs grew even taller and fuller than before. The spiritual energy flowing in the air also slowly condensed into a phantom of innate spiritual energy. Judging from this, it wouldn't take more than a year to become a wisp of mortal level 5 element spiritual energy. This immortal abode space is a place for nurturing spiritual energy, capable of cultivating any kind of 5 element spiritual energy. If I want to achieve Earth level 5 element spiritual energy, even without using blessings, at the original 10x speed, it would only take 10 years to cultivate a wisp of Earth level innate spiritual energy. No wonder some of the Yang Shi sect's exceptionally talented disciples possess Earth level spiritual energy. It probably comes from this immortal abode. However, Yang Shi frowned slightly at this moment. Ancestor, I can't accelerate time around Fuer. An unseen force blocked Yang Shi's divine sense, preventing Yang Fu from being in a state of time acceleration. Is it the law of time? Yang Genshuo saw a barrier blocking Yang Fu's path, untouchable and unselectable. The plan to mass-produce high-level cultivators had failed. However, Yang Genshuo had anticipated this. Otherwise, the Yang Shi sect would have already wiped out the demonic cultivators. Then, besides providing a cultivation ground with a relatively high concentration of spiritual energy, the greatest use of this immortal abode is for cultivating spiritual herbs. Chapter 180 Senior Sister, would you like to be my Taoist partner? A 10-year-old spiritual herb is grade 1, a 50-year-old spiritual herb is grade 2, a 200-year-old spiritual herb is grade 3, and a 1,000-year-old or older spiritual herb is grade 4. These are extremely rare spiritual herbs. Even the Yunnan spiritual sect rarely collects. A 1,000-year-old fire spirit mushroom can be exchanged for a low-grade magic weapon from the Yunnan spiritual sect. Clearly, high-aged spiritual herbs are extremely valuable. This immortal abode can cultivate high-quality spiritual herbs in a shorter time. A 1,000-year-old grade 4 spiritual herb can grow in less than 100 years. Of course, if you were to maintain the immortal abode's upgrade and blessing system, it would consume a lot of resources, so he certainly couldn't use it casually. I feel like there's some special way to use it, but I just can't remember. If he can't figure it out, then he won't think about it anymore. Anyway, most of the spiritual herbs produced in this immortal abode will be used by the Yang Shi sect. Yang Shi will only truly own this immortal abode in 30 years. I should first restore the strength of the cultivators of the Danai dynasty, and then concentrate my efforts on developing the Demon Wind Forest. Yang Genshuo's decision to properly develop the Demon Wind Forest now is also related to the current situation of the Yang family. After completing the experiment at the immortal abode, Yang Shi bid farewell to his 2 sons. Fuer, sure, after you go to the upper sect, cultivate your arts diligently. Don't be competitive, be kind to others, don't bully weak cultivators, and don't provoke powerful ones. Make many good connections. The decisive and ruthless Yang Shi was now simply a father, constantly imparting his experience to his 2 children, afraid they might forget something, and kept talking. Zhang Xiaobei held Yang Shi's arm. My sons, you grew up at home and were later sent to the sect. You haven't experienced the dangers of the world, and you don't know the depths of human nature. Be careful in everything you do. Yang Fu nodded. Yes, I remember, father, mother. Yang Fu and Shuo held Yang Shi and Zhang Xiaobei's hands. Father, mother, are you really not coming with us to the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect? Yang Shi's gaze was reluctant, but still resolute. Well, Dad's a martial arts cultivator. Going to a place with abundant spiritual energy wouldn't be of much use to him. My martial arts aren't suited to that place, so it's better for me to stay in our hometown, at the Yang Shi sect, where I can still carry out the ancestors' plan. Zhang Xiaobei also shook his head. If your father isn't going, I won't go either. Let your sister go with you. Yang Fuqing looked at her mother with a face full of reluctance. Mom, I don't want to go either. There are no friends of mine there. I can't bear to leave Mao and Mao. Don't go. 5 large long-haired parrots surrounded Yang Fuqing, constantly nudging her with their beaks, extremely anxious. Liu Zihan and Yang Fujin stood behind, saying nothing. Both of them were martial arts cultivators, so they naturally assumed they were excluded. Well, that's the situation in the Yang family. Nobody wants to go to the Yunnan spiritual sect, and we can't even scrape together 3 spots, and the number of Yang family members hasn't increased in recent years. Yang Shi has always been wandering around these years. But he never rests when he's home. As a martial arts cultivator at the Tongshen realm with abundant qi and blood, he is naturally full of energy. They always gave Zhang Xiaobei and Liu Zihong a lot. But neither of them had conceived in all these years. It seems the theorem circulating in the cultivation world is true: the higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the more difficult it is to get pregnant. On the contrary, mortals are the easiest to give birth to, and they even have to use contraception to prevent having too many children that they can't afford to raise. In the future, the Yang family should have more children while they are young, otherwise it will be even harder to have children when they become great cultivators. Yang Fu and Shen Yao's wedding should be scheduled. Yang Shi not going to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect was also one of the reasons why Yang Genshuo chose to let him develop the Demon Wind Forest. It's been a long time since I've seen that cat demon. I wonder how her cultivation is going now. If we have her help, that would be even better. Death is very difficult. The immortal level talent, 9 lives, is no joke. After some discussion, the Yang family found that no one was willing to go. Before the meteorite immortal abode existed, Yang Fuking would definitely have gone there, otherwise her cultivation speed would have been too slow. Now, she can cultivate with Yang Shi in the immortal abode, and her speed is extremely fast. Moreover, Yang Fuking's talent is very useful in developing the Demon Wind Forest, and her spirit beast informants can also help a lot. Not to mention Yang Fujian, it's useless for him, a martial artist, to go there. If he really wants to go, manifestation. Little Jian, do you want to go to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect with your brother? Yang Fujian, who is usually not very talkative, was slightly surprised, because the ancestor rarely spoke to him alone. He looked around, and none of the other family members saw the golden characters, proving that only he could see them. He took 2 steps back and said in a low voice, "It's all up to the ancestors' arrangement. I'm asking you, just tell me your own thoughts." If it were Yang Fushuo, he certainly wouldn't be so polite. He still didn't talk to this youngest son of the family enough. "Ancestor, I want to go." "Why?" Yang Genshuo had noticed Yang Fujian's expression, which was why he asked him. He just didn't understand why Yang Fujian, a martial artist, wanted to go to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect. "Because the Danai dynasty and the Liang dynasty no longer have any opponents I need to defeat, and my father has already reached a very high position. I may find it difficult to find an opponent who will attack me. Without crisis, I cannot seek the ultimate sword path." Yang Genshuo chuckled after hearing this. What a sword fanatic. Because his family is too powerful, he wants to change places and start honing his sword path from scratch. Then you can stay here. Soon your opponents will arrive. In the future, the Zhuangshi sect will advance into the Demon Wind Forest. The Demon Wind Forest is filled with countless powerful beasts whose physical strength far exceeds your imagination, not to mention the demon race. Even your father may not be a match for them. Huh? Then I won't go. I want to go to the Demon Wind Forest with the Zhuangshi sect. Yang Fujian changed his mind without any burden. Yang Genshuo was quite satisfied with this arrangement. He is a martial arts cultivator. Blessing, absorption, will greatly enhance him. In the future development of the Demon Wind Forest, there will definitely be a lot of demon beast corpses. Yang Fujian staying here will allow me to better help him. No one in the Yang family was willing to go to the Yun Yinling sect. Yang Genshuo had anticipated this. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to resort to our final strategy, spiritual appearance. Yang Fushuo, don't try to persuade your parents anymore. Just do as I tell you. The two exchanged a glance, slightly hesitant. Alright, Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo returned to the Liang dynasty, about to follow the envoy back to the Yunnan Spirit sect. True Fire sect Chen Yao sat atop the volcano, casually kicking her legs on the cliff edge. 3 more days, and the envoy from the upper sect to collect offerings will arrive. It's like a dream. Geniuses and ordinary people will eventually part ways. Little Fu, I shouldn't have gone to earn those 2 spirit stones from you. Her face was full of melancholy, her mind heavy with worries, unaware that someone had already arrived behind her. Yang Fu, beaming. Senior sister, can't we not part ways? Yang Fu? You, how did you get here? What good would it do if we didn't part ways? Aren't you going to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect? No way. That's your future, your path to immortality. Shen Yao, would you be my Taoist partner and come with me? Shen Yao suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with tears, and then hugged Yang Fu tightly. I do. Little Fu, I want to be with you forever. Holding Shen Yao's delicate body, feeling the overflowing love in his chest, Yang Fu's expression was slightly embarrassed. There's someone else coming with us. Chapter 181. The family splits into two groups. True Fire Sect. Langley sat cross-legged on Molten Heart Island, meditating. Layers of high-quality fire spiritual energy absorbed from the magma sea swirled around her, constantly being refined and incorporated into her internal spiritual energy circulation. Strands of hair danced in the air, and beads of sweat trickled down her slightly heroic face. Her cultivation level was steadily approaching the peak of the key refining stage. Molten Heart Island was one of the cultivation islands for the inner disciples of the True Fire Sect. Absorbing the fire spiritual energy of the magma sea, it was a treasure trove for the sect, with a spiritual energy concentration as high as 12 points. Although far less than the spiritual energy concentration of the Cloud Hidden Spiritual Sect, it was still twice as effective as the Outer Disciples location. Since returning from the Donai dynasty a few days ago, Langley had been cultivating with intense focus, even somewhat impatient for quick results. The three from the Blazing Sun dynasty went to the Cloud Hidden Spiritual Sect without me. She was known as a genius among the younger generation of cultivators in the True Fire Sect, possessing both wood and fire spiritual roots. She was quite famous in the Blazing Sun dynasty, and everyone knew that her future achievements could very well reach the Golden Core stage. Sect Master Fendi had also meticulously nurtured her, granting her access to many of the sect's treasures and frequently allowing her to cultivate in the sect's secret realm on the seabed of lava. She had taken up the True Fire Sect's best resources, but in the end, all three members of the Blazing Sun dynasty were going to the Hidden Cloud Spirit Sect, except for her. Yang Fu's talent surpassed that of Li Yao, who possessed a heavenly spirit root. Yang Fu Shuo's alchemy was unparalleled, and he was directly accepted into the Hidden Cloud Spirit Sect's alchemy pavilion. Shi Hong's talent was slightly better than hers, and he had already achieved foundation establishment. She was indeed inferior to these three. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a sentence from a book Yang Fu had brought from his hometown. Since heaven gave birth to Zhou, why did it also give birth to Zhuge Liang? The 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun had a good relationship, but 3 of them were about to go to the upper sect, and she had a strong drive to keep cultivating. Only cultivation could bring her peace. At this moment, a fire bottle flew over from the sky, and Yang Fu was standing on it. Langley sensed this, slowly stopped her cultivation, and silently used her spiritual energy to sweep away the sweat and dust from her body. She stood up and smiled slightly. Junior brother Yang's cultivation is indeed profound. He can control objects at the 3rd level of key refining. Just a trick. After landing, Yang Fu carefully surveyed Langley. Her figure and appearance were superb, like a fairy. Unlike Shen Yao's girlish demeanor, Langley possessed a unique heroic spirit unique to female fire cultivators, giving her a special charm. Yang Genshuo couldn't help but nod as well. From this angle, Langley looks a bit like Zhang Ziyi from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, quite the heroine. She should be no problem as my Yang family's daughter-in-law. Cultivators are indeed all handsome men and beautiful women. Seeing that Yang Fu had something to say, Langley took the initiative to ask, Junior brother Yang, what brings you to Melting Heart Island to see me today? Have you prepared everything for the Cloud Hidden Spirit Sect? She only felt admiration and respect for this genius junior brother, without a trace of jealousy. Especially after witnessing the Yang family's good deeds in suppressing demonic cultivators, she admired the Yang family even more. How long have you been in the sect, senior sister? I was born at a young age and sent to the sect by my family to grow up. It's been 25 years. Oh, is there anyone you'd like to marry in our sect? Hearing Yang Fu's direct question, Langley blushed slightly, then answered frankly, I'm devoted to cultivation and have no time for romance. Besides, my future Taoist partner must have talent and strength surpassing mine, and I haven't met anyone like that in our sect yet. Oh, besides junior brother Yang, Langley, a dual spiritual root genius, wanting someone stronger than herself, her criteria clearly indicate she's prepared to remain single forever. Senior sister Lang, would you be willing? Yang Fu was still a little embarrassed at this point. It was too awkward. Aside from participating in the Immortal Path competition together, the two had almost no interaction. The ancestor was already making her his Taoist partner. It was too forceful. Yang Fu felt that a true Taoist partner was like him and Shen Yao, mutually appreciating each other, having a tacit understanding, and smiling at each other when they saw each other. But since the ancestor had spoken, he had to comply, even if he felt it was unlikely to succeed. This isn't for myself, it's for the Yang family, he encouraged himself inwardly. Lang Li was somewhat puzzled. She still didn't understand what Yang Fu was going to do. Willing to do what? Become my Taoist partner, join my Yang family, and come with me to the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect. Lang Li suddenly paused. She had initially intended to refuse outright. Cultivators cultivate the great Tao of heaven and earth. What was the point of talking about Taoist partners at such a young age? She had no plans to do so before she turned 100. But Yang Fu's second sentence made her hesitate. Go to the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect as the champion. Yang Fu could bring 3 members of the Yang family to the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect. Even if they weren't official disciples of the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect, the cultivation grounds for ordinary immortals far surpassed a melting heart island of the True Fire sect. Once there, she could get closer to the Great Tao. But I have no romantic feelings for you, junior brother Yang. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Wouldn't it be a beautiful story for us to pursue the Great Tao together? Lang Li was moved. She didn't want to deceive herself. The words Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect were too tempting for her. She'd been forcing herself to cultivate these past few days. Wasn't it because she couldn't go to the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect? She was afraid her former friend would surpass her and become someone she looked up to for the rest of her life. She was afraid of fading into obscurity, ultimately failing to achieve the golden core path and dying in despair. Yang Fu, seeing Lang Li's dazed expression, couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister Lang?" Lang Li glanced at Yang Fu slightly. Wasn't he the one with stronger talent and strength than her? If he could lead her to the path of immortality, what was wrong with that? Husband. I'm willing to go with you. This time, Lang Li surprised Yang Fu. Since you've made up your mind, don't hesitate any longer. The path to immortality is for those with unwavering will. Why are you surprised, husband? I haven't finished yet. You know junior sister Shen Yao? Junior sister Shen Yao and I will serve you together, and in our spare time, we can guide her cultivation. Good. After letting go, Lang Li immediately began arranging matters for the Yang family's harem. Yang Genshuo exclaimed, "Wow, my Yang Fu hit a straight shot," and she responded with a powerful dunk. Impressive. During the battles on the immortal path, Yang Genshuo knew a thing or two about Lang Li's personality. She was a very simple-minded female cultivator, which was why he ultimately decided to have Yang Fu take her in. Marrying such a straightforward and simple-minded female cultivator was a good thing for the Yang family. And most importantly, Lang Li possessed dual spiritual roots. Her true talent far surpassed that of the rest of the Yang family. Yang Fu marrying Lang Li improved the quality of the Yang family's spiritual roots, benefiting future generations immensely. Yang Fu, Yang Fushuo, and Yang Fuqing only had a maximum of 4 spiritual roots because Yang Shi had no spiritual roots, while Jiang Xiaobei was just an ordinary 5 spiritual root. Yang Genshuo felt that if he hadn't used blessing, spiritual nourishment, on each of his children, they probably wouldn't even have 4 spiritual roots. As for Yang Fujin, neither of his parents had spiritual roots, and even with a blessing of 200 incense sticks per use, he only had a few martial arts talents, not even 5 spiritual roots. Lang Li, a true genius, possessed a spiritual root talent that would influence all descendants of Yang Fu's lineage. Perhaps the Yang family will produce a few children with dual spiritual roots in the future. With my intervention, they'll take off. Yang Genshuo couldn't even imagine how enjoyable it would be to have several highly talented children to play with. Moreover, Yang Fu is currently very strong, but that's based on his unique talent. This talent can only sustain him until the foundation establishment stage. At that time, he'll be a strong figure in the foundation establishment stage, but he'll likely miss the golden core stage. Yang Genshuo wanted to take advantage of Yang Fu's strongest phase to trick a true genius into becoming his wife. Lang Li willingly took the bait and didn't mind Shen Yao's existence at all. As for Shen Yao, her cultivation was inferior to Yang Fu's, and her talent was even more mediocre. She only had the filter of a white moonlight and mutual affection. From Yang Genshuo's perspective, her role in the Yang family was less than a tenth of Lang Li's. But what can I do? My Yang Fu likes her. Yang Fu told Shen Yao his thoughts, explaining that it was the Yang family's opinion, and Shen Yao didn't object. Or perhaps she didn't have the power to object. If she wanted to be with Yang Fu, she had to accept Lang Li's existence. Yang Zhenshuo's decision might be cruel to her, but that was the Yang family's way of life. If she disagreed, Yang Zhenshuo would even find Yang Fu another female cultivator with 3 spiritual roots to take with him as a wife. In this way, Yang Fu could ensure the continuation of the Yang family line, and the Yang family would have a place in the Yunnan spiritual sect in the future. Family interests come first. After Yang Fu's 2 victories, Yang Zhenshuo turned his attention to Yang Fushuo. He was very conflicted because his ancestor had assigned him a female cultivator with 3 spiritual roots whom he had no feelings for, named Yan Mumu, who was also one of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun who survived to the end. She had also been quite proactive in helping him this time. The reason Yang Zhenshuo valued her was simple. Tian Mumu admired Yang Fushuo. She had been extremely proactive towards Yang Fushuo, but Yang Fushuo, whether pretending to be stupid or genuinely stupid, hadn't responded at all. Yang Zhenshuo felt that he hadn't been as patient as Yang Fushuo back then. It's hard to resist when a beautiful, kind-hearted girl who always thinks of you takes the initiative to pursue you. Wasn't Chen wanting like that back then? At this moment, Yang Fushuo finally arrived at Heartfire Peak, where Yan Mumu was. Yang Fushuo looked at the sky helplessly. Ancestor, can't I take junior brother Wang Sheng with me? I think his pill testing effect is very good. He can also become an asset to the Yang family in the future. No, go quickly. What is Wang Sheng compared to continuing the Yang family line? Your father and mother worked hard this morning, don't even think about running away. At this moment, Tian Mumu on Heartfire Peak saw Yang Fushuo, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Hey. Senior brother Shuo, you came to find me. Tian Mumu saw Yang Fushuo cast a fire spell on herself and ran over, leaving a trail of fiery after images under her feet. Senior brother Shuo, have you eaten? Want to come to my house for a bite? I have some excellent spiritual wine and food. Senior brother Shuo, is something on your mind? Are you going to the upper sect and reluctant to leave everyone? I'll come back to visit everyone when I have the chance. I'll always remember you. Tian Mumu was moved by her own words, tears welling in her eyes, seemingly lamenting the impending separation and the doomed relationship before it even began. Yang Fushuo glanced at the sky again, where the ancestor's giant hand hung. Sigh, junior sister Tian Mumu, be my Taoist partner, come with me. Tian Mumu's eyes widened in surprise, overflowing with joy. Then she hugged Yang Fushuo's arm and leaned against his chest. Senior brother, you absolutely mustn't play tricks on me. Yang Fushuo looked at the sky, lost in thought. Yang Zhenshuo's goal had been achieved. From then on, the Yang family split into 2 parts. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo took their family fortune to the Yunnan spiritual sect to take root and flourish, becoming the Yang clan, a powerful immortal clan. Yang Shi, with the Yang Fuking and Yang Fujin, remained in the Danai dynasty and the Liang dynasty, cultivating the demon wind forest. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo bid farewell to the sect leaders of the Danhuo sect and the Zhenhuo sect respectively. The 2 sect leaders gave them many instructions, as if watching 2 children leave home. Until Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo said they wanted to take 3 people with them, the 2 sect leaders, who had prepared a gift for them to take as their trump card, now refused to give it to them. You 2 and Shi Hong can go, why take 2 geniuses with you? What dogs, the sect's vitality was greatly damaged. 3 days later, Yang Fu, Yang Fushuo, and Shi Hong, along with Xin Yao, Lang Li, and Tian Mumu, returned to the Yunnan spiritual sect on a sacrificial ship. 5 of the Liang's 6 heroes went. The remaining male cultivator thought about this for the rest of his life. Chapter 182 Immortal Clans Encampment. Are these 3 female cultivators your family? Yes. The person registering at the Cloud-Hidden Spirit Sect's Immortal Clan Pavilion shook his head as he looked at Yang Fu with 3 beautiful female cultivators. Even a prodigy's talent can't withstand such extravagance. This is the assigned territory for your Yang family. Young man, focus on your cultivation and don't waste this great opportunity. Disciple understands. Yang Fu smiled wryly and cupped his hands. One glance and you're a lecherous demon incarnate. If you saw 3 beautiful women surrounding a big guy on the street, wouldn't you think the same thing? Before you leave, I need to tell you a few things. The Lingmiao continent under the Yunnan spiritual sect is vast, far exceeding the scope of your 12 dynasties. The areas under our Yunnan spiritual sect's jurisdiction are all engraved in this family token. Since you are new here, do not leave the Yunnan spiritual sect's jurisdiction, otherwise, if something happens, The sect will have difficulty helping you." Yang Fu's heart stirred, and he asked, "Are there other sects on the Lingmiao continent?" Here of course there are. The Lingmiao continent has existed for countless ages, with numerous sects and immortal races everywhere. There are many geniuses more outstanding than you, so don't be arrogant, disciple understands. In addition, all immortal races under the Yunnan spiritual sect must plant corresponding spiritual seeds according to regulations. After the harvest, all the seeds will be taken by the sect, and then points will be distributed to the immortal races based on the harvest. You can use these points to purchase what you need in the Yunnan spiritual sect. This family token contains a small storage space, which contains the spiritual seeds you need to plant and the methods of care. After settling your family, you must cultivate them as soon as possible, so as not to delay the sect's harvest. Yang Fu listened intently, and Yang Genshuo also slowed down to listen, as more and more information about the Yunnan spiritual sect accumulated. It seems the Yunnan spiritual sect isn't all-powerful after all. My previous understanding might have been somewhat flawed. Yang Fu, yes, disciple understands. Go ahead. The person in charge glanced at Yang Fu and the three beautiful female cultivators again and shook his head. You'll have some work to do. After leaving the Yunnan spiritual sect's immortal clan pavilion, Yang Fu took the Yang family's territory token and slightly channeled his spiritual energy into it. He could then see a map showing the areas under the Yunnan spiritual sect's jurisdiction, including the Yang family's territory. Let's go. Shen Yao, Leng Li, and Bian Mumu couldn't stay in the Yunnan spiritual sect for long, so Yang Fu led the three away directly. Shen Yao leaned against Yang Fu, never leaving his side, her eyes warily watching her rival, Leng Li. Leng Li's eyes were filled with a magnificent Yunnan spiritual sect, her gaze revealing a deep longing. This was the place she wanted to prove her Dao. Even if I start as a menial disciple, I will enter the cloud-hidden spirit sect. I will cultivate the most profound techniques. Tian Mumu looked around. Where's Brother Shuo? Where did he go? Isn't he going back with us? Sect Master Du has something to discuss with him, and I don't know when he'll finish. I'll take you to the Yang family's residence first. Yang Fu led the three down the cloud-hidden spirit sect's Nine Heavens cloud ladder and landed on the ground. This Nine Heavens cloud ladder is quite peculiar. It changes 1,000 times during the challenge, but now it's like an ordinary ladder, and it disappears after you've climbed it. At this moment, the Nine Heavens cloud ladder behind them had vanished, and they couldn't even touch it with their hands. It was as if they had just stepped down from the void. It must be an extremely powerful magic weapon, Leng Li said. Yang Fu agreed with Leng Li's statement. The sect stone of the Yang Shi sect is a magic weapon, so this Nine Heavens cloud ladder is very likely to be one as well. I wonder how high a level of strength is needed to control such a magic weapon, at least at the Golden Core stage. When she mentioned the Golden Core stage, Leng Li's eyes brightened even more. The spiritual energy of the Lingmiao continent was incredibly abundant. She felt she was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. She had found her foundation establishment artifact years ago, and it was personally bestowed upon her by Sect Master Fendi after their return from the Immortal Path competition. He originally intended to cultivate her into a pillar of the sect, someone who would later mentor other disciples. But instead, she ran off with Yang Fu, carrying the precious foundation establishment artifact. Fendi was filled with 1,000 complaints. However, Yang Fu was taking Leng Li to the Lingmiao continent, and he couldn't stop her from pursuing a better future. He could only hope that these disciples would give back to the sect in the future. Senior Brother Yang, someone shouted from behind. Yang Fu turned around and saw a young man wearing a gray-blue robe, dressed as a menial disciple, looking at him with a fawning smile. You know me, last year, the first-place winner of the Immortal Path competition. Yang Fu, Yang Shi and Jiao, overpowered cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots. Who doesn't know your fame? I watched your entire competition last year and admire you immensely. I am your most sincere supporter, just lucky. What brings you here, junior brother? This was a menial disciple, and there was still an outer disciple between him and Yang Fu. Even if you were a 100-year-old Taoist, it wouldn't be wrong for him to call him junior brother. The menial disciple seemed quite clever. He quickly approached and said, my surname is Lu, and my given name is Ren. I have been a menial disciple for 6 years. I usually manage the sect's properties below, so I am quite well informed and have some connections here. Oh, he's quite the know-it-all. Yang Fu wanted to see what Lu Ren wanted to do. Senior brother, are you going to lead your family to the Yang clan's residence? Yes, that's right. This wasn't a secret. Every year, the first place winner would lead their own immortal clan up. Senior brother Yang, are you familiar with the survival rules of the immortal clan on the Lingmao continent? There's a lot to learn here. Without a local to guide you, you'll fall into many traps, is that so? Junior brother Lu, could you explain? Yang Fu was quite interested. He had been studying the divine books bestowed by his ancestors since childhood and had some knowledge of various things, so he knew that every place had its own rules. Just as his favorite book, The Art of War, says, know yourself and know your enemy. And you will never be defeated. Being new here, he should learn about the rules. For example, the division of immortal clan territory and the ownership of spiritual fruits. The legacy of the old immortal clan and the risks associated with geographical location. Oh, and most importantly, cultivating spiritual fields. Senior brother Yang, have you received a task from the immortal clan pavilion manager to plant spiritual seeds? Yang Fu nodded. This was a mandatory task. I know senior brother Yang is skilled in the art of cultivating spirit plants, but since you will be cultivating in the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect, it's impossible for you to manage the spirit plants yourself. And your Yang family is currently small, so it might be difficult for you to manage an unfamiliar spirit plant. If it dies, you'll be punished by the sect that can find someone to cultivate it for the Yang family. Then the Yang family will only need to spend a little spirit stone to regularly receive sect points, saving you a lot of mundane trouble and not interfering with your cultivation. Isn't that wonderful? Yang Fu nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Lu Ren's eyes brightened even more. In that case, senior brother Yang, why don't you hire me as the Yang family's steward? I can handle these miscellaneous tasks, and you can focus on your cultivation. The price is negotiable. I mainly admire senior brother's demeanor. Shen Yao had been listening to this for a while, and now she finally realized what it meant. Isn't this my line? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 The Smuggled Cultivators of the Silverland Dynasty. Want spirit stones? Yang Fu laughed upon hearing this. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo came here starting from scratch, lacking everything except spirit stones. Over the years, the Yang family had earned a considerable amount of spirit stones selling fasting cakes in the Liang dynasty. Now that the Danai dynasty was peaceful, and Yang Shi held significant influence, earning spirit stones was even less of a problem. When the two brothers arrived, their storage rings were stuffed full of low-grade spirit stones. The Batman family doesn't play games with you. If spirit stones can solve something, then it's not a problem. Yang Genshuo glanced at Lu Ren's information. Apart from showing that he was a member of the Lu family's immortal clan, there was no other information. He was just an ordinary handyman disciple. Checking character cards wasn't omnipotent. It could only reveal objective information and couldn't see into people's hearts. Since that was the case, Yang Genshuo didn't offer any guidance, letting Yang Fu make his own decisions. Yang Fu pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, since that's the case, junior brother Lu, why don't you come with us? You can explain the affairs of the Lingmao continent to me, alright. I've been waiting for senior brother Yang to say that. Seeing that this deal was about to be made, Lu Ren was quite excited. For a menial disciple like him with ordinary talent, earning more spirit stones was the greatest pursuit in life. Senior brother Yang, come with me. We'll rent a large spirit bird from Phoenix Dance Manor to take us to our camp. There's a spirit bird rental service, of course. The Lingmao continent is vast. Even the area under the jurisdiction of my Cloud Hidden Spirit sect is far larger than the 12 dynasties. We're not at the foundation establishment stage. How long would it take to get there on foot? That saves trouble. Yang Fu originally planned to fly on his sword himself, but carrying 3 people was really strenuous for him. After all, he relied on his innate golden spiritual energy to manipulate objects, and didn't have the true ability of a foundation establishment cultivator to manipulate objects. Renting a spirit bird for transportation was naturally better. Having a local acquaintance makes things much easier. Yang Fu himself was unaware of an organization like Phoenix Dance Manor. Not far from the 9 heavens ladder of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect was a massive stronghold, emanating powerful demonic energy. The closer they got, the more numerous the spirit beasts became. Lu Ren diligently acted as the guide. This Phoenix Dance Manor is the property of the Shangwen Immortal clan, and it has been operating for hundreds of years. When traveling, cultivators from all walks of life will give face to those who see the spirit beasts of Phoenix Dance Manor. It's a form of protection for their riders. The Shangwen Immortal Clan. Yes, Shangwen Yunyu is the first cultivator from the Shangwen Immortal Clan to enter the Cloud Hidden Spirit Sect. He is now the Vice Pavilion Master of the Immortal Beast Pavilion of the Cloud Hidden Spirit Sect, with a golden core stage strength. The Shangwen Immortal Clan has been operating in the Spirit Misty Continent for a long time, and now many highly talented family cultivators have entered the Cloud Hidden Spirit Sect. Oh, it seems the Shangwen Immortal Clan is very powerful. Yang Fu continued to absorb the various knowledge here. After arriving on the Lingmao continent, he and Yang Fushuo could only rely on themselves, unable to depend on the foundation laid by their father. In a sense, he was now the head of the Yang family on the Lingmao continent. He needed to gather more information to ensure the survival of the Yang family's immortal clan. It's said that the Shangwen Immortal Clan not only has disciples in our Yunnan spiritual sect, but also wields considerable influence in the 10,000 Beast sect. Of course, this is just hearsay, Lu Ren whispered. Yang Fushuo nodded understandingly. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, a principle his father had taught him long ago. The Yang family had always acted accordingly. Branches of the Yang family existed in the Danai dynasty, the Liang dynasty, the Demon Wind Forest, and now the Lingmao continent. What kind of sect is the Myriad Beast sect? Is it very powerful? Extremely powerful. The disciples of the Myriad Beast sect are skilled in beast taming techniques. One person can tame multiple demonic beasts of the same realm. The sect has many secret techniques that can strengthen both the demonic beasts and the disciple, and even allow the demonic beasts to evolve to higher ranks. In combat, they are virtually invincible within their realm. The sect's strength is no weaker than our Cloud Hidden Spirit secto? Beast taming secret techniques? Not bad. Yang Fu remembered this point, planning to exchange ideas with the disciples of the Myriad Beast sect when he had the chance. If he could buy some beast taming secret techniques, that would be great. Yang Fu King's talent is beast taming, but she is currently using an ordinary beast taming technique from the True Fire sect, which can only be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage. She will have to change her cultivation method in the future. As the eldest brother, he must pave a good future for his sister. In addition, according to what the ancestor said, the Yang family will be developing the Demon Wind Forest together with the Great Nai dynasty in the future, and advanced beast taming techniques might be useful. Senior brother Yang is interested in beast taming techniques. Lu Ren had sharp eyes and could see Yang Fu's interest. I'm somewhat interested, then the Shangwen Immortal Clan is the most skilled in this among our Yunnan Spirit sect. By the way, there are many beast tamers at Phoenix Dance Manor. If senior brother Yang is interested, you can chat with them, another day. Let's settle the family matters first. Okay, I'll choose an economical flying spirit beast. Lu Ren was very conscientious in choosing a spirit beast for Yang Fu, afraid that he would waste money. Yang Fu smiled without saying anything. Shen Yao glanced at the grinning Yang Fu and pinched his arm. Yang Fu, didn't you look at me like you look at Lu Ren back then? I even thought you were a poor rogue cultivator back then, otherwise I would have robbed you of all 5 spirit stones. She had helped Yang Fu in the same way back then, and in the end, she earned 2 spirit stones from him, and then lost herself. No, Yang Fu smiled and looked around Phoenix Dance Manor. There were all kinds of strange spirit beasts here, most of which were species he had never seen before. Some of the spirit beasts were extremely powerful, and he felt that he was no match for them. Yang Genshuo could see the foundation establishment stage spirit beasts more clearly, but he was too lazy to show Yang Fu so much information about them. The incense points are going to be very useful now. I won't show them off casually. This Phoenix Dance Manor is quite large. I've seen several foundation establishment stage beast tamers here. If we take these spirit beasts to the Danai dynasty, even the Yang Shi sect won't be a match for them. The Shangwen Immortal Clan's single business can easily defeat the Yang Shi sect. No wonder the manager said there are always people more powerful than you. The Yang family should be careful in the Lingmao continent and not be too ostentatious. Fortunately, Yang Fu has been steady since he was a child, so there's no need to worry. Yang family descendant Yang Fu is exploring the Lingmao continent. His knowledge has increased. Incense points plus 10. A notification appeared on the game screen, which Yang Genshuo is already used to. When the Yang family members explore new areas, their knowledge increases, giving them a small amount of incense points. Although it's not much, it happens frequently, and it adds up to a considerable amount. The new faction Shangwin Immortal Clan has been added to the faction page. Please check. In the game interfaces, faction, section, a new faction, Shangwin Immortal Clan, Lingmiao Continent, has been added, containing records of the character cards and monster cards you have just scanned. One immortal clan is enough to be listed as a faction? Terrifying strength. Soon, Lu Ren selected the travel spirit birds for the group. Senior brother Yang, this key refining stage fat-headed egret is quite good. It's large and sturdy, the 5 of us can ride it without any problem. Although it's not very fast, it's comfortable and affordable. It only costs 30 low-grade spirit stones to take us to your residence. Good, that's it. Yang Fu did some mental calculations. The cost of living on the Lingmiao continent was much higher than in the lower dynasties, but still within the Yang family's budget. While the fat-headed egret flew through the air, Lu Ren diligently explained some basic knowledge about the immortal clans under the Yunnan spirit sect based on my observations over the years and the summaries of my predecessors. Most of the good settlements have already been divided up by the local immortal clans. Cultivators from lower dynasties are generally only allocated to peripheral locations with limited spiritual energy, and there's also the risk of conflict with other sects. Therefore, you must purchase a protective formation for your clan as soon as possible. Second grade is the most basic, third grade is even better. At least you won't be afraid of attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators. As for whether there are naturally growing spiritual plants in the settlements, forget about it. They're usually extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring a lot of effort to plant. But don't worry, I know some experts who recently smuggled a group of low-level cultivators from the Silverland dynasty over. They're skilled at planting, work quickly, and because they lack official status, they're inexpensive, a great tool for your family's initial development. Good heavens! These Silverland dynasty cultivators are famous for farming. Yang Fu recalled briefly that during last year's Immortal Path competition, in terms of spiritual plants, if it weren't for the second-generation hybrid immortal seed given to him by his ancestor, he wouldn't have been able to compete with the Silverland dynasty's Baji. Is this what my ancestor meant by racial talent? Chapter 184 Guo Clan Immortal Clan. You black devils, listen up. Once you get there, work hard. Nobody slacking off. If anyone gets sent back, I'll beat you to death. A fierce-looking cultivator brandished a whip, glaring at the ship full of dark-skinned cultivators, making them tremble with fear. No one dared to utter a word of dissent. Boss, the buyers have all been contacted. Let's hurry up and unload the cargo. A green ghost ship floating in the void flickered as it flew in from a distant direction. The ship carried a group of dark-skinned cultivators, their eyes filled with fear. Only one burly man, with a fierce build, squatted on the ground, his eyes darting around, unable to hide his excitement. Baji, am back. Losing to those treacherous villains of the Blazing Sun dynasty in the Immortal Path competition is the greatest shame of my life. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. I will definitely stand before you again under circumstances you never expect. Yang Fu listened to Lu Ren's introduction along the way, his heart filled with a growing tension. He thought bringing the Yang family here was a blessing, that they would enjoy a cultivation environment with extremely high spiritual energy concentration, as well as more abundant spiritual fields and numerous opportunities, but he didn't expect them to be so unfriendly to newly arrived immortals. Borderlands are often embroiled in war, spiritual energy is scarce, and spiritual fields are barren. Although he still had some of the Yang family's resources, would there be any problems leaving 3 female cultivators here in this environment? After settling them here, he still needed to return to the cloud-hidden spirit sect to become a disciple and then cultivate there. If something happened at home, he couldn't rush there. The ancestor can only observe the descendants of my Yang family. I have no offspring yet, so I cannot know anything about this place. Langley patted Yang Fu on the shoulder. Husband, don't be sad. I'm about to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. I can handle the family affairs now. You just focus on your cultivation and break through to the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Senior Sister Leng, you truly are a prodigy. You're already about to achieve Foundation establishment. That makes things much safer. Although the Lingmiao continent is vast and teeming with high-level cultivators, Foundation establishment cultivators are still capable of self-defense. If they don't provoke a powerful enemy, protecting a small immortal clan shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ren had already recognized Langley. In the final battle, The 6 heroes of Liang's dazzling performance was unforgettable for the audience. However, Leng Li's total score was slightly lower, and she didn't get a ticket to the Yunnan spiritual sect, narrowly losing to Shi Hong. Unexpectedly, she became Yang Fu's Taoist partner. With these two prodigies becoming Taoist partners, Lu Ren felt there was no need to worry about the future talents of the Yang family's descendants. Yang Fu nodded, well, let's see how things go and adapt accordingly. Yang Genshuo was quite worried. Anyone who's played Civilization knows that the most important things in farming games are the amount of resources you have at the start and the number of enemies. If you start in a desert and encounter 3 barbarian tribes, then you might as well not play. The lack of spiritual energy in the fields can be overcome. At worst, you'll harvest less and get fewer points. You can also defend against enemies on the borders and build more formations, etc. But the thin spiritual energy is really annoying. It restricts the development of my Yang family. Damn. You went through countless hardships to ascend from the lower realm, becoming one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers besieging Sun Wukong. Right, Yang Fu's situation was remarkably similar to this. Even the number 1 genius of the 12 dynasties had to start his family's development from scratch. But that's the rule, and Yang Genshuo had no good solution. He could only watch. The group rode the fat egrets, flying slowly all the way, and it took them 2 full days to almost reach the Yang family's residence. Silver Brocade Lake. Below was a huge spiritual lake, with colorful fish constantly leaping out of the water, incredibly lively. The entire spiritual lake was surrounded by a huge mansion. However, there weren't many cultivators inside the huge mansion. This used to be the stronghold of the Guo family of the Immortal clan. They were once very powerful, but in recent years their luck has been bad. Many of their cultivators have died outside, and their strength has declined again and again. Later, due to mismanagement, they couldn't even keep their stronghold. Now, their stronghold has been taken back by the sect, and they've been expelled. Look, the silver brocade fish, a specialty of Silver Brocade Lake, is the best spiritual food for low-level cultivators. Its spiritual energy is gentle and nourishing to the body. Every year, it's sold to various immortal clans to raise their descendants. The Guo family, guarding this treasure mine, has fallen to such a state. How pitiful. I wonder which immortal clan will take over Silver Brocade Lake. Senior brother Yang, let's continue. Yang Fu touched the family's stronghold token. A faint light flashed on it, and the restrictions around Silver Brocade Lake also flickered for a moment. It seems, we've arrived. Lu Ren, Shen Yao and the other 2, Yang Genshuo, no, what's going on? This Silver Brocade Lake is different from what Xiao Lu said. The 4 looked at Lu Ren, making him lose confidence. However, the control over the family's territory token couldn't be faked. Lu Ren, huh? That's impossible. This Silver Brocade Lake is a treasure land. Just a local specialty, the silver brocade fish, can earn a large amount of spirit stones every year. The spiritual energy is abundant, and the spirit fields are top quality. Apart from being adjacent to the border, it's practically perfect. A friend of mine once inquired about it and said that this territory had already been reserved. Senior brother Yang, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Fu manipulated the family token again, and the restrictions below flickered once more. This time, Lu Ren truly believed it. So senior brother Yang got this treasure land. I admire you. It seems that Yang Fu is not only a genius with high cultivation talent, but his connections in the cloud-hidden spirit sect are also far beyond Lu Ren's comprehension. This treasure land could not have been obtained without having extraordinary connections in the Immortal Clan Pavilion. If I do good for senior brother Yang, the benefits I can gain in the future will be immeasurable. 3 cultivators waiting below also sensed the flickering restrictions. Seeing the 5 people flying in from the sky, they flew up on a magical lantern. Seeing the dazed look on the low-level spirit beast, the fat-headed heron, the 3 men's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Even in its current state of decline, the Guo family wouldn't stoop to using such a low-level spirit beast as a mount. This creature represented cheapness and crudeness. No immortal clan with any sense of dignity would use it. Only lowly servant disciples, that shifty-eyed servant disciple standing above, would use such inferior goods. Looks like this new immortal clan member is weak. His attire makes him look like an outsider. The 3 exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. However, on the surface, Guo Long, the leader, smiled and cupped his hands. I am Guo Long. Presumably, this young fellow Taoist has come to take over my Guo family's territory. Yang Fu cupped his hands in return. Greetings, Senior Guo. I am Yang Fu. I just obtained this token from the Immortal Clan Pavilion and have come to the family's territory. He displayed the Immortal Clan territory token in his hand. This was issued by the Immortal Clan Pavilion of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect and couldn't be faked. He, a hero, emerges from among the young. I didn't expect young fellow Taoist Yang to already have so many connections at such a young age. Are your elders higher-ranking members of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect? What are their names? Let this old man see if we are acquainted. Guo Long looked at the 5 cultivators before him, none of whom were even at the foundation establishment stage, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Yang Fu's heart stirred slightly. My elders told me to keep a low profile and not to be ostentatious. Senior, are you here specifically to wait for me? To hand over this residence to me? Guo Long looked troubled. It's quite a coincidence. My Guo family still has some matters to attend to here, and it will take some time. How about we hand over it another day? Then, seeing that Yang Fu and the others looked like outsiders, he immediately patted his head. Oh. If young fellow Taoist doesn't have a place to stay yet, you can stay temporarily at my Guo family's residence. We'll hand over the residence to you after we've finished our business. How about that? The 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Guo family looked at Yang Fu, their expressions subtle. I'm having a severe writer's block today, so I've only written this much. Chapter 185 The Wealthy Yang Family Immortal Clan's Residence. Guo Long, Guo Hu, and Guo Xingxing, 3 foundation establishment cultivators, were smiling at Yang Fu. If this land hadn't been allocated to the Yang family, they would have thought the hospitable Guo family members had invited them to their home. Faced with 3 foundation establishment cultivators, the others became slightly nervous, especially Lu Ren, who was already looking around, wondering where he should hide if a fight broke out. Yang Fu smiled slightly. I think that's unnecessary. Today, I'm holding a token issued by the Immortal Clan Pavilion to take over my Yang family's territory. This land already belongs to my Yang family. The 3 seniors should take their belongings and go elsewhere. My Yang family has other matters to attend to today, so please excuse us. Holding the token, Yang Fu activated the family's territory's restrictions. A faint white light shone around Silver Brocade Lake, and a force emanated from it, pushing the 3 cultivators away from the Silver Brocade Lake territory. This token wasn't just for show, it could connect to the restrictive array set up here by the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect, possessing some defensive capabilities, equivalent to a 3rd-grade array. It could easily defend against ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. The 3 members of the Guo family had briefly tested Yang Fu, intending to intimidate him with their power. What if he was intimidated by the 3 brothers' authority and dared not take action? Then they could stay in this treasure land and even harvest spirit fish from Silver Brocade Lake. Even if a few outsiders had some influence within the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect, they wouldn't harm or rob them. What could they do? They hadn't expected Yang Fu to be so abrupt, directly activating the restrictive array and pushing the 3 of them away. They were completely unprepared and pushed away from the Silver Brocade Lake encampment. The next moment, Yang Fu pulled out a stack of array flags and threw them around the Silver Brocade Lake encampment. Crystal Prison Array, a 3rd-grade trapping array. The formation used during the previous siege of the Dawn Age and Xiong families ensured that no one could escape. This formation not only trapped people but also possessed defensive capabilities. If someone were to manipulate it, it would be virtually impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to break through. Combined with the inherent restrictions of the family's residence, it was sufficient to defend against the 3 foundation establishment cultivators of the Guo family. Farewell, 3 seniors. Yang Fu slightly cupped his hands. This swift and decisive action stunned Lu Ren. Senior brother Yang, Guo Long was furious at this junior's blatant disrespect. Young fellow Taoist Yang, I kindly sought to discuss matters with you. Why are you so rude? You're new here, your family told you to keep a low profile. Your arrogance might bring about the destruction of your entire family. Yang Fu coldly snorted, then I need not trouble you. My master and grandmaster have bestowed upon me some life-saving items. A mere foundation establishment cultivator is not worthy to discuss calamities with me. The 4 behind him looked at Yang Fu, surprised by his fierce demeanor. Shen Yao's eyes were practically sparkling. My husband is so handsome, and I feel so safe with him. Leng Li nodded slightly. Feeling that such a person was worthy of being her Taoist partner, Guo Long and the other 2 watched as Yang Fu casually set up a 3rd-grade array, his spiritual power profound, and most importantly, He seemed so confident. Now it was the three of them who felt uncertain. The Guo family had fallen into decline, some had died, others had left, and now only the three brothers remained, having lost even their family's territory due to mismanagement. Could this person really have a powerful backer? Very likely, otherwise he wouldn't have been assigned the Silver Brocade Lake territory. Damn it, this guy is unyielding, a tough nut to crack. Let's retreat for now and investigate his background first. After a moment of whispered communication, Guo Long changed his expression, smiling broadly. I was just joking with fellow Taoist Yang. My Guo family has fallen into ruin because we offended a powerful enemy. There are many conflicts at the border. I was just seeing if fellow Taoist Yang was wary of others. It's also a way of doing one last thing for the Yunnan Spirit Sect's immortal clan before I leave. No matter what, we are all immortal clans under the Yunnan Spirit Sect. We must work together to prevent the invasion of immortal clans from other sects. We are of one mind. I see that fellow Taoist Yang is quite capable, so I am relieved. I hope we can meet again someday. Farewell. Guo Long and the other two left directly, and Yang Fu didn't say anything. Shen Yago pointed at them and said, "Hey. Did they have some unfinished business? They just left it like that." Tian Mumu, who hadn't spoken much for a while, said, "I guess that's just their excuse. If senior brother Yang is soft-hearted or even a little afraid and agrees, then these three will stay here and not leave, encroaching on our Yang family's spiritual fields and spiritual lake. Yes, these kinds of people must be dealt with forcefully, otherwise they'll stick to us like glue. My husband is right, if it's war, then let's fight." Leng Li's eyes blazed like fire, and she exuded the aura of a half-step Foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Ren, who was preparing to run away at any moment, scratched his head. Senior brother Yang is indeed well-founded. I was really afraid a fight would break out just now. My legs were trembling. He was just an ordinary cultivator in the mid-stage of key refining, and the aftershocks had instantly killed him. It's alright, they're just petty scoundrels. Junior brother Lu, don't worry about them. If they come again, my elders will deal with them. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren respected them even more. So it turns out they'd been playing dumb all along, actually having powerful figures protecting them within the sect. He'd previously assumed they were like those immortals from the lower realms who started from scratch. They must be elders who rose through the ranks of the immortal path, already wielding considerable influence within the sect. Just like the Shangwen immortal clan, they came from the Phoenix Dance dynasty below, and in recent years had become a leading force among the cloud-hidden spirit sect's immortal clans. If someone from a lower-ranking family rose up, they would naturally receive preferential treatment. Even more than Yang Fu. But this time, the Phoenix Dance dynasty hadn't produced any outstanding genius cultivators, so they naturally couldn't compete with Yang Fu and his group. Although Yang Fu appeared calm and collected in front of everyone, he had already mentally identified a potential problem for his family. The three Guo family cultivators are no pushovers, they're adaptable and shameless. They definitely won't give up easily in the future. I'll find a way to intimidate them all at once, or... A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Before he left, Yang Shi had told him that a head of a family must be decisive and ruthless, nipping crises in the bud and always preparing for the worst. Although he appeared incredibly calm, as if he had endless backup plans, he actually lacked the ability to deal with the three cultivators from the Guo family. If he had to name a backer, only Murin Ziyan could be considered one. After today's arrangements are made, I will return to the sect tomorrow to become an inner disciple. Yang Fu felt that time was of the essence. He needed to find a backer first to avoid being targeted by such treacherous individuals. Once he officially became an inner disciple, even the immortal clans under the Yunnan Spirit Sect would have to give him some face. The group landed beside Silver Brocade Lake, where there was an existing, fully functional residence, eliminating the need for reconstruction. Hey, the Guo family used to be quite a prominent family among the immortals. This training room, spirit kitchen, and spirit herb garden are all complete. Senior brother Yang has saved a lot of spirit stones. The Guo family is quite useful. This settlement is vast, encompassing not only Silver Brocade Lake but also a large plain rich in spiritual energy, roughly the size of Danai City. It far surpasses their manors in the Liang dynasty and Danai dynasty. Yang Genshuo had been observing the situation. The incident involving the three members of the Guo family had left him somewhat displeased, but the vast manor before him was still exceptionally impressive. From his perspective, Information about each plot of land was displayed before him. The place with the highest spiritual energy is Silver Brocade Lake, with a spiritual energy concentration of 40 points. No wonder it can grow nourishing spirit fish. Irrigating the spirit fields with this water will surely yield a bountiful harvest. If wine is brewed with this lake's water, the quality will definitely soar. The spirit fields are flat, with 100 acres of cultivated spirit plant fields and another 100 acres of spirit herb fields, all with a spiritual energy concentration of 30. Excellent, excellent. No wonder those three were so reluctant to leave. The annual output is not a small amount. Furthermore, these are already cultivated. If we expand the family territory in all directions, we can add even more spirit fields. There's actually room for development. This start is much better than expected, but there's a problem. How did such good land end up in Yang Fu's hands? Family members know their own affairs. The Yang family only knows one person in the cloud-hidden spirit sect, Murenzian, and has no other backers. Could it be that Murenzian pulled some strings? Yang Fu will go and ask tomorrow to find out. Chapter 186 AI Alchemy? Although Lulu Ren was just a menial disciple, he knew far more about the Lingmiao continent than the Yang family, especially about the immortal races under the Yunnan spirit sect, which was currently very useful to the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Fu didn't hesitate to spend spirit stones, directly hiring him this year to manage and operate the family's territory, responsible for cultivating the 200 mu of spirit fields and raising the spirit fish in Silver Brocade Lake to ensure a bountiful harvest. He was paid 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. This amount was definitely high for a key refining stage cultivator, and Lu Ren accepted it with a smile. Ancestor, from what I understand, although the prices in the Yunnan spirit sect are twice as high as in the Liang dynasty, isn't 1,000 spirit stones a year too wasteful? Based on my previous conversations, 800 spirit stones should be enough. Upon arriving, Yang Fu immediately set up the Yang family ancestral hall, forbidding others from entering, to facilitate his ancestral worship and conversations with the ancestor. A premium can buy you extra loyalty. People like Lu Ren are honest. If you appreciate him and give him enough spirit stones, he'll be willing to risk his life for you, giving it his all. A scholar will die for one who understands him, understand? This amount of spirit stones isn't much to the Yang family. I see Yang Fu has learned something. I also learned this principle from a book. What kind of divine book is it? May I read it? Becoming the richest man through games. The knowledge is beyond my comprehension. You won't understand. Oh, ancestor, your learning is profound. Please guide me. Yang Fu didn't understand the title, but he felt it was impressive. After explaining some things, Yang Fu handed over the family's enchantment to Shen Yao and the third-grade crystal cage array to Lang Li. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and the array could absorb spiritual energy to replenish its power. Under the two's manipulation of the array, even the three members of the Guo family couldn't break through. Lu Ren explained that the family's base could release a Celestial Clan signal when encountering enemies, which could be seen in the Celestial Clan pavilion of the cloud-hidden spirit sect. Someone would then notify Yang Fu. This would prevent any unforeseen events from happening at home without his knowledge. However, Yang Genshuo still felt uneasy. I get anxious when I can't see things. It's best to leave offspring as soon as possible, even a 1-year-old baby, who can serve as my eyes and ears. So, tonight, Yang Fu's 2 nights of passion were worth 2,000 gold pieces. Shen Yao and Lang Li, in their first experience, were somewhat disheveled after their encounter, but fortunately, being cultivators with excellent constitutions, they recovered completely the next day. In the early morning, Shen Yao pulled Yang Fu, who was about to leave, back into her room and kissed him on the lips. I want to do it one more time than her. Another round of intense passion began that morning, and whether it was due to competition or something else, Shen Yao was more knowledgeable about intimate matters than Lang Li, making Yang Fu feel as if he were floating in the clouds, carrying the person beneath him straight to the heavens. This experience was indescribable to outsiders. Watching Yang Fu fly back to the cloud-hidden spirit sect on his plump egret, Yang Genshuo restarted the acceleration. I wonder which pavilion Yang Fu will be able to join. The cloud-hidden spirit sect has many pavilions. To choose one that suits him, he'll have to consult Murenzian. That Yang Fushuo kid is certainly efficient. The perspective shifts back to Yang Fushuo. After arriving a few days ago, he immediately abandoned Bian Mumu and went to the Pill Pavilion, where Vice Pavilion Master Du Yuan was waiting for him. Vice Pavilion Master Du was strikingly beautiful and didn't look very old. Yang Fushuo thought she was his age, which wasn't surprising. However, since returning this time, Yang Fushuo had become much more obedient. He'd be following her in the future, so he should be less carefree. Yang Fushuo decided that for the sake of his future position in the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect, he needed to be as reliable as possible. At least he needed to seriously learn alchemy. He had managed to refine a third-grade pill using a shortcut, but in reality, he didn't have the true ability to refine third-grade pills. There was still much to learn. And the pill pavilion was the best place for him to learn. These past few days, he has been working with Du Yuan on refining new pills. Du Yuan seems to have a particular fondness for researching new pills. Hey? Senior sister, have you seen Vice Pavilion Master Du? Didn't she say she was going to refine new pills? Why didn't she come today? By the way, what's your name? When did you join the pill pavilion? Yang Fushuo pulled a pretty female cultivator who came to work to talk to him. The female cultivator glanced at him indifferently. Didn't Vice Pavilion Master Du tell you to try refining pills according to the formula she wrote today? Why haven't you started yet? Hey. I knew the formula she wrote was wrong the moment I looked at it. That's not how you refine pills, senior sister. Let me show you the real art of pill refining. The pretty female cultivator's expression changed slightly. Wait a minute. Don't rush, you say the formula is wrong? New pill formulas are meant to be experimental. How can you know if it will work if you don't experiment? I feel something's wrong. If the 5 elements aren't balanced, the furnace will definitely explode, so you're not refining pills today. But I'll rely on my own intuition. She's just a Vice Pavilion Master, what does she know about pill refining? She has to watch me, Yang Fushuo said with a grin. By the way, senior sister, you were also called here to refine pills, right? No, I'm just experimenting with a concealment and disguise pill I just refined. A glint flashed across the pretty female cultivator's face, revealing Du Yuan's appearance. Yang Fushuo, No, that's not fun, master. You can't do this. You didn't even tell me you were testing the pills. Look at you. Yang Fushuo quickly grabbed a bunch of herbs and slipped into the alchemy room. Come back. Du Yuan gently pulled him back like a chick caught by an invisible hand. Come on, continue talking about this pill formula. How would you refine a new pill? Oh, I'd put the herbs around and then stuff them in by feel. That's how you blew up our back mountain last time. Some loss is normal, that's how new pills are made. Du Yuan shook her head helplessly. If you can't summarize a theory, how can you master the method of creating new pills by just relying on luck? Wow, a theorist after all. Yang Genshuo chuckled. This female master of Yang Fushuo's was quite insightful, actually trying to summarize a theory of creating new pills. This idea is quite advanced, even in modern times. He'd be a great chemist. Yang Fushuo is a natural-born alchemist, but success or failure depends entirely on intuition. There's really no way to summarize any effective experience unless you summarize all his successful alchemy experiences, find commonalities, upgrade them into theoretical guidance, and then verify and refine them. But that's too troublesome. Yang Genshuo shook his head, feeling that what Du Yuan wanted to do was unlikely to be achieved. Master, with your strength, even creating a powerful second-grade pill wouldn't be of much use, right? Why are you so fixated on this? Du Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Find me the ingredients for a third-grade spiritual herb. It's alright, master, don't worry. I know someone with profound knowledge and deep understanding. Perhaps he can help us solve this theoretical problem. Who? Here Yang Genshuo looked at Yang Fushuo's request and fell into deep thought. Are you really using the ancestor as a tool? Have I become the old man in your ring? Yang Genshuo suspected that Yang Fushuo was using himself as a cheat code from some protagonist's story. He copied Yang Fushuo's story into ChatGPT and asked who this person was. ChatGPT, Zio Yen, 6. However, Yang Genshuo suddenly thought of a way to extract the theory. It is said that as long as an AI is given enough data, it can understand a certain concept, even though humans don't know how it understands it, it just understands it. Is it possible to use AI to derive a theory to guide alchemy? I posted the wrong chapter title yesterday, so I posted today's instead. It doesn't affect the content. Chapter 187 How Our Elixir Refined? Alchemy, as a high-level skill among the various arts of cultivation, usually requires cultivators to have reached the foundation establishment stage and possess Tadao Foundation True Fire before it can be practiced. However, during the key refining stage, Refining a wisp of innate spiritual fire can substitute for a Dao Foundation true fire, allowing one to learn alchemy earlier. But the upper limit a key refining cultivator can reach is generally only a second-grade alchemist. This is because ordinary innate spiritual fire is almost impossible to refine a third-grade spiritual herb with 200 years of medicinal power. Although Yang Fushuo's heavenly grade spiritual fire is very strong, refining a third-grade spiritual herb is extremely difficult and uncontrollable, with a 100% chance of the furnace exploding. However, Yang Fushuo is only at the 4th level of key refining this year, and his strength has not yet reached the peak of the key refining stage, so there is still a lot of room for development in the future. Among the pills he has refined so far, apart from those learned from his sect, he has created 4 pills himself. First grade, Flying Pill, and Gathering Fire Pill, unique. Second grade, I Cracked Pill, and I Folded Back Together Pill, each has its own characteristics. Moreover, he upgraded these 4 pills through his own methods, making them the second grade, Flying Pill, and Fire Gathering Pill, unique, and the third grade, I Cracked Pill, and I Reunited Pill, with extremely outstanding medicinal effects. Yang Fushuo's main method for creating these 4 pills can be summarized in 4 words: haphazard refining. He had refined some other pills before, but most of the time was spent on exploding pills. Even when Yang Fushuo was in the pill fire sect, Li Zuoyang was hesitant to let him try refining new pills. The medicine garden peak really couldn't handle it. However, besides these 4 pills he refined himself, Yang Fushuo actually mastered the refining methods of all the first and second grade pills in the pill fire sect, and he also firmly memorized the formulas for several third grade pills. Is it possible to deduce how a successful pill is formed through this data? Yang Genshuo thought for a moment and decided to observe Yang Fushuo's pill refining process carefully. Go and refine a batch of your cracked pills first, master. Please give me 5 kinds of medicinal herbs. Yang Fushuo reached out. Duan didn't know what Yang Fushuo was planning, but seeing the boy's mysterious and seemingly divinely inspired demeanor, she thought, what kind of spiritual herbs? I only have second-grade herbs that I can use at any time. Third-grade herbs need to be registered with a pavilion. Second grade is enough. I want primordial spirit grass, yin-yang lotus, fire phoenix feather, fire spirit mushroom, and 5 elements lingmu. This is your new prescription. Duan was erudite, possessing alchemy knowledge from all 12 dynasties. She had never seen this combination before. That's right, it's a pill I created myself. The I've split pill. Duan's eyes lit up. She had recruited Yang Fushuo into the pill pavilion because she had witnessed his exceptional alchemy talent during the Immortal Path competition, with his self-created pill that could create clones being the most outstanding. Anyone who could create such a pill was definitely a genius. Now, Yang Fushuo was refining this pill in front of her for the first time. Yang Fushuo wasn't worried about his master peaking, because only he could refine this pill using liquefied natural gas. He had tried using the fire vein fire, but couldn't make it into a pill. Even if someone else learned it, they couldn't replicate it. Besides, if only he cracked the pill, without him putting it back together, it would be incomplete and would become a burden. Duan's ring flashed, and 5 medicinal herbs appeared before Yang Fushuo. Yang Fushuo glanced at her ring enviously. It always seemed to spew out the various medicinal herbs they needed, and he wondered how much it contained. It never seemed to run out. Whoosh! A ball of dark blue flame emerged from Yang Fushuo's hand, and he first put the 5 elements lingwood inside. 5 elements lingwood, second grade spiritual herb, growth year 50, attributes, metal 10, wood 10, water 10, fire 10, earth 10, a type of wood containing evenly distributed 5 element spiritual power, with mild and stable medicinal properties, often used as a base material for refining pills. Yang Fushuo could clearly see the information about this herb. This is a 50-year-old spiritual herb with 5 elemental attributes. As the 5 elemental wood was refined in the flames, spiritual energy continuously poured into it, forcibly increasing its age to 75. This is the growth effect brought about by the heavenly level spiritual fire. The medicinal liquid gradually stabilized it, and Yang Fushuo didn't expend much effort refining it. Next was the second herb, also 50 years old, fire phoenix feather, a herb that resembles a feather in shape. Attributes, fire 40, wood 10, a herb with a strong fire element. Next was the fire spirit mushroom, a herb with 3 elements, fire, earth, and wood. After adding 2 fire elemental herbs in succession, the core temperature of the medicinal liquid rose sharply, and it began to churn inside. The spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely strong. Alchemists who frequently experienced furnace explosions knew that this was the time to run. Even Du Yuan held a ball of spiritual light in her hand, ready to stop the explosion at any moment. At least, she couldn't let the sound get out. Otherwise, if the pills kept exploding, what would others think of the pill pavilion? But Yang Shi, skilled and daring, remained calm and even excited. This was his forte. Taking a risk. Yin-Yang Lotus, come, attributes, water 25, fire 25. Upon entering, this peculiar herb instantly stabilized the medicinal liquid, gradually becoming semi-solid, clearly close to forming a pill. Finally, pour the soul herb juice over it with his other hand. He channeled spiritual fire to refine the primordial spirit grass into a medicinal liquid, pouring it over the previously semi-solid substance. Whoosh, white mist rose, and the fragrance of herbs wafted out. The pill was complete. Yang Shi slightly raised one hand, and 5 golden pills flew through the air. It's done. Du Yuan clapped her hands after seeing it. I wasn't mistaken? Watching Yang Shi's extreme pill refining up close confirmed Du Yuan's suspicion that her disciple's spiritual fire was definitely the same as her brother's. Everyone knows that Yang Fu, the #1 prodigy, possesses a heaven-level spiritual fire, liquefied natural gas. Who would have thought his younger brother, Yang Shi, would possess the same spiritual fire? Moreover, this fire is extremely helpful in alchemy. A single spiritual fire might be due to luck, but both brothers possess heaven-level spiritual fire. It seems that what Pavilion Master Wang of the Immortal Clan Pavilion said is true. The Yang family has a remarkable background. Yang Shi chuckled, of course. Master, don't worry, I definitely won't disgrace our pill pavilion. Let me see your pill. Yes, Yang Shi was explaining my cracked pill, to Du Yuan, while Yang Genshuo was studying the alchemy process he had just witnessed. This was the first time he had seriously observed Yang Shi's alchemy process from every detail. From the perspective of alchemy, there are 3 main factors that determine whether a pill will be successfully formed: the type of spiritual herb, the order of refining, and the spiritual fire used for alchemy. Finally, there's the issue of skill level, which can be developed through practice. Yang Shi is very talented in this area, so we won't consider that. Each spiritual herb has its own unique 5-element attributes and effects. To form a pill, you must choose the right spiritual herbs. If they are not properly blended, at best it will turn into ashes, and at worst it will cause the furnace to explode. If it's the same person refining the pill, the spiritual fire used for alchemy can be fixed, so it doesn't have a big impact. The most important thing is the 5-element attributes of the spiritual herbs and the order of refining. If you can grasp the patterns, you can deduce the possible pattern for forming a pill. AI might be able to understand this phenomenon through more data. I'll give it a try. Yang Genshuo opened ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, and began to input his questions. Q. Do you understand alchemy in the cultivation world? A. In the concept of the cultivation world, alchemy is a technique that uses the fusion of spiritual materials from heaven and earth, along with the use of flames and the alchemist's spiritual power and mental focus, to refine pills with various magical effects. Alchemy occupies an extremely important position in cultivation culture. The explanations were all boring, similar to Baidu, utterly useless. Just as Yang Genshuo predicted. However, he had a unique way of using it. Q. From now on, our conversation must be coherent. I won't stop until I tell you to. A. Understood. We will continue to explore the relevant topics of alchemy in the cultivation world. Q. If we are currently in the cultivation world, my following conversation will be based on this. A. Very good. Now that we are in this fantastical cultivation world, let's further explore this wondrous realm. In this world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, and everything is possible. Cultivators roam among towering mountains and secluded forests, pursuing the endless path to immortality. Hey, this AI is quite into character. Q. Now we're going to start studying alchemy from scratch. I'll set the rules, and you can analyze them. A. Of course, I'd be happy to cooperate with your settings and analysis. Please tell me the rules or conditions you envision, such as the theoretical foundation of alchemy, available resources, special limitations, or goals you aim to achieve. I will analyze how to embark on my alchemy research journey based on these conditions. Whether it's pursuing the ultimate quality of pills or finding innovative alchemy methods in a specific environment, each rule will have a unique impact on the learning path. Please begin setting them. Alright, let's get down to business. Chapter 188: AI's derivation of the elixir formula. Next, Yang Genshuo wrote down a long passage about the alchemy process and conditions he knew so far, then cut out unnecessary descriptions, inputting only the most concise and efficient language. This time, the text was quite long, and the AI took a while to analyze it before arriving at a result. Answer: based on your settings, I have a preliminary understanding of alchemy. In the process of studying alchemy from scratch, we should first extensively collect and memorize knowledge about various spiritual herbs with the 5 elements. If we have successful pill formulas as a reference, we might be able to accelerate this process. A slight smile appeared on Yang Genshuo's lips. This AI had been guided step by step and was now actively asking for pill formulas. Now that the AI had accepted the alchemy settings of the cultivation world, it was time to accumulate data. Next, I will give you some proven successful pill formulas and the spiritual herbs I possess. You need to memorize these formulas and herbs, and deduce potentially successful new pill formulas based on them. Deriving new pill formulas based on existing ones is a creative and logical process. I will try my best to deduce theoretically feasible new pill formulas for you based on this information, combined with the principles of the 5 elements: mutual generation and restraint, the properties of medicinal herbs, and the basic theories of alchemy. For example, if you provide a pill formula that enhances physical strength, I can try to deduce a composite pill formula that can both enhance physical strength and accelerate spiritual energy recovery, or design a derivative pill formula that focuses on improving cultivation efficiency based on the principle of mutual generation. Please share the specific details of the pill formulas, and we can begin this interesting exploration. The AI had been trained to be what Yang Genshuo wanted. Yang Genshuo didn't need to type this out by hand. He could simply copy it from the Cultivation Family Simulator game. He could easily find the pill formulas and spiritual herbs possessed by the Yang family, directly copying the text information, several pages full, and sending them to the AI. The formulas for the low-level, marrow cleansing pill, and fire tempering pill, were common knowledge, and the Yang family was naturally familiar with them as well. Yang Shi had also learned most of the pill formulas from the Genshuo sect and input them into the AI. This included the Burning Spirit True Fire Pill, and Blazing Sun Ice Breaking Pill, which had shone brightly in the Immortal Path competition, and the Fiery Eyes Golden Insight Pill, which he hadn't used much, mainly because of his ancestors' Fiery Eyes Golden Insight. He also inputted his own successful pill formulas and numerous spiritual herbs he had seen, all into the AI. This time, the AI's analysis took an exceptionally long time. Luckily I had a membership, otherwise it might have crashed from analyzing it. However, an AI is still an AI. Its ability to understand text far surpasses that of humans. Even a cultivator's divine sense cannot match the peak computing power of an AI, and it absorbed everything in no time. I have mastered the pill formula you described and recorded all the herbal information. Do you need me to derive a new pill formula? Okay. Derive 3 new pills that you think are most likely to be successfully refined. This time, the AI was much faster and quickly wrote out 3 pill formulas. Based on the 2nd grade pill, clone pill formula you provided, we can try to derive a new formula. Considering that the clone pill aims to create a spiritual body, the new formula could focus on strengthening the clone's abilities or increasing its functionality, such as enhancing its combat power, improving its endurance, or granting it a special ability. To prevent the AI from misinterpreting, Yang Genshuo renamed Yang Shi's I split pill to clone pill and entered it. New formula proposal, 3rd grade pill, enhanced clone pill 5 elements spirit jade, attributes, metal 30, wood 30, water 30, fire 30, earth 30, a purer and more balanced material of the 5 elements than 5 elements wood, used to build a more solid and balanced foundation for the clone's physique. Flame dragon grass, attributes, fire 80, earth 10, contains powerful fire element energy, which not only enhances the clone's fire attribute attack power, but also makes it more stable with the earth element. Water moon coral, attributes, water 60, metal 10, wood 10, a rare treasure from the deep sea, rich in water element, which helps accelerate the clone's recovery speed. The metal and wood attributes balance the clone's defense and growth capabilities. Nascent soul grass, attributes, wood 70, Earth 10, a more advanced herb than nascent soul grass, greatly enhancing the clone's spiritual power capacity. The earth attribute ensures the clone's stability. Starflower, attributes, metal 40, fire 40, a special spiritual herb that grows in star sand, containing the power of yin and yang harmony. It not only increases the clone's spiritual power strength, but also allows the clone to gain additional combat power at night or under specific conditions. During the refining process, a 5-element spiritual jade elixir is used as a base to establish a stable foundation before adding flame dragon grass. After consuming this pill, the resulting spiritual body may not only possess stronger basic attributes but also exhibit special ability bonuses at night or in specific environments, such as increased attack power, defense, or recovery speed, making the clone a powerful ally in battle. A 3rd-grade pill formula right off the bat. Interesting, the medicinal herbs used are all 3rd-grade spiritual herbs recorded in the Yang family's records, and the combination actually looks quite decent. But this formula can't be used yet. The herbs are too precious. Even Vice Pavilion Master Du is reluctant to use 3rd-grade spiritual herbs in his experiments. If this batch is ruined, it'll be a loss of tens of thousands of spirit stones. Let's not gamble with that. Next, the AI derived 2 more formulas. New formula proposal, 2nd-grade pill, enlightenment and spiritual connection pill. New formula proposal, 1st-grade pill, foundation strengthening and vitality cultivation pill. Both have the selection of spiritual herbs and the order of refining, looking extremely serious. Enlightenment and spiritual connection pill, looks good, but there seem to be many 2nd-grade pills that temporarily increase enlightenment. Even if it's refined, it's not very interesting. This foundation strengthening and vitality cultivation pill is quite interesting. Currently, most key refining stage cultivators use a pill called vitality cultivation pill daily, which is the most produced type of 1st-grade pill, and its price is stable. After all, every family has key refining stage cultivators. As long as the cultivation world doesn't collapse, there will always be new key refining stage cultivators who need to use these pills to enhance their cultivation speed. The cultivation speed difference between taking pills and not taking pills can be as much as half. The key cultivation pill isn't complicated to refine. It only uses 3 kinds of herbs: Rehmannia glutinosi root, golden thread grass, and green lotus seeds. These are all widely cultivated herbs, economical and practical, and can be harvested and used after 10 years. All the major dynasties have this stuff, and everyone's prescription is the same, passed down for thousands of years. But the AI actually deduced a strengthening the foundation and nourishing the origin pill, with 2 more words and 2 more 1st-grade herbs, hempseed and thousand-leaf Ganoderma lucidum. A 1st-grade pill, actually using 5 kinds of herbs. Is this even possible? This is simply not the level that a 1st-grade alchemist can master. Being able to manipulate and refine 5 kinds of spiritual herbs requires at least the level of a 2nd-grade alchemist. Yang Genshuo felt that the AI's reasoning was somewhat contrary to common sense. But there's no harm in trying. 1st-grade herbs are as cheap as cabbage. Even the Yang family wouldn't hesitate to use them, let alone the pill pavilion. There are still many spiritual herbs growing in the Yang family's ancestral estate. While Du Yuan was researching, Yang Genshuo gave the pill formula to Yang Fushuo. Try this 1st-grade pill formula and see if you can successfully refine it. Strengthening foundation and nourishing essence pill? A 1st-grade formula. Yang Fushuo scratched his head, wondering why his ancestor wanted him to refine a 1st-grade pill, but he still memorized it. Master, I want some herbs. Snap! A beam of light shot from Du Yuan's hand, and the inner disciple token on his waist flashed, displaying an additional mark. I'm granting you authority. You can take 500 2nd-grade spiritual herbs every month, and take as many 1st-grade spiritual herbs as you like. Du Yuan was researching the I've cracked the pill, which had opened up a whole new world for her. She had no time to care about Yang Fushuo. Yay, having a powerful backer is truly exhilarating. Yang Fushuo manipulated the token with his spiritual sense for a moment, and a young Taoist boy emerged from the pill pavilion, respectfully presenting 5 kinds of spiritual herbs. Then I'll begin refining. Brothers, I haven't been in good shape these past 2 days. It takes me a long time to get into the zone when I'm writing at night. I feel it's because I have too many miscellaneous tasks at work during the day. Starting tomorrow, I'll adjust my mindset and resume updating 7,000 words daily. Chapter 189, 5 Elements Nourishing Essence Pill, is ready. The pill pavilion of the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect is located on the back mountain, covering a vast area. It is divided into planting areas, earth fire pill refining areas, and pavilion areas. The planting area is the largest, stretching endlessly, which Yang Fu estimated to exceed 1 million acres, far larger than the combined area of the True Fire sect and the Pill Fire sect. Yang Genshuo speculated that it was roughly the size of a large county town. All of it was planted with the various spiritual herbs. Many outer sect disciples managed the spiritual fields here, creating a magnificent sight. The Pill Pavilion disciples lived and studied in a towering pavilion, which also stored the Pill Pavilion's millennia-old resources. Yang Fushuo, through the token granted by Du Yuan, could access some of these spiritual herbs. This inner sect disciple token, after being refined, had countless uses. As long as one was within the sect, one could send messages to others and use points to purchase items within the sect, which would then be delivered shortly. Now that Yang Fushuo had Du Yuan's authorization, he could freely take any first-grade spiritual herb from the Pill Pavilion. As long as he placed an order through the token, someone would deliver it to him. As expected of a superior sect, so convenient, Yang Fushuo and Du Yuan usually worked in the outer earth fire alchemy area. Because of Du Yuan's influence, only the two of them used the alchemy furnaces in this area. However, Yang Fushuo mostly preferred to refine pills by hand. The new pill formula given by the ancestor required 5 medicinal herbs, and to prevent failure, Yang Fushuo directly asked for 10 portions. He could try 10 times in one go. After all, it was a new pill formula, and failure was normal. He could just refine it a couple more times. However, I can easily refine a first-grade pill. Yang Fushuo was very confident. Du Yuan had gone off somewhere to test pills, so Yang Fushuo was finally able to have some peace and quiet and focus entirely on refining pills. According to this new pill formula, the first step is the same as the traditional key-nourishing pill. First add the Romania root, and after it is completely refined, add the hemp seed. A first-grade pill required 5 medicinal herbs, and this was the first time Yang Fushuo had seen such a pill formula. Our ancestors must have had their reasons. Once this final step is complete, it will be destroyed. Fire release, boom. At the very end, a loud explosion rang out, and it exploded. Yang Fushuo walked back from a distance, looking at the black powder scattered on the ground, and scratched his head. This shouldn't be. Could I have made a mistake? Unconvinced, he took out another batch of medicinal herbs and carefully began refining. This first-grade pill didn't take long to refine, and as liquefied natural gas could accelerate the growth and melting of the herbs, the pill could be produced in 2 hours. Boom. It exploded again. Hey. I don't believe it. Yang Fushuo couldn't complete the pill at the last moment. The medicinal properties of the 5 spiritual herbs couldn't be fused together, and it collapsed. Yang Fushuo, have never seen a first-grade pill that I couldn't refine, something he could learn in a flash. Now he couldn't refine it because of 2 more herbs? My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. 20 hours later, accompanied by a final explosion. Yang Fushuo stood there blankly, too lazy to even use fire release, his body charred black by the medicinal residue. Another failure. 10 consecutive failed attempts at alchemy made Yang Fushuo begin to doubt himself. Where exactly is the problem? He sat cross-legged on the spot, cultivating to recover his spiritual energy while carefully pondering the issue. He couldn't believe his alchemy technique was wrong. He had strictly followed the prescription, and his control over the heat was meticulous, ensuring the medicinal properties of the herbs weren't damaged. Could the prescription be wrong? That was the only thing he could think of. But how could the ancestor's prescription be wrong? Seeing Yang Fushuo's self-deception, Yang Genshuo chuckled. Yang Fushuo had been refining pills tirelessly for 2 days, but for him, only 8 minutes had passed. With a scrolling message, Yang Fushuo's alchemy failure, flashing intermittently. It seems the pill formula provided by the AI isn't very good, but it's within expectations. If the AI could master alchemy so quickly, it would be invincible. Mistakes are allowed. Just try a few more times. Manifestation. Zio Shuo, what do you deduce is the reason for these 10 failed attempts at pill refining? Sensing the appearance of his ancestor, Yang Fushuo was overjoyed. Ancestor, I always felt that the medicinal properties of the last 5 spiritual herbs didn't mesh well. There seemed to be some conflict, causing the pill to fail to form. Yang Fushuo was straightforward and never beat around the bush. Okay, I understand. Please wait a moment. After understanding the reason, Yang Genshuo continued his conversation with the AI. I tried the strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vitality pill formula you derived, and failed 10 times. The reason was that the medicinal properties were incompatible and the pill could not be formed. Could you improve the formula and give me 3 more formulas that might be successful? I'm very sorry to hear that you encountered difficulties in trying to refine the strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vitality pill. Alchemy is a delicate and complex art that requires constant adjustment and experimentation. Based on the previous formula issues, I will reconsider the proportions and attribute compatibility of the medicinal materials and provide you with 3 improved formula options, hoping to help you succeed in refining it. Improved Formula 1, Rehmannia glutinosi root, golden thread grass, green lotus seed, hemp seed, mica leaf improvement idea. The attribute ratios of the medicinal materials were adjusted, increasing the proportion of water and wood elements to promote the flow of spiritual energy and vitality, while maintaining the stable effect of earth and fire elements to avoid medicinal property conflicts, making the medicinal materials mutually reinforcing and easy to integrate. Improved Formula 2, Rehmannia glutinosi root, golden thread grass, green lotus seed, red flame fruit, mica leaf. Improved Formula 3, 5 elements herbs, earth firestone, water magnolia, bright gold fruit, thick earth root. Improved Formula, 5 elements herbs are introduced as a foundation to balance the attributes and ensure harmony among the herbs. The AI provided a long list of answers, which made Yang Genshuo laugh. They even have improved formulas, and they're all very logical and well-reasoned. After carefully reviewing them, Yang Genshuo roughly understood the AI's thinking. The first and second pill formulas are both modifications of previous formulas, replacing the 2 herbs added at the end of the original pill recipe. The third pill formula is a completely new one? Goodness, you're even creating originals now, huh? Interesting, but why does the AI insist on using a combination of 5 spiritual herbs? Most first-grade pills are made from 3 spiritual herbs. What's the reason behind its 5 herbs? We shouldn't ask the AI about this for now, lest it influence its thinking. If it thinks only 3 spiritual herbs can be used to make a first-grade pill, it'll be too restrictive. Let's try it first. Yang Genshuo gave all 3 pill formulas to Yang Fushuo. After reading the first and second formulas, Yang Fushuo nodded slightly. If it were me, I might make similar adjustments, replacing them with milder spiritual herbs to maintain stability. But upon seeing the third formula, Yang Fushuo was stunned. What is this? 5 elements grass, earth firestone, water magnolia, bright gold fruit, thick earth root, based on the 5 elements, supplemented with herbs of 4 attributes, but missing a wood attribute herb. This definitely won't work. Adding 1,000 leaflings of the wood attribute would barely balance the 5 elements. Strange, but since the ancestor had said so, he would refine it. Anyway, they were all first-grade spiritual herbs, so there was no need to spend money. For him, refining pills was cultivation. During the pill refining process, his spiritual power was also rising rapidly. At this moment, his spiritual power was exhausted, so he sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to recover his spiritual power. Blessing, Gathering Spirit, 7 Yang Genshuo directly gave Yang Fushuo a 7-day Gathering Spirit gift pack, allowing him to absorb spiritual power faster. Recover quickly and continue refining pills. We're waiting to see. Yang Fushuo felt the ancestor's care and was moved. The ancestor really cares more about me. I must refine pills well and live up to the ancestor's expectations. 3 hours later, Yang Fushuo opened his eyes, full of energy, and had recovered to his peak condition. 30 portions of spiritual herbs were already laid out before him. Haha, so this is what inner disciples of the Pill Pavilion are like. So satisfying. Geniuses who fought their way up the immortal path are granted the coveted status of inner disciples, a dream for countless immortal clans on the spiritual continent. Let alone the key refining stage, even some foundation establishment cultivators with average talent struggle to become inner disciples of the cloud-hidden spiritual sect. On the spiritual continent, spiritual energy is abundant, 10 times that of the 12 dynasties below. Even cultivators with 5 spiritual roots, if they cultivate diligently and accumulate wealth, have the chance to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, most foundation establishment cultivators with 5 spiritual roots are generally quite old, exceeding the age limit for inner disciples, and are naturally excluded. Inner disciples indeed enjoy far greater resources. At least they receive face-to-face guidance from Golden Core stage masters and can utilize the resources of their own sect, especially the Pill Pavilion. whose resources are the envy of the entire cloud hidden spiritual sect. Yang Shi was like a rat entering a granary. He would refine as much as he could, as long as he didn't die. Improving the first pill formula, 10 attempts. Failed. Adjusting his breathing. Improving the second pill formula, 10 attempts. Failed. Adjusting his breathing. Improving the third pill formula, 10 attempts. Almost succeeded. Adjusting his breathing, another 10 sets of materials. Yang Shi seemed to sense a possibility. On the 15th attempt at refining the third pill formula, a ball of spiritual liquid slowly solidified, finally transforming into 10 formed pills. Ah! It's done. I succeeded, Yang Shi shouted excitedly. After 44 consecutive failed attempts at pill refining, he finally succeeded on the 45th attempt. The pill formula he least expected had actually been successfully refined. Yang Shi excitedly reached out and caught the 10 black pills. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted over. Even though it was a very ordinary smell, it was incredibly refreshing to Yang Shi's nose, which had been filled with burnt and failed pills for 10 days. There was no better smell in the world than this pill. This smell was called success. Yang Shi sensed the pill in his hand and could perceive a spiritual power far exceeding that of an ordinary nourishment pill, with a 5 elemental force circulating within it. I understand. This pill formula isn't lacking wood in the 5 elements, but rather it already has enough wood. Because these herbs are the essence of plants, and with the 5 elemental herbs as a foundation, it naturally possesses the wood attribute, so this is what creating a new pill formula is all about. Yang Shi had an epiphany, his comprehension of alchemy advancing once again. Ancestor, this pill is made from 5 ingredients and contains the spiritual power of the 5 elements. I'd like to call it the 5 elements nourishing pill, is that alright? Sure, this pill formula was just something my puppet arbitrarily deduced. Hiss. Yang Shi gasped. His ancestor's puppet could casually deduce a new pill formula. It was terrifying. Duan had researched for a year and still couldn't refine a single new pill. Ancestor, what should we call this puppet? Just call it artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. That sounds like a powerful being with strong spiritual awareness. After the pill was named, a new notification popped up. Yang Shi, a descendant of the Yang family, has unparalleled mastery of alchemy, creating a new grade 1 pill, 5 elements nourishing essence pill. The Yang family is even more proficient in all arts of cultivation. Incense offerings plus 200, great. Great. I've even gained some incense offerings, that's really good. These incense offerings are so satisfying. If Yang Shi can keep creating new pills, wouldn't he be racking up incense offerings like crazy? A single grade 1 pill can increase incense offerings by 200, if it were a grade 2 pill. Wouldn't it give at least 400 incense offerings? Alright, since your master wants to find a way to create a new pill, you can play along with him. It'll be a good opportunity to create more pills and boost the Yang family's fortune. Use the sect's spiritual herbs to achieve the Yang family's greatness. By the way, this new pill, its effects are quite good. Perhaps it can become a new economic growth point for the Yang family. Bigu cakes can sell in the Liang dynasty and the Donai dynasty. But the Lingmiao continent is rich in spiritual energy and resources, with many affordable alternatives, making them difficult to sell. It's better to sell pills with a much wider appeal. 5 elements nourishing pill grade, first grade A nourishing pill containing the 5 elements spiritual power. After taking it, key refining stage cultivators can obtain a large amount of pure 5 elements spiritual energy, greatly increasing their cultivation speed. The more spiritual roots a cultivator has, the better the absorption effect. This characteristic, isn't it specifically designed for cultivators with 5 spiritual roots? Damn it, Yang Fu. To test the effects of the pill, Yang Fu looked around but didn't see his familiar junior brother Wang Xing, feeling slightly disappointed. If only I had brought junior brother Wang along, at least someone would be testing the pill for me. What's the use of bringing Bian Mu Mu? She'll only slow down my cultivation. Yang Fu wasn't completely tied up, but he didn't want to face Bian Mu Mu. He always felt that his master, who always tricked him, was more approachable. On the treasure ship, that wicked woman always tried to lean on him, which was truly despicable. They've just become Taoist partners and they're already clinging to each other. What will happen in a few years when she's dragging him to the wooden hut every day? After grumbling to himself for a moment, Yang Fu had no choice but to test the pill himself. After all, it was the ancestral puppet's pill formula, not his own, so there shouldn't be any problems. After taking it, Yang Shi felt pure spiritual energy explode within his body. Then he circulated his cultivation technique to absorb and refine this spiritual energy, and his body rapidly improved under the nourishment of the 5-element spiritual energy. A full hour later, Yang Shi slowly finished his cultivation. The effect is about 40% greater than the key cultivation pill, and my cultivation speed has also increased by 40%. Fantastic! From now on, I'll eat the 5 elements key cultivation pills that I refine myself. By the way, I'll send some to my brother and sister too. Anyway, first-grade spiritual medicine is free, so he plans to get several hundred for each cultivator in his family to keep on hand. After seeing the data from his pill test, Yang Genshuo's eyes were already gleaming with the light of spirit stones. No key refining cultivator doesn't want their cultivation speed to be faster, right? Especially those with mixed spiritual roots. They're the group most anxious about their cultivation speed. This fellow Taoist with 5 spiritual roots, you don't want to fail to reach the foundation establishment stage before your lifespan ends, do you? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Acting Pavilion Master? Have Yang Fu and Yang Shi familiarize themselves with the market rules of the Yunnan Spirit Sect, and see how to sell pills. Observe carefully first, don't rush. Selling a new pill involves many aspects, including pricing, supply, and sales terminals. Since they are unfamiliar with the area, they need to gather enough information before making a judgment. After the initial excitement subsided, Yang Genshuo calmed down and found it somewhat unbelievable. The AI actually succeeded in refining pills. It actually created a new pill formula. A path no one has walked before. 1 out of 4 formulas succeeded. Is it a coincidence or inevitable? There wasn't enough data to support this. A stroke of luck couldn't be ruled out. After all, theoretically, even a chicken could play Mozart if you just scattered some rice on a piano. We still need to deduce more formulas to verify this. Yang Genshuo suppressed his joy and first told the AI the news. Q. Your improved pill formula 3 is successful. You've successfully refined the 5 elements nourishing essence pill. What are its effects? A. I'm very pleased to hear of the successful refinement of the 5 elements nourishing essence pill, and its remarkable effects. This is truly exciting news. It seems the adjusted ingredient ratios and the balance of the 5 elements have indeed played a crucial role. Since the 5 elements nourishing essence pill can provide key refining stage cultivators with a large amount of pure 5 elements spiritual energy, accelerating their cultivation process, especially for cultivators with multiple spiritual roots, we can consider further developing pills targeting specific cultivation stages or needs to meet the diverse cultivation requirements of cultivators. If you have specific goals or cultivation problems you want to solve, such as breaking through bottlenecks, enhancing certain abilities, restoring physical or mental strength, etc., please let me know, and I will be happy to continue assisting you in developing new pill formulas. Congratulations again on your success. May your alchemy skills improve daily, and your cultivation reach new heights. Wow! This AI is actually quite interesting. Q. Now, use your imagination. Based on the herbs we currently know, derive 10 more first-grade pill formulas. Any kind is fine, eh? Of course. Let's spread our wings of imagination and explore more possibilities. Here are 10 first-grade pill formulas with different effects. 1. Spirit Meridian Unblocking Pill. 2. Divine Speed and Body Strengthening Pill. The AI derived 10 more formulas based on the medicinal properties. Yang Genshuo copied them and sent them directly to Yang Shi. Yang Shi, who was preparing to rest, saw the densely packed formulas in the sky and his legs went weak. Ancestor. I want to rest for a while and go see how my brother is doing. I'll refine more tomorrow. Your brother has already joined the Earth Spirit Pavilion. Just go there to find him. Yes, Ancestor. Yang Shi felt liberated and went off to play. Du Yin's experiment, I cracked the pill, has yet to return. While fast-forwarding through Yang Shi's pill refining process, Yang Genshuo occasionally glanced at Yang Shi's side. After some interviews and discussions with the deputy pavilion masters, he was ultimately accepted into the Earth Spirit Pavilion. It's a bit of a pity I couldn't go to the same Spirit Pavilion as senior sister. Inner disciples are divided into 7 pavilions, the 5 pavilions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the Heaven Spirit Pavilion, which specializes in recruiting top geniuses, and the Earth Spirit Pavilion, which recruits extraordinary individuals. For example, Muran Zion, with her lightning spirit root, was originally considered an extraordinary individual among extraordinary individuals, but she also possessed a heaven spirit root, a genius among geniuses. It is said that she was fought over by the 2 pavilion masters for a long time, and in the end, the sect leader intervened and decided that she would enter the Heaven Spirit Pavilion. There was also Li Yao, with his Heaven Spirit root, who failed to win a top 3 position in the Immortal Path competition but had immense potential, and was directly recruited by the Heaven Spirit Pavilion a year ago. Yang Genshuo had originally thought that Yang Fu, being the top-ranked disciple, might get a chance to join the most powerful Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. This way, he'd at least have an acquaintance like Muran Zion, and his fellow disciples were all geniuses, an extremely valuable network for the future. Yang Fu might only reach the foundation establishment stage, but his fellow disciples were all at the golden core stage. In the future, because of these disciples, the Yang family would have some influence in the spirit continent. Unfortunately, they didn't take him. Instead, the Earthly Spirit Pavilion accepted Yang Fu. Yang Fu scratched his head. I feel like I'm pretty ordinary. How could I get into the Earthly Spirit Pavilion? The Earthly Spirit Pavilion was truly bizarre. There wasn't a single proper cultivator, and even a few transformed monsters. They had absolutely no connection to proper magic. Yang Fu considered himself a proper 5 elements cultivator and didn't know how he'd been chosen. The Vice Pavilion Master who selected him was amused. Your key refining advancement has attracted a lightning tribulation. You think that's normal? Remember to let me know before your next advancement, and I'll take everyone to watch. Are you looking for a way to break my lightning tribulation? No, we Spirit Pavilion people just love watching the excitement. Our Spirit Pavilion motto is, what haven't I seen? But this is something no one has ever seen before. Yang Fu felt this Deputy Pavilion Master seemed a bit unserious. However, his own lightning tribulation was indeed quite strange, so he entered the Spirit Pavilion, the free camp, without a second thought. Of course, besides these 7 main pavilions, there were many skill pavilions, but they generally only taught various arts and crafts for cultivation, serving as supplementary training. Inner disciples of the 7 main spirit pavilions could all learn there, but they rarely accepted formal inner disciples, unless they were exceptionally talented, like Yang Fu. After entering the Earth Spirit Pavilion, Yang Fu went to the Heaven Spirit Pavilion to look for Muran Zion, but unfortunately, he couldn't find her. His senior brother told him that Muran Zion had gone on a mission and didn't know when she would return. Yang Fu had to keep his questions about the family's location to himself for the time being and focus on cultivating at the Earth Spirit Pavilion. However, without a master to guide him, he returned to find the Pavilion Master and Deputy Pavilion Master had taken a group of senior brothers and sisters out, claiming a rare treasure had appeared and they were going to see the spectacle. The Pavilion Master gave him an inner disciple token granting him access. Little Yang, you'll temporarily act as Pavilion Master and guard our Earth Spirit Pavilion well. We'll be right back. Huh? Me? Yes, you. You're still young, they won't do anything to you. Just read the essential books for our Spirit Pavilion more often, and maintain this weak and helpless expression in front of other Spirit Pavilions. Okay. Then Yang Fu saw the Pavilion Master transform into a dragon and fly away with everyone. So, you're all alone in the entire Earth Spirit Pavilion. Yang Fu looked at the empty Earth Spirit Pavilion, completely bewildered that this was the second largest Spirit Pavilion of the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect. One might mistake it for a deserted pavilion. That's right, I'm quite disheartened too. Wow, brother, you've become the acting Pavilion Master right after entering. Your future is limitless. Yang Fu looked around. Are you sure? I feel like my future is ruined after entering the Earth Spirit Pavilion. A group of people actually ran away just to watch the excitement. Is this something a proper cultivator would do? And why does the Pavilion Master feel like that's not an illusion technique? Could it really be a dragon? Yang Fu felt like he had gone astray for the first time on his path of cultivation. I'm clearly a very proper cultivator, how did I end up here? Yang Fu pondered. He even thought the Fire Cloud Pavilion was pretty good. After Shi Hong went there, he learned a new fire-type cultivation technique, a good technique that could be cultivated all the way to the Golden Core stage, greatly improving his strength. For a long time to come, He wouldn't be able to defeat Shi Hong anymore. Did your pavilion master leave you anything? Yes, look, Yang Fu pointed to the books in his hand. Accepting your differences, you are already great. How to package your uniqueness as something others can't beat? Pretending to be a senior, 100 ways to borrow spirit stones, 10 advantages of demon clan Taoist couples, preparation techniques for humans and demons. Yang Fushuo swallowed hard. The beginning was fine, but the latter part contained things a proper spirit pavilion should have? Ahem. Then your authority as acting pavilion master must be quite high, right? For example, in our pill pavilion, my master can freely take first-grade herbs and use large quantities of second-grade herbs. Yang Fushuo's lips twitched slightly. In this past week, 5 of the 7 major spirit pavilions have already sent their deputy pavilion masters to our Earth Spirit Pavilion to collect debts. They say that as the acting pavilion master, I have to help the spirit pavilion earn money to pay off its debts. Try to look on the bright side, at least one spirit pavilion hasn't come yet. The situation isn't that bad. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Earth Spirit Pavilion, pay up. If you don't pay up, I'll dismantle your protective formation. They can't beat you, but we Heaven Spirit Pavilion won't tolerate this. Go outside and fight. Yang Fu shrugged. All done. 6. This time, Yang Fushuo could only use the old man's usual tactic to answer his brother. Yang Fushuo, who had previously felt restricted by Du Yuan's daily supervision of his alchemy, now felt a genuine sense of ease and peace. He patted his brother's shoulder. Cultivate diligently, everything will pass. Pay up. Bang bang bang. The Heaven Spirit Pavilion cultivators outside, demanding payment, pounded on the protective formation, causing the Earth Spirit Pavilion to tremble. Are you sure? A clear despair flickered in Yang Fu's eyes. I roughly understand why the Pavilion Master and the others went out together. Chapter 191 Dragon God Immortal Palace. This, Yang Genshuo hadn't realized that Yang Fu's Earth Spirit Pavilion was so unreliable. He thought Yang Fu was in seclusion. This is too unreliable. Not only do they not teach new disciples, but they also have a mountain of debt. When I come back next time, I'll look through your character cards one by one and see what kind of monsters you are. Judging from this, Xiao Shuo's master, Du Yuan, is incredibly reliable. The Heaven Spirit Pavilion disciples outside were still hammering away at the protective formation, so Yang Fu had no choice but to open the Spirit Pavilion door and go out. Outside stood a burly man, his Earth Spirit power incredibly dense, as if he were one with the Earth, every movement of which could command the power of the Earth. So he's an Earth cultivator, a peak foundation establishment Earth cultivator. No wonder I felt the Earth shaking just now. Yang Genshuo glanced at the debt collector's character card and couldn't help but click his tongue. A Heaven Spirit root cultivator, his talent is terrifying. No wonder he's a disciple of the Genius concentration camp. He's much stronger than the monster concentration camp of the Earth Spirit Pavilion. The Heavenly Spirit root cultivator named Yuan Shou looked at Yang Fu with suspicion. Which monster are you in disguise? Don't pretend you're new and don't know about the Earth Spirit Pavilion's debts. I don't believe you. Yang Fu was about to explain when his path was blocked. He had no idea what his senior brothers, sisters, and the pavilion master had done to avoid the debts. He smiled bitterly. Senior brother, I really am new here. I just joined the pavilion a few days ago. Yang Fu, through the Immortal Path competition, then let your manager come out. They've all gone out. I'm the only one left, so you're the acting pavilion master? Fine, you must pay back the money today. Your Earth Spirit Pavilion owes so many spirit stones, dragging it out year after year. I won't charge you interest, just return the principal. Yang Fu was also a little puzzled. How many spirit stones does our Earth Spirit Pavilion owe? The previous 5 spirit pavilions were more polite in demanding payment, not as aggressive. Seeing Yang Fu's innocent and naive newcomer eyes, they simply told him to relay the information to the pavilion master, without going into details. They owe our Heaven Spirit Pavilion 20,000 spirit stones. Hearing this number, Yang Fu straightened his back slightly, a confident Batman-like smile appearing on his face. If it's only 20,000 spirit stones, it's not a big deal. I'll pay it off for my sect first, to avoid people saying our Earth Spirit Pavilion has a bad reputation. As the acting pavilion master, it pains me to see this. Yang Fu decided to pay it off himself. When the pavilion master and the others returned, he could ask for some benefits that would improve his reputation. It would be worth it. Oh? Okay. Then take out 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and I'll return your pavilion master's IOU to you. Mid-grade spirit stones, yes. What else? 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is that even worth me, Yuan Shou, asking for? Senior brother Yuan, what's the exchange rate between low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Hey? Acting Pavilion Master Yang, what are you packing? Yang Fu bent down to tidy up the bundle he brought. Nothing. I'm going to the Fire Cloud Pavilion, damn it, a debt of 20 million low-grade spirit stones. He'd have to pay it with his life. He had to get out of there. He couldn't stay in the Earth Spirit Pavilion for another day. He had to get to the Fire Cloud Pavilion. If the Fire Cloud Pavilion didn't want him either, getting a job at the Spirit Plant Pavilion was better than carrying a debt of 20 million low-grade spirit stones with a bunch of demons and monsters. These people are real bastards. As soon as the Pavilion Master announced his departure, not a single person wanted to stay. Yang Fu had initially thought everyone was very united, but it turned out they were all fleeing to avoid debts. Whoever stayed would face a debt of 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Oh no. This was only the debt of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. The debts of other spirit pavilions hadn't been detailed, and there might be even more. Acting Pavilion Master Yang, what about this debt? Yuan Shou was still looking at Yang Fu expectantly. This was the only Earth Spirit Pavilion cultivator he had encountered who hadn't pretended to be crazy since he started collecting debts. If he succeeded, he could get a share of the spirit stones. What Pavilion Master? What debt? Abba Yang Fu ran off with his pack on his back. Brother, wait for me. Yang Fushuo also ran out, leaving the Earth Spirit Pavilion empty. Seeing this, Yuan Shou kicked the ground hard and left as well. After a while, the two Yang brothers sat beside the Nine Heavens cloud ladder, looking quite wistful. Not only did the Fire Cloud Pavilion reject him, but upon hearing that the Earth Spirit Pavilion had arrived, they almost locked him up and wouldn't let him leave. However, after some explanation, the Fire Spirit Pavilion let him go. The Vice Pavilion Master, Dao Yang, considering he was a disciple recruited during the Immortal Path competition, gave him 3 pieces of advice: earn spirit stones diligently. The Cloud-Hidden Spirit Sex Spirit Pavilions are self-sufficient. Income and expenses depend on every cultivator within the pavilion. The same applies to debts. They can only be repaid through the efforts of every single cultivator. Yang Fu was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything, yet suddenly he was burdened with so much debt. No wonder when the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion didn't choose him. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Earth Spirit Pavilion was overjoyed and immediately accepted him, while other spirit pavilions didn't compete for him. It turned out there was someone else to help pay off debts. However, Yang Fu's trip to the Fire Cloud Pavilion wasn't entirely fruitless. He at least learned from Dao Yang the reason for the Earth Spirit Pavilion's enormous debt. Dragon God Immortal Palace. Legend has it that this is the celestial palace inhabited by the Dragon God. Dragons love collecting treasures, and the Dragon God is no exception. This palace contains treasures collected by the Dragon God over millennia. According to Long Hong, the master of the Earth Spirit Pavilion, he swears on the honor of the Dragon Clan that it contains absolutely rare treasures, many of which are now impossible to find. Even a few random items would be priceless treasures for a golden core cultivator. Long Hong was the one who discovered this celestial palace. Its location is extremely hidden, and without his Dragon Clan bloodline, he would never have been able to sense it. When he first discovered this celestial palace, Long Hong was extremely excited. He organized the entire Earth Spirit Pavilion to work together to decipher the palace. After overcoming numerous difficulties, they arrived at the most crucial obstacle, called the unknown treasure. The Dragon Clan loves treasures, and their greatest wish is to collect all the world's spiritual treasures. Outsiders who wish to enter must offer a sufficient number of treasures that the Dragon Clan has never possessed before. These range from a small new spiritual herb to a celestial artifact. Anything the Dragon Clan has never possessed before can be used, and the progress of the unknown treasure will be filled until the celestial palace can be opened. The spirit continent has a long history, spanning tens of thousands of years. Most of its spiritual creatures are descended from ancient times. Some are extinct, but new ones are rare. For example, some ancient pill formulas possess miraculous effects, but even if unearthed from secret realms or ruins, they cannot be refined because certain medicinal herbs became extinct over the long years. Human cultivators have developed vast areas, posing a significant threat to the environment. Many naturally growing species have disappeared. Some spiritual beasts have also lost their lineages. Conversely, some classic pill formulas, existing for countless years, are still used due to their irreplaceable effects, such as the primordial essence pill, a basic pill consumed by key refining cultivators tens of thousands of years ago. This explains why, when Long Hong led his people to the celestial palace to drop treasures, many were simply swallowed up without any progress. It wasn't that nothing new was being created in the cultivation world. The Earth Spirit Pavilion possessed many rare items. After figuring out the rules for determining unknown treasures in the Dragon God Immortal Palace, they invested some previously unseen treasures, which increased their progress somewhat. However, even after investing all their rare treasures, the Earth Spirit Pavilion had only reached 20% progress, far from meeting the standard for opening the Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Pavilion Master Long Hong had no choice but to abandon the idea of the Earth Spirit Pavilion, developing the Dragon God Immortal Palace alone. Instead, they joined forces with other spirit pavilions, swearing on the Dragon's King's sense of smell that the returns would far exceed the value of the invested treasures. The Dragon's sense of smell was renowned throughout the cultivation world. They could detect any valuable treasures without fear, even through stored rings. Therefore, the other spirit pavilion masters were tempted. It was the Dragon God Immortal Palace. A few treasures from it could benefit a golden core cultivator for a lifetime. However, given the enormous investment, they hesitated. What if they couldn't open it? This put the Earth Spirit Pavilion in a hurry. They've already invested a massive amount of rare and precious treasures. Useful and useless alike, they've poured them in. The Immortal Palace will consume them and then not pay them back. If others can't keep up with the investment, their 20% progress will be wasted. Only by rallying all the spirit pavilions to invest together, and finally reaching full progress, can they open the Immortal Palace, and then everyone will benefit. Long Hong promised at the time, if it can't be opened, then all the losses will be borne by our Earth Spirit Pavilion, and our disciples will work for generations to repay you. But if it is opened, our Earth Spirit Pavilion must take the first share of the treasures. It was a do-or-die situation, a case of madness leading to ruin. Chapter 192 Mid-Grade Spirit Stones. Long Hong had done a quick calculation. The Earth Spirit Pavilion alone could gather 20% of the progress, so the other 6 major spirit pavilions combined shouldn't have a problem reaching 80%. If all else failed, they could call in the Pill Pavilion. They had created some new pills over the years. However, Long Hong overlooked one point. The Earth Spirit Pavilion's attribute was that only extraordinary individuals could enter, and these extraordinary individuals possessed rare and precious treasures. The entire Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect had only the Earth Spirit Pavilion that best met the requirements for unknown treasures, yet they could only gather 20%, while the other spirit pavilions only had a fraction of theirs. Thus, the 6 major spirit pavilions plus the Pill Pavilion together brought the progress to halfway, and then that was it. Long Hong then tried calling in the Weapon Forging Pavilion, but the forged magical artifacts and treasures didn't increase the progress at all. He speculated that this was because the forging materials used by the Weapon Forging Pavilion were too ordinary. There were too many similar ones in the Dragon God storage, such as a certain Zhuan iron sword. Even if the shape was different, it didn't count. Through countless experiments, they knew that treasures that met the requirements for unknown treasures mainly fell into 2 categories. One is something that grows naturally, even if it's a mutated spiritual plant, a wisp of peculiar innate spiritual energy, or some kind of never-before-seen foundation establishment spiritual object, or some kind of weapon nurtured by heaven and earth. The second is some kind of treasure obtained through processing innate spiritual objects, such as pills, spiritual wine, or magical artifacts or array flags and array plates made of some special materials. The progress just got stuck like that. The Earth Spirit Pavilion, which had been clamoring to become the #1 immortal pavilion in the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect, suddenly fell silent after failing to open the Dragon God Immortal Palace. The 6 major spirit pavilions, feeling cheated, all realized what had happened. Damn you, Immortal. Give us our money back. After Long Hong's actions, all the spirit pavilions suffered heavy losses, and the Earth Spirit Pavilion was burdened with a large debt. The Pill Pavilion didn't cause them any trouble, firstly because the Pill Pavilion was large and wealthy, being the richest spirit pavilion in the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect, and didn't care about the spirit stones. Secondly, They only contributed more than 10 kinds of self-developed new pills, which increased the progress a little, and there were no other losses. On the contrary, Vice Pavilion Master Du has been researching new pills, believing that the newly researched pills can also accelerate the progress, and perhaps in many years, the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect can truly open the Dragon God Immortal Palace. My master is actually quite nice, otherwise I would have come to ask you for money too. Ha. After laughing at his brother, Yang Fushuo felt cheerful. He had always been inferior to his brother, but this time he had crushed him in luck. It felt great. Brother, what are your plans next? Yang Fushuo thought carefully for a while, about the Dragon God Immortal Palace, about the future of the Earth Spirit Pavilion, about the countless debts. I planned to go to the Spirit Plant Pavilion to ask about the transfer of the pavilion. No, you misunderstood me, brother, I meant about your plans for the future, something long-term. After asking at the Spirit Plant Pavilion, I'll go to the Talisman Pavilion and the Weapon Refining Pavilion to ask. Listening to the conversation between the two Yang brothers, Yang Genshuo also sorted out their current situation. His thoughts were different from theirs, but he had some inspiration. Dragon God Immortal Palace. Unknown Treasure Pass, Dragon Clan's treasure, the Earth Spirit Pavilion, along with so many other spirit pavilions, has made a huge gamble, losing so much now. They definitely won't let go in the future, otherwise the sunk costs will be too high. Long Hong took his disciples out to see wonders, probably to search for treasures. If new pills are considered treasures, perhaps there's still a chance for this. Yang Fushuo can refine new pills. As long as the AI is continuously trained, it can keep generating pill formulas. If the success rate of experiments increases, Yang Fushuo can create a large number of new pills, perhaps catching up with the Dragon God Immortal Palace's progress. However, we still need to try to know. If his pills aren't recognized, they're useless. Duan should know more about this. No wonder she's been refining new pills, and her newly recruited disciples want to develop new pills with her. So that's the reason. Thinking of this, Yang Genshuo appeared. Yang Fu, don't leave the Earth Spirit Pavilion. There might still be an opportunity. Let's wait for the right moment. Yang Fu, eager to change spirit pavilions, nodded. Yes, Ancestor. Yang Fushuo chuckled and said, if Ancestor says there's an opportunity, then there must be good luck. Now, what should we do? How about we go to your Earth Spirit Pavilion to see the collection? Yang Fushuo's expression turned serious as he thought of those strange books. That won't be necessary. We're both free right now anyway, so why don't we go home and see our Yang family's territory? Tian Mumu has been talking about you. Then you go by yourself. Ancestor still wants me to refine pills. Yang Fushuo didn't want to go home, preferring to refine pills, which made Yang Genshuo laugh in exasperation. Fine. Addicted to being single, huh? I have to teach you a lesson. Yang family members who don't have children are all infilial descendants. I haven't even urged your father to, and you're almost 60 and still working hard every day. Yang Fushuo looked at the golden palm in the sky, his face falling. Grandpa, please don't hit me, I'll go back, okay? Yang Fu said seriously, I still have some points left, and we need to buy some things before we leave. There are a few unruly cultivators eyeing our Yang family's territory, so we need to be careful. Which bastard has the guts to mess with our Yang family? Doesn't he know how powerful my Uncle Murin is? Uncle Murin is not in the sect recently. Even if you were here, he couldn't protect our Yang family forever. The Yang family must resolve its own affairs, don't rely on others. Although Murin Ziyan is very strong, she is not a member of the Yang family, nor is she a relative. She helped his father back then, but she might not continue to help them. Yang Fu only trusts his own family's strength. Alright, then I'll go back to the Pill Pavilion to prepare some things. Last time, he mainly used Yang Fushuo's points because he was a formal inner disciple of the Pill Pavilion at that time, so he could get a 20% discount. Are you going back to get some pills? That makes sense. Pills that enhance their strength will give them the ability to protect themselves, and key nourishing pills that increase the cultivation speed of the key refining stage are also essential. It's always good to prepare more for them. Oh, I have the authority here. I can take any grade 1 herbs. I plan to take a lot and stock up at home. Excellent. Yang Fu was very satisfied with his younger brother Gujia's behavior. Although as the acting sect leader, am burdened with debts that I can't repay, I also have some privileges, such as being able to issue tasks for other cultivators to complete. I happen to need some intelligence. He wanted to investigate the situation of those 3 people from the Guo family. It would be best to know what they had been doing recently and whether they still had any intentions towards the Yang family. The 2 brothers then parted ways. Yang Fu used all his points to purchase a grade 3 killing array and then went to issue a task: investigate Guo Long, Guo Hu, and Guo Xingxing of the Guo clan. Find out their backgrounds and current whereabouts. Task reward: 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. After issuing the task, Yang Fu placed 2,000 spirit stones in the task hall. The cultivator who issued the task smiled. Senior brother Yang, why don't you exchange them for some mid-grade spirit stones? Such a large bag of spirit stones looks rather unrefined. Mid-grade spirit stones? What's the difference between these and low-grade spirit stones? Why are they so valuable? The disciple in the task hall was clearly a talkative person. Seeing the inner disciple token of the Earth Spirit Pavilion and the title of Acting Pavilion Master, he really wanted to chat with Yang Fu, and this was exactly what he wanted. Senior brother Yang, you may not know since you came from a lower dynasty, but these mid-grade spirit stones are commonly used by Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators. I'd like to hear more. Yang Fu was very polite, showing no airs of a pavilion master. Spirit stones contain pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Cultivators need to absorb spirit stones to cultivate from the embryonic breathing stage onwards. The speed of cultivation differs greatly depending on whether or not a spirit stone is present. Even if a low-grade spirit stone contains only a wisp of spiritual energy, refining pure spiritual energy can greatly improve a cultivator's abilities, purifying their internal spiritual energy and preventing it from becoming too turbid. Cultivators cannot be without spirit stones, right? Indeed, without the aid of spirit stones in cultivation, spiritual energy will become increasingly mottled, and condensing it will require a great deal of effort. However, the Yang family had long since achieved the freedom to cultivate with low-grade spirit stones, using them whenever they were needed, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, the spiritual energy of low-grade spirit stones is not pure enough. Mid-grade spirit stones not only contain 100 times more spiritual energy than low-grade spirit stones, but also a wisp of Dao essence, which can enhance Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators' understanding of the world, making them extremely valuable. Senior brother Yang can exchange some mid-grade spirit stones, which will be useful when trading with Foundation Establishment cultivators or even Golden Core seniors in the future. Chapter 193 Baji's vision went black. Regarding mid-grade spirit stones, Yang Fu chatted extensively with the disciples of the Mission Pavilion, learning some of the unspoken rules of the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect. For cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage, mid-grade spirit stones are best for cultivation. They enhance their understanding of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing them to better integrate it into their spells, far surpassing key refining stage cultivators who rely solely on their own internal spiritual energy. Of course, if mid-grade spirit stones are unavailable, low-grade spirit stones can be used for cultivation, but the speed and quality are far inferior. Foundation Establishment cultivators use low-grade spirit stones, while most Foundation Establishment cultivators within the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect use mid-grade spirit stones. A single mid-grade spirit stone can sustain cultivation for several months. Therefore, if you need a Foundation Establishment cultivator's favor within the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect, it's best to use mid-grade spirit stones directly. This avoids the need to exchange them, is more convenient, and doesn't take up much storage space. In Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo's storage rings, low-grade spirit stones are piled up like mountains, taking up considerable space. Yang Fu exchanged 10 mid-grade spirit stones and put them in his ring. Yang Genshuo looked at it with a sigh. It feels like I've earned a lot of spirit stones, but in reality, it's not much in the eyes of high-level cultivators. The purchasing power of mid-grade spirit stones is quite high. One mid-grade spirit stone can hire a Foundation Establishment cultivator to do something for you, which is quite good. If the Danai dynasty could hire a Foundation Establishment cultivator to help suppress demonic cultivators, let alone one mid-grade spirit stone, even 100 wouldn't be a problem. Although the Yang family's income is not bad, it is still far less than that of sects and dynasties. Yang Shi is still sorting out a Danai dynasty, recalculating many previously unclear accounts. Even the Shi sect can't believe that the Danai dynasty has so many spirit fields that haven't paid taxes. Everything there needs to be rebuilt, and intensive treatment is needed, which will take some time. Yang Genshuo is no longer concerned about that. Anyway, No one in the Donai dynasty can pose a threat to Yang Shi's life anymore. He should focus all his efforts on keeping an eye on the Yang family's twin stars. You all better make lots of kids. Yang Fu finished issuing the mission and prepared to return to the Yang family's residence with Yang Fushuo. Why do you look so unhappy? Yang Fushuo sighed. My master said you can use any first-grade spiritual herbs you want. I thought I could take a lot home, but unfortunately, the pavilion won't allow it. We can only use them when refining pills, not take them away. How awful. That's how it should be. Otherwise, no amount of herbs would be enough for you to take. When I get back, I'll refine all the herbs into pills and take them out. Then I'll say they all failed. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yang Fu praised his thrifty younger brother. To make their journey easier, the two spent a fortune to buy a cloud mist eagle from Phoenix Dance Manor. It possessed high-level key refining spiritual power, was extremely docile, and when its wings spread, it resembled a rock spreading its wings, a cloud of mist floating in the sky. It could carry 10 people at a time. It was considered a medium-sized flying spirit beast, much stronger than the fat-headed egret. This one cost a full 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. With a spirit beast, it'll be much easier for us to travel to and from the family's residence. The two brothers flew back to Silver Brocade Lake in just one day, more than twice as fast as the fat-headed egret. The area below was much more vibrant than before they left. The neglected spiritual plants had been revitalized by the 3 female cultivators, looking thriving. Furthermore, some of the former Guo family buildings had been demolished, and a group of cultivators were currently rebuilding them. Yang Fushuo was visiting the Yang family's residence for the first time, and he was constantly amazed by what he saw. My master said that cultivators from the 12 dynasties would be assigned to barren lands. I think that's quite good. Yes, that's true. I suspect someone is looking after us. The person in charge of the Immortal Clan Pavilion was very kind to me and explained a lot of knowledge. Uncle Murin, maybe. But Uncle Murin is out. I'll ask her when she returns and express my gratitude. Not only the two of them, but even Yang Genshuo felt that besides Murin Zion, no one else in the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect could possibly care about the Yang family. Could she be Zuan's Han Daoist's daughter? It's a pity that Mazu was later imprisoned by Liming Peak Master, otherwise, Yang Genshuo would have liked to hear the details of how she and Zuan's Han Daoist became enemies because of his daughter. Anyway, he only knew that Zuan's Han Daoist's daughter had taken Mazu's spot to come to the Yunnan Spirit sect. They're from the same sect, perhaps they can help each other in the future. Let Yang Shi go and find her. Yang Genshuo appeared, instructing Yang Shi to inquire about Zuan's Han Daoist's daughter. After surveying the Yang family's territory from above, the two flew down. Holding the Yang family's territory token, Shen Yao immediately sensed the enormous creature in the sky, her eyes instantly becoming alert. Careful. Someone's there. Leng Li, who was cultivating in the backyard, immediately sprang into action, standing on the rooftop, her hand gripping the array plate, ready to activate the crystal prison array. However, when she saw the person on the cloud mist eagle, her face lit up with joy. My husband is back. Ah. My husband is here. Shen Yao's face lit up with excitement. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yang Fu left the very day they consummated their marriage, and she was still feeling a pang of girlish sentimentality, reluctant to let him go. Tian Mumu looked on with envy. I wonder when my brother Shuo will come back. I miss him. They're here. They're all here, Lu Ren shouted, then signaled the construction workers to stop. Stop for a moment, pay your respects to the Yang family head. As soon as Yang Fu and Yang Fu Shuo landed, a dozen or so cultivators carrying various spiritual energy materials bowed and shouted in unison, Greetings, Yang family head, what are they building? Yang Fu was a little surprised. He didn't remember needing to build anything. Leng Li walked over and naturally took Yang Fu's arm. Husband, these are spiritual construction cultivators building a new residence for our family. They specialize in construction techniques and can build different attribute buildings according to the owner's needs, which is very beneficial to cultivation. Shen Yao glanced at Leng Li cautiously, then quickly took Yang Fu's other arm. We don't want to live in the house the Guo family used to live in. We want to build a new one ourselves. I had them make you a room with balanced 5 elements, so you can increase your spiritual power while sleeping. Tian Mumu was overjoyed to see Yang Fushuo arrive, and then cautiously took his hand. Brother Shuo, I made you a fire room. We can live together. Both of them were pure fire cultivators, so they didn't need to separate. Lu Ren quickly added, Spiritual architecture is extremely popular in the Lingmiao continent. All the prominent immortals use it. The Guo family are mostly metal and wood cultivators, so the buildings they left behind don't quite suit your attributes. Cultivating in the room would be much less effective, so the ladies decided to make some changes. Yang Fushuo understood after hearing this. They're quite particular, aren't they? Seeing Yang Fushuo's happiness, Lu Ren continued, the cultivators from the Silverland dynasty who planted the spiritual fields for the Yang family should arrive in the next couple of days. You can come and inspect them. If there's anything you don't like or that doesn't comply, just send it back. Hearing this, Yang Fushuo was slightly stunned. What's wrong, my husband? I miss my Uncle Tiger. In his hands, there are no disobedient black devils. Yang Fushuo's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't say that. If anyone disobeys, Uncle Tiger really whips them. He starts with 10 consecutive whips, and guarantees to whip them until they're all drained of blood. Once the disobedient ones are gone, only the obedient ones will remain. The Yang family had absolutely no objection to hiring black-skinned cultivators to cultivate their spiritual fields. In fact, in the eyes of these two brothers, a spiritual field without black devils was soulless. It just didn't feel right. What kind of proper cultivator would cultivate their own spiritual fields? Yang Fu smiled and looked at Lu Ren. Don't worry, if they disobey, I can explain our Yang family's 24-character mantra to them and teach them the principles of being a good person. If they still can't be reasoned with, I also know a little about whipping techniques. You 10, get up. We've arrived at our destination. The fierce-looking captain of the skeleton ship glared at these black-skinned cultivators he had brought from the Silverland dynasty, looking at them like they were a pile of merchandise. The black cultivators all stood up, trembling with fear. Baji, blending in among them, displayed only early-stage key refining cultivation, and also kept his head down, silent. The captain scanned the group before saying, "You people were all smuggled here from the Silverland dynasty at great risk. Your family sold you to me, everything you have is mine." This was a shady business, trading cultivators. They collected low-level cultivators from the Silverland dynasty with high spiritual plant talent and brought them to the Spirit Misty continent, transporting a ship full at a time, earning a lot of spirit stones. However, most of these cultivators were there voluntarily, some were sold by their families, others were there because of the opportunity to go to the Spirit Misty continent. Even decades of slavery would be worth it. Of course, sometimes when they couldn't gather enough people, they would randomly grab some and beat them up, but most were still obedient. Baji, hidden among them, had come voluntarily. He wanted to reclaim his rightful glory. Once we arrive, if anyone causes trouble and doesn't farm properly, resulting in our return, don't blame me for being ruthless. Useless black devils are only good for fertilizer. Did you hear me, everyone? Yes, louder. Yes, very good. We've arrived at Silver Brocade Lake. Time to disembark. Baji was ambitious at this moment, his steps as he stepped off the ship exuding domineering aura. My talent is no weaker than theirs. Even in the spirit continent, I can definitely cultivate farming to a very high level. At that time, everyone who has stepped on my head will, isn't this Baji? So this business is yours. Yang Fu saw Baji's happy face and even ran into an acquaintance. He had to give him a discount. Baji, who had just disembarked, saw Yang Fu preparing to pay and his eyes went black. How is it you? Oh no. Before he could even say don't underestimate a young man's potential, he was arrested on the spot. The thought of having to farm for Yang Fu in the future made Baji tremble. Chapter 194 Don't tell anyone. Although the Skull ship crew was involved in the illegal trade, they were quite disciplined. They not only trained their men well but also provided them with 10 contracts. Patriarch Yang, you only need to sign contracts with these 10 black cultivators, and they will never do anything harmful to the Yang family. Employment contracts, no, they are much stricter slave contracts. These people will work for the Yang family for 30 years, during which time they must obey the orders of the Yang family. Disobeying will result in excruciating pain, unbearable to the core. Yang Fu took the contracts and looked at them. The terms were practically made for the Yang family, granting these black cultivators only a small right to survival and cultivation. They were essentially slaves of the Yang family. As long as they weren't forced to self-harm or die, and their cultivation wasn't stripped away, they could be used at will. These terms are, the person in charge, seeing Yang Fu's words, quietly pulled him aside. The terms we've listed are fairly standard, but this is our general contract. Do you have any special fetishes? We can add them in, and I guarantee they'll all agree. If they don't, I'll beat them to death. You see, many immortals buy these black cultivators not just as laborers for cultivating spirit fields, but to satisfy some peculiar fetish. It's said that some perverted immortals enjoy watching their wives and lowly black slaves having sex. Yang Fu shook his head. No need for that. I think this contract is already quite strict. Let's leave it at that. The Yang family isn't that inhumane. Some of the black cultivators in the family with cultivation talent are given opportunities to cultivate. For example, Haz is now a key refining cultivator, serving as a manager in the Demon Wind Forest Manor. He even goes shopping in Qingxi town when he has free time, living a very comfortable life. For the Yang family, promising talents can be cultivated, giving them certain benefits to make them more loyal as the Yang family's approach. Hey, Brother Baji, why aren't you coming over yet? Yang Fu asked, somewhat puzzled. In his eyes, Baji's talent was extremely high. If he hadn't led his men to eliminate him early in the third round, perhaps he would have been the third-place winner. Shi Hong was slightly inferior to Baji. Surely a prodigy like Baji couldn't have come here to farm for the Yang family? Baji's face darkened, and his mouth tasted bitter. The Lingmiao continent is so vast, and we still managed to meet here. Yang Fu, we're truly sworn enemies. Crack, the skeleton ship steward lashed Baji with his whip, interrupting his speech. How dare you speak to the Yang family head like that? Mind your place. From now on, you'll be the Yang family's slave, Baji. He took a deep breath. Yang Fu, I failed today, but if you want me to farm for your Yang family for 30 years, you need to promise me one thing. Huh? You're not here to sell yourself? You're being sold. Baji pondered Yang Fu's words, feeling something was off, and continued, let me live in anonymity, don't tell anyone I'm in the Lingmiao continent, preserve my dignity. I don't want those who participated in the Immortal Path competition with me to look down on me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than farm for your Yang family. Yang Fu, alright. Brother Baji said so. Of course I can. Yang Fu felt that spending 1,000 spirit stones to buy Baji was an absolute steal. Baji breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Fu was a decent person, he didn't take this opportunity to mock him, and having won first place in the Immortal Path competition, he probably wouldn't lie to him. He was about to sign the contract with Yang Fu when a voice came from behind Yang Fu. Hey? Isn't this Baji? It's been a year, how come you look so down on your luck? Yang Fu, Baji ran into an acquaintance again, and his face turned even redder. I greatly admire senior brother Baji's folk techniques. We can spar often when we have the chance. Langley stepped forward. Baji, Tian Mumu, indeed, if it weren't for brother Shuo bringing me along at the last minute, I wouldn't have been able to defeat senior brother Baji. Baji, wait, do people from your Liang dynasty also smuggle themselves in? Why are they all acquaintances? Let me ask you first, are you here to be slaves too? The three shook their heads. Great. Baji clapped his hands vigorously and nodded fiercely. So I'm the only one who's ended up like this? 4 of the Liang's 6 heroes have come, right? Good, good, good. Since it's already like this, I'm not afraid of losing face. I'll tell you the truth, I smuggled myself in here to be a slave for 30 years, just to let you all see my true strength, that Shi Huang doesn't deserve to come up here, and Li Yao is nothing special. I will definitely show them what a true genius is in the future, please keep this a secret. Now, his only target is Shi Hong. Alright, Yang Fu nodded and signed the contract. The skeleton ship manager, having witnessed the spectacle, reluctantly left. The other 9 black men looked at Baji with panic. Does being a slave now require connections? Baji clearly had a close relationship with his master. This is terrifying. From now on, they would not only be under the control of the Yang family, but also under Baji's control. The absurd scene finally ended, and Baji accepted it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, 30 years later, I, Baji, will be a hero again. Never underestimate a young man's potential. At this moment, 2 long swords flew in from the horizon. Junior brother Yang. Senior brother Li Yao and I have come to congratulate the Yang family on their housewarming. This person looks somewhat familiar. Why do I feel like those words are familiar? Shi Hong arrived with Li Yao. Baji, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. Night. The geniuses of the Immortal Path gathered together. 6 people were laughing and talking, while 1 person was drinking. Yang Fu asked with concern, Brother Baji, why aren't you smiling? Are you just naturally averse to smiling, Baji? Ho ha ho ho. Yang Genshuo was almost laughing his head off. Who would have thought that the powerhouse lineup of the Immortal Path contest would appear in the Yang family's territory in such a grand manner? Now everyone knows that Baji has become a slave. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Because Baji's talent is truly high, perhaps he can do something for the Yang family. Because of the contract, loyalty is guaranteed. Baji, are you also close to the foundation establishment stage? Oh, I forgot you can't see through me. I took a third-grade pill to hide my cultivation. I was already at the foundation establishment stage before coming here. If I had revealed my true cultivation, I wouldn't have been able to come. The skull ship doesn't accept people with too much strength, lest they cause trouble on the way. Yang Genshuo could see that, at this moment, his and Yang Fushuo's brainwaves suddenly matched. The Guo family hasn't seen Baji before. Perhaps Baji could help us investigate the 3 members of the Guo family. While it's unlikely they'd wipe out an entire family over a mere argument, it's better to be cautious and avoid being sabotaged. The Yang family's grand undertaking has only just begun. Baji can be a hidden sword. Chapter 195 Annual Production of Resources and Grain from the Yang family's residence. Shi Hong, needless to say, was like a brother to the Yang family. He often said that without Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, he would never have had the chance to ascend to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect, and that was indeed true. Since arriving at the Yang family, Shi Hong had become much more meticulous, adding the phrase if he hadn't smuggled himself in. Baji paid a heavy price of 30 years to reach the Spirit Misty continent, which was fortunate for him because he encountered the Yang family. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo respected his strong willpower, treated him as a friend, and were sent to secretly investigate the Guo family's affairs. Although Li Yao appeared aloof on the surface, he was actually close to the others, as they were classmates. In this year, he not only repaired the damage from forcibly releasing the spell with his essence blood, but also successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage with the help of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion's resources. His strength was also the strongest among everyone present. In fact, even at the key refining stage, Yang Fu couldn't defeat Li Yao with all his strength, but Li Yao's defeat was due to Yang Fushuo's third-grade pill enhancement. It was simply too overpowered. The final showdown between the two had reached the full power of foundation establishment cultivators. Although Li Yao didn't speak much, the 5 heroes of the Blazing Sun still considered him a friend. Brother Li, do you know where Murong Zion from your spirit pavilion has gone? There's been some minor conflict with other sects on the northern border, and Vice Pavilion Master Murong has gone to handle it. Do you know when she'll be back? I don't know, but she probably won't be back for a while. My master said it will take some time. Li Yao looked at the Yang family's encampment, his eyes filled with envy. The Yang family immortal clan will surely prosper in the spirit continent in the future. Oh? My Yang family only has a few people, Brother Li. Why do you say that? Yang Fu asked with a smile. He knew the Yang family's prosperity was due to the protection of their immortal ancestor, but for Li Yao, he could only see the surface strength. I have a naturally strong spiritual sense, and I can sense that the Yang family has a rising power. They will surely become prominent in the Lingmiao continent in the future. My spiritual sense has never been wrong. Then I'll accept Brother Li's auspicious words. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and this small group that had risen through the ranks on the immortal path was officially formed. Everyone knew that they were fellow Daoists who could support each other. Yang Genshuo was very satisfied with this. Li Yao is a prodigy. Even if his future achievements don't reach the level of Murong Zion, they will definitely far surpass the current strength of everyone in the Yang family. Being able to become friends when everyone's cultivation level is similar will make him an asset to the Yang family in the future. Shi Hong is also from the same hometown and from the same sect. Their relationship is so close that others have to assume that Shi Hong will step forward before attacking Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo. This is a naturally bound relationship. Baji is also very strong. He has served the Yang family for 30 years, making him even more convenient to use. Although the strongest member of this small group is currently only at the first level of foundation establishment, their future prospects are limitless. Late at night, with a creak, Yang Fushuo pushed open Dian Mumu's door, asking somewhat shyly, Mumu, shall we cultivate together? Yes. Under Yang Genshuo's urging, Yang Fushuo finally fulfilled his duty as a member of the Yang family. Yang Fu hadn't been idle these past few days either, spending long periods of tender time with his 2 wives. After finishing the most important matter, the Yang family members gathered together. We've been spending spirit stones since we arrived. It's time to calculate how much our Yang family can produce each year. Although the Yang family had accumulated considerable wealth in the lower dynasties in previous years, it wasn't limitless. Yang Fu and Yang Fuxiu, deeply influenced by Yang Batman stone, were not stingy when it came to spending money to acquire strength. Buying 10 black cultivators cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. There were also cloud mist eagles and various consumables, and hiring a spirit architect to build new houses, which cost another 10,000 spirit stones. In just half a month, they had already spent 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. I currently have 10 mid-grade spirit stones and 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. My points are almost gone. What about you, little brother? I spent all my points last year. I still have a little over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, but I don't use them much. I can use the herbs from the spirit pavilion for alchemy. Why don't you have them all? Not for now. We'll focus on cultivation and won't spend much. Let's calculate the output of our base and plan our spending accordingly. It doesn't matter. If we need more, I'll ask Dad. He's the vice sect leader. He can definitely give me a lot of spirit stones. Yang Genshuo, 6. Everyone burst into laughter at his filial piety. Yang Fuxiu had never really cared about spirit stones. He used them whenever he wanted and never worried about them. But Yang Fu, as the eldest son of the family, had to worry a lot more. Junior brother Lu, you know the market in the spirit continent best. Help us calculate the output of the family base. Alright, when it comes to doing business, Lu Ren is quite skilled. He was hired as the Yang family's steward, and this was all his job. In the past few days, he had already thoroughly explored all the resources, big and small, within the Yang family's territory. Our Yang clan's ancestral home is located beside Silver Brocade Lake, abundant in spiritual energy and water resources. Our main products come from two sources, the spirit fish of Silver Brocade Lake and the produce from our 200 mu of spirit fields. First, let's talk about the spirit fish. Silver Brocade Lake is famous for its specialty, the silver brocade fish. This fish has a gentle spiritual energy, nourishing flesh that melts in your mouth, and even young children can eat it. It's beneficial for building a strong foundation for future generations, making it highly popular among the immortal clans. A normal-sized silver brocade fish typically sells for around 5 low-grade spirit stones. Based on my review of the Guo family's annual sales records and my use of the detection technique on the fish in Silver Brocade Lake, I estimate that we can produce around 3,000 silver brocade fish annually without disrupting future harvesting. That means Silver Brocade Lake alone yields a full 15,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. No wonder everyone says Silver Brocade Lake is a treasure trove. The Guo family doesn't want to leave 15,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. That's quite a profit. Okay, continue. Lu Ren pointed to the 200 mu of spiritual fields. Because the sect has assigned planting tasks to each immortal clan, these 200 mu of spirit fields can be used to grow the spirit plants and materials needed by the sect. These will be handed over to the sect in exchange for points. I've calculated that the spirit plants produced in 1 year can be exchanged for about 800 points annually, and the first-grade spirit herbs produced every 10 years are of higher value, worth about 10,000 points every 10 years. On average, that brings in 1,000 points per year, slightly more than the spirit plants, but the cycle is longer. Based on this calculation, we can get 800 sect points annually for the next 9 years, and a one-time payment of 10,000 points in the 10th year. Of course, the spiritual energy here at Silver Brocade Lake is abundant, and the quality of the spirit fields is high. We only need to cultivate 150 mu of spirit fields to meet the sect's minimum requirements. If we want to cultivate other spirit plants, that's also possible. In terms of total output, on average, we can produce 15,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1,800 sect points annually, with a total value of 33,000 low-grade spirit stones. This directly surpasses the scale of a micro-immortal clan and reaches the scale of a small-scale immortal clan. Lu Ren's homework was clearly well done, and he spoke eloquently. Yang Fu nodded repeatedly. Now I understand. It's important to know that the Yang family only earns 1 low-grade spirit stone by selling 5 bigu cakes. This output would require selling 165,000 bigu cakes. Yang Genshuo would have to work himself to the bone with a compressed biscuit production line at the Immortal Key Food Factory to produce that much in a day. The profits are so high. Is this the immortal race of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect? I love it. However, This isn't all that profits from the Yang family's base. I can see what you can't. A second-grade earth crystal mine. Yang Genshuo had discovered this when Yang Fu first came. The immortal race's base contained earth crystal mines, but they were buried quite deep, undetectable to the cultivators above. Fortunately, I can see the land's attributes. Manifestation, Yang Fu exclaimed in surprise after receiving the message from his ancestor. Follow me. He led the group to a corner of the family compound, a glass fire bottle appearing in his hand, from which a drop of spiritual liquid dripped. Whoosh! The spiritual liquid instantly burned a small pit in the ground, drilling downwards. The group looked at Yang Fu with suspicion. After a while, the flame in Yang Fu's hand extinguished, revealing a 100-meter deep pit, within which shimmered streaks of golden light. Lu Ren's eyes lit up. A spirit mine? Yang Fu asked. A spirit mine? Can it produce spirit stones? This isn't a spirit mine that produces spirit stones, it looks like an earth crystal mine. Lu Ren had tinkered with various materials for many years and was quite knowledgeable. It should be. A long sword flew from Yang Fu's hand, and he used golden spiritual energy to control it, thrusting it downwards. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. And after the flying sword returned, a small piece of golden, translucent ore was unearthed, its texture hard and with flowing earth spiritual energy. A second-grade earth crystal mine. Patriarch, we've struck it rich. How did you know there was a spirit mine here? Yang Fu smiled mysteriously. In front of my ancestor, even a golden core cultivator is like a naked man. Wouldn't a small spirit mine be easily seen through? If this grade 2 earth crystal mine is developed, it can earn even more spirit stones every year, then we'll need to recruit more mining cultivators. This grade 2 spirit mine requires key refining stage cultivators to mine. Ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators aren't strong enough. Lu Ren looked at Yang Fu. No problem, recruit some miners. I need a lot of spirit stones. The Yang family felt anxious when they didn't have spirit stones. Especially after Yang Fu exchanged his small mountain of low-grade spirit stones for 10 mid-grade spirit stones, he felt much emptier. Only by piling up the small mountain with mid-grade spirit stones could he alleviate this feeling. Junior brother Lu, can you estimate how many spirit stones this earth crystal mine can produce each year? Judging by this quality, as long as the mine below is large enough, the annual output depends entirely on how fast we dig, then find people and dig as much as possible. I need to cash in as soon as possible. Seeing his brother increasing the family's income here, Yang Fu's eyes flashed, and he mysteriously led Yang Fu to the ancestral hall. Brother, did you take the 5 elements nourishing pill I gave you yesterday? Not yet. He was busy with official duties last night and hadn't cultivated yet. Try it, see how much this new pill is worth. A new pill? Yang Fu's eyes flickered slightly, then he pointed to a black cultivator and said, Here, I'll reward you with a pill to aid your cultivation. Thank you, Master Yang. The black cultivator was overjoyed, he even got a pill to eat. How kind. Yang Fu gave Yang Fu a wry look. Brother, is it really necessary? What do you think? Chapter 196 Alchemy with Clone. Only after seeing that the black cultivator was unharmed did Yang Fu dare to eat the new pill his younger brother had refined. The 5 elements nourishing essence pill was made using a formula programmed by AI. After consuming it, Yang Fu circulated his energy and regulated his breathing. The 5 elements transporting technique surged within his body, a medicinal power containing the 5 elements spiritual energy rushing through his entire being, so vigorous it didn't seem like a typical first-grade pill. This is first grade? Yang Fu asked with his eyes closed. Haha, the formula given by the ancestor uses 5 first-grade herbs, so its medicinal power is naturally much richer than ordinary first-grade pills. I see. After consuming the pill, Yang Fu felt that the speed at which his 5 spiritual roots absorbed spiritual energy had simultaneously increased, much better than the nourishing essence pills he usually took. The speed of spiritual energy growth was rapid. After absorbing and exhaling some spiritual energy, Yang Fu completely refined the pill, feeling a significant increase in his cultivation speed. How is it? It's 50% more effective than ordinary key nourishing pills. Great. As expected of a pill made from 5 elemental roots, it works just as the ancestor said, with even better results. Brother, how many spirit stones would be appropriate to sell these 5 elements key nourishing pills? Well, in the sect, you can exchange 1 point for 2 pills, which is about 5 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Since your pill's effect has increased by 50%, you should be able to sell it even if you double the price. Then I'll sell pills to earn money for my family. Let's see how many I refine in a year. Yang Genshuo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Spiritual manifestation, kid, you're too attached to appearances. Yang Fushuo, who was laughing heartily, scratched his head upon seeing the ancestor's words. Xiao Shuo is dull-witted, please enlighten me, ancestor, your alchemy talent shouldn't be wasted here. This pill is just one of many pills you've created, but, such a good pill, if we don't produce and sell it, isn't that obviously letting money slip by? My master said that the sect won't compete with its disciples for profits from self-created pill formulas. Generally, the sect will only release pill formulas for disciples to learn after 50 years. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to mass-produce and sell pills? Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo were both in the family ancestral hall. He understood instantly upon seeing the ancestor's words. Brother, what the ancestor means is, this pill shouldn't be refined by you. This is a first-grade pill formula. Even if it's a bit complicated, a second-grade alchemist can master it after a while. I remember Miu Miu as a second-grade alchemist, right? Oh. I see. I was indeed too focused on appearances. Yang Fushuo slapped his forehead, understanding the ancestor's good intentions. Tian Miu Miu was his junior sister, also a cultivator of the Danhero sect, a true second-grade alchemist. I'll pass the pill formula to Mu Mu right away. Last night's intimacy had brought Yang Fushuo and Tian Mu Mu closer. Yang Fushuo had other considerations. This pill that increases cultivation speed is needed by all key refining stage cultivators. If only Mu Mu refines it, it certainly won't be enough for so many cultivators. We need to find some trustworthy people to refine the pills to prevent the formula from being leaked. Once leaked, the Yang family wouldn't make any money. Other immortal clans were far more powerful and resourceful. Where can we find a trustworthy second-grade alchemist to help refine the pills? The Yang family couldn't find a second person they could trust right now, and this was a long-term problem. While Yang Fushuo was pondering, Yang Genshuo already had an answer. Simple. If we can't find one here, we'll go to the Danhero sect. They have many acquaintances there, and we can sell there. Cultivators in the Liang dynasty and the Danai dynasty also need better pills. Yang Fushuo and the others couldn't communicate, but he could. Moreover, he could act as a courier between the two realms, helping to deliver items. Don't worry about this, I have my own way. Go and cultivate properly. Yang Fu felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing this. Ancestor has worked tirelessly day and night for the Yang family. I am deeply moved. You are all my sycophants. Who else should I take care of if not you? This cultivation simulator is even more grindy than Stardew Valley, but Yang Genshuo is enjoying it. It's just a pity that these pills are useless to me, but some body refining pills are quite good. Get me some when we hold the ancestral worship this year. Time accelerates. After staying at home for a few days, Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo returned to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect together. The Cloud Mist Eagle was handed over to the disciples of the Beast Taming Pavilion to feed, and they went back to cultivate. As the acting pavilion master, Yang Fu had a special advantage. He could use any training room in the Earth Spirit Pavilion at will. A top-grade training room with a spiritual energy concentration of up to 50 points. Cultivating here is more than just twice as effective. One's cultivation level increases rapidly. When Yang Fushuo returned, he saw two Duyuan simultaneously controlling the refining of two furnaces of pills, very skillfully. Master, you can multitask while refining pills. Duyuan glanced at him. It's nothing, as long as your spiritual awareness is high enough. It's just that your split pill has some drawbacks. What drawbacks? At most, it can only split into a spirit body with the strength of the key refining stage. For my current cultivation level, it's almost useless in combat. However, it's enough to refine new pills. Before, I always thought I was in a bind, having to deal with the demand for high-grade pills in the Spirit Pavilion and also develop new pills for the Immortal Palace. Now I can do both at the same time. You're too strong, Master. After I split, I can control one body to fight normally, while the other body can only do some simple movements. I can't even mobilize spiritual energy. Here, Duyuan tossed a pale yellow pill into Yang Fushuo's mouth. Ugh! After Yang Fushuo swallowed, a burst of medicinal power shot straight to the top of his head. Master, my head is so itchy, I feel like my brain is growing. Duyuan, this pill is the King Fang Shening pill, a specialty of the Sky Garden dynasty. It is very beneficial for increasing spiritual awareness. After you take it, you should be able to better control your clones. This splitting pill of yours is of great significance to our pill pavilion. If everyone can use clones to refine pills, perhaps we can create many new pills sooner. Du Yin was also thinking about the Dragon God Immortal Palace. To break through that place, the pill pavilion must exert its efforts and produce pills that have never appeared before, which will increase the progress. Compared to those heavenly treasures, this may be the most cost-effective method. 3 days have passed since Yang Shi finished digesting the spiritual medicine. After opening his eyes, his spiritual awareness has greatly increased. He can perceive everything within a radius of 2,000 meters. The spiritual awareness of the Yang family descendants has increased, and your observation range has increased. On Yang Genshuo's screen, the mist around the Yang family members has opened up a large circle, and he can scan everything within a radius of 2,000 meters. This cultivator's spiritual sense is truly formidable. Even Yang Shi, after consuming pills, could achieve this level. Third-grade pills are indeed worthy of their reputation. Yang Shi consumed his own self-splitting pill again, splitting off a self composed of spiritual energy, which he controlled as easily as an arm. Although he couldn't simultaneously control 2 bodies to refine pills like Du Yin, if his main body refined pills, his spiritual body could roam freely. In that case, let's begin with the pill formulas. Come to my side. Yang Genshuo placed 100 new pill formulas derived by the AI in front of Yang Shi. Time accelerated. Yang Shi and Du Yin, master and disciple, began refining pills in the pill pavilion. Yang Shi's clone, meanwhile, took a refined, 5-star nourishing essence pill, to sell to the disciples of the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect. First stop, miscellaneous disciples. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Gathering the Power of 2 Great Dynasties to Refine Pills. The game time was accelerating. The Yang family had nothing much to do at the moment. Yang Genshuo ate a meal and practiced a mind-clearing technique. With a burst of energy, Yang Genshuo's meridians opened up, and his true energy became much stronger. Yang Genshuo slammed his fist towards the crooked pomegranate tree. Before his fist even touched the tree, his true energy emanated from his body, and the resulting gust of wind made the tree sway slightly. I've already reached the 7th level of body tempering. This body-breaking pill is really effective. A 2nd-grade pill helped me break through 2 levels. Next, I should take the ape strength pill. I wonder how this demonic beast strength compares to the dragon tiger golden pill. After consuming it, Yang Genshuo's muscles rapidly increased, and his entire body swelled slightly. A sense of power filled his entire body. I'm so strong. He glanced at the crooked pomegranate tree, not daring to strike, afraid that his punch would break the green tree that provided him with shade. The Cloud Hidden Spirit sect has abundant medicinal resources. I can ask Genshuo to get me some new pills this year. The AI-derived formulas should also contain many body-tempering pills. I'll eat them all. While he was consuming a pill, 2 months had already passed in the game. Yang Shi, with his silver tongue, successfully marketed the 5 Elements Nourishing Essence pill, and it sold like hotcakes. The price of 10 low-grade spirit stones was clearly conservative, especially for those wealthy individuals with 5 elemental roots but no shortage of spirit stones. This was practically a lifesaver on their cultivation path. The most important thing for cultivators with 5 elemental roots in their lives is to race against time. Their cultivation speed is slow, so reaching the next realm before their lifespan runs out is paramount. With a heavy heart, Yang Shi was forced to raise the price, stating that he wanted to provide it to cultivators who needed it more. 15 low-grade spirit stones per pill. 3 times the price of a regular, nourishing essence pill. But it still sold like hotcakes. The selling price increased by 50%, but the profit increased by 100%. Yang Shi's 5 Elements Nourishing Essence pill is highly effective, but it also requires a lot of medicinal materials. On the Lingmiao continent, each 5 Elements Nourishing Essence pill costs 5 low-grade spirit stones. Earning 10 spirit stones per pill is a 200% profit, practically a windfall. Tian Wu has been working her alchemy furnace to the point of exhaustion, only managing to produce 3 batches of pills a day, 10 pills per batch, totaling 30 pills. Too slow. Earning only 300 spirit stones a day, a little over 10,000 a year, less than selling fish at Yinjin Lake, Yang Shi complained, his orders already exceeding production capacity. Don't worry, wait for me to handle it. Yang Genshuo had anticipated this situation. He looked at Yang Shi on another screen, manifestation. Yang Fu and Yang Shi need your help, please speak, ancestor. Yang Shi hadn't seen the ancestors' golden words in a long time and missed them dearly. After briefly explaining the matter of the 5 elements nourishing essence pill to Yang Shi immediately understood. Ancestor, you mean I should organize a large number of alchemists to refine this pill and then sell it to the Cloud Hidden Spirit sect? Yes. Our medicinal herbs are cheaper here, and the profit margin is higher. Even selling it to cultivators of the Great Nai dynasty can earn a considerable amount of spirit stones. And there's the Blazing Sun dynasty too. This is a great opportunity to expand the family's wealth. Seeing Yang Shi's comprehension, Yang Genshuo was very pleased. This was the vision of the Yang family head. He had only described the matter briefly, and Yang Shi had grasped so much. But I don't just want spirit stones. The Danai dynasty has the most cultivators with the 5 spiritual roots, and this pill is tailor-made for them. This pill not only earns us spirit stones, but I also need you to lead the cultivators of the Danai dynasty to leap forward in cultivation. Don't forget what I asked you to do before. In the future, we need highly skilled cultivators to accomplish the great undertaking. We'll only earn spirit stones from the Lingmiao continent. We'll sell the Danai dynasty cultivators at cost price. Go do it. I want you to maximize the production of this pill. Upon hearing Yang Genshuo's plan, Yang Shi was greatly shocked. The ancestors' scheme is indeed incredibly far-reaching. He saw the Yang family's own assets, but Yang Genshuo had tied the future of the Danai dynasty to the future of the Yang family. After speaking with Sect Master Ding Zhen, Yang Shi immediately sought out Elder Wang, the sect's best alchemist, to experiment. He was a genuine third-grade alchemist with rich experience. He successfully produced the pill after only 3 batches. After the experiment, it was indeed as Yang Shi had said. It could increase the cultivation speed of key refining stage cultivators with 5 spiritual roots by 50%, and those with 4 spiritual roots by 40%. On the contrary, geniuses with 2 spiritual roots could only increase it by about 20%. If this pill had appeared earlier, the chaos of demonic cultivators might have been resolved long ago. Ding Zhen sighed. Although Mozu deserved to die, some of her views were correct. Cultivators in the Danai dynasty did not have an environment rich in spiritual energy, and most of the spiritual fields had been occupied by the imperial court and the old immortal clans. Cultivation resources were extremely scarce, and they could not see the day when they could achieve enlightenment. Many cultivators with 5 spiritual roots would not even reach the key refining stage in their entire lives. So they were lured onto the path of quick success in the demonic path. At this time, Yang Shi's method of collecting all the spiritual fields in the world and giving them to the Xuanxi sect, and then distributing them to cultivators, ensured that cultivators at least had some surplus food in their pockets. Now, with the addition of pills that increase the cultivation speed of cultivators, the cultivators of the Danai dynasty are going to be better off. Ding Zhen patted Yang Shi's shoulder tightly. Brother Yang, I think you are more suitable to be the sect leader than me. Why don't I just transfer the position to you, Brother Ding? You must not say that. This position of sect leader was determined by Taoist Xuanzhen. Everyone in the sect accepts it. It cannot be changed arbitrarily. You and I are as close as brothers. We can do things together. I can stay more clear-headed if I am not in the position of sect leader. Ding Zhen thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. But don't worry. I'll stand in the open and bear all the pressure for you. Just go ahead and do it. For the good of the Danai dynasty and the Xuanxi sect, we must push forward no matter how difficult it is. I don't want to see the cultivators of the Danai dynasty so weak. The Danai dynasty is now at the bottom of the 12 dynasties, especially after Xuanzhen's death, Muran Ziyan being taken to the upper sect, and the suppression of the demonic cultivators' golden core. Now, the entire Danai dynasty ranks last in overall strength, weak from top to bottom. Yes, Brother Ding, you must also cultivate diligently and reach the golden core stage as soon as possible. I will. Ding Zhen's eyes were firm. After the two finished discussing, Elder Wang organized all the second-grade alchemists in the sect to refine the 5 elements nourishing essence pill. And he began to train the first-grade alchemists to focus on breaking through their control. Although this pill was difficult to refine, theoretically, even first-grade alchemists could master it. but it required a very high level of basic skills. Yang Shi did some calculations. Based on the medicinal herb prices in the Donai dynasty, the cost of this 5 elements nourishing essence pill is only 3 low-grade spirit stones. The old nourishing essence pill costs 3 spirit stones, so this new 5 elements nourishing essence pill can be sold for 4 spirit stones in the Donai dynasty. The 1 spirit stone profit will be used to subsidize the alchemist. According to the ancestor, it's impossible to make a profit. However, the alchemy skills in the Donai dynasty are still only average. If we're talking about alchemists, we still have to look to the Liang dynasty. I'm going to the Liang dynasty. The Yang family has mastered the secret route in the Demon Wind Forest, which leads to 2 dynasties. Currently, only a very few people know about it. Among them, only one person in the Liang dynasty knows about it, and that is Yuan Shen, the one of the 6 heroes of Liang who was left behind. He is also a friend of Yang Fushuo and is in the Danhero sect. Yang Shi went to find him. Please introduce me to your sect leader, Fan Tian. I have important matters to discuss with him. Okay, Yuan Shen readily agreed. In his cooperation with the Danhero sect, Yang Shi had no say in the pricing. That was the Danhero sect's business. He only needed the Danhero sect to refine enough 5 elements nourishing essence pills each year, which he would then purchase. He offered the Danhero sect 5 spirit stones per pill, leaving them a profit of 2 spirit stones. In return, he would give the pill formula to the Danhero sect free of charge, with the sole condition that the formula absolutely could not be given to the upper sect. After discussing for a full day, Yang Shi and Fan Tian finally reached an agreement. Fan Tian had no reason to refuse such a pill that could bring substantial profits to his sect. The two signed a 30-year contract, with the Danhero sect providing 30,000 5 elements nourishing essence pills to the Yang family annually. The next day, the Danhero sect's high-quality alchemists began refining the pills. All the cultivators in their sect were alchemists. Moreover, they hadn't experienced the chaos of the demonic cultivators. Their sect was powerful, and their efficiency far surpassed that of the Yang Shi sect. A month later, this new pill began to circulate in both dynasties. Its outstanding effects and affordable price made it accessible to all key refining stage cultivators. Especially for the Yang Shi sect, which was still organizing its spirit fields and court institutions, the affordable release of the new pills greatly enhanced its prestige. The Yang Shi sect supplied all its pills to its own members, while the pills supplied by the Danhero sect would be given to Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, becoming assets of the Yang family there. Done. These pills are going to be incredibly profitable. Don't underestimate the power of the Yang family's connections. The combined efforts of the 2 major dynasties in refining a single pill resulted in a production volume far exceeding that of a few individuals or a single immortal clan. Even some families on the Lingmiao continent, renowned for their alchemy skills, couldn't match the combined power of the 2 dynasties. This is the power of sheer numbers. Having resolved the pill production issue, Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo each began cultivating within their sects. Time accelerated. Year 40, Yang Fu, acting as the acting sect leader, cultivated in the advanced training room, rapidly advancing his cultivation level to break through to the 4th level of key refining. The lightning turbulation struck the Earth Spirit Pavilion, attracting a large crowd of cultivators from the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect. Everyone commented that this was probably divine retribution for the damned Earth Spirit Pavilion. Yang Fu's body was tempered by the heavenly lightning, advancing him to the 4th level of the innate Grandmaster. Yang Fu cultivates both immortal and martial arts. His realm has improved. Incense offerings plus 20. Yang Fushuo experimented with 100 pill formulas within a year, succeeding only in 5. Accumulating a wealth of techniques for refining failed pills, increasing his proficiency in alchemy. Duyan believes that Yang Fushuo's family has a master guiding him, often discussing alchemy theory with him, and co-authoring a new book with him, How to Develop a New Pill. Leng Li is pregnant. Shen Yao is pregnant. You spent 400 incense offerings to use the blessing. Spirit nourishment. The innate talents of both children have improved. Yang Fuking and Yang Fujin were sent by Yang Shi to the Demon Wind Forest for training. Yang Fuking, relying on communication with demonic beasts, improved the map of the Demon Wind Forest, increasing the Yang family's knowledge. Incense offerings plus 20. The day for ancestor worship has arrived, and the Yang family begins this year's ancestor worship ceremony. Chapter 198. The 3rd generation of the Yang family. This year felt incredibly long. Because there were so many interesting things at the Cloud-Hidden Spirit sect and on the Spirit Misty continent, Yang Genshuo was constantly exploring new things, causing his average game speed to drop considerably. This year felt like 3 days had passed in reality. Even the compressed biscuit factory at the Immortal Key Food Factory had to stop production due to lack of raw materials after 3 days without offerings. Yang Genshuo generously gave the workers a paid leave, much to their delight. Guo Ziazi, on the other hand, was extremely worried and called. "Brother Shuo, you're not a capitalist at all. Look at other factories, they pay employees based on the number of days they work. You're giving them holidays and still paying them." Ziozhi brought in your perspective. "We don't want to be capitalists, we want to be damn industrialists. Providing jobs and making families happy is our honor. We're not short of money, so why not?" "That's because you're not short of money, you know. The CEO, only get a fixed salary of 10,000 yuan a month. Didn't we give you the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? You've taken quite a bit of that kidney tonifying medicine, haven't you? 1 pill costs 500,000 yuan, ahem. Let's not talk about that. I'm just an experience-driven person, otherwise how can I promote it to customers? By the way, our Lingju is about to sell its first jar. You've changed the subject quite successfully, haven't you? Which rich bastard would buy it? How could you talk about his customers like that? He's a wealthy guy with good taste. A coal mine owner who bought medicine from me before, heard I had expensive wine, and placed an order right away. He didn't even ask about its effects, just 1 sentence, as long as it's expensive. Investigate him, what? Something fishy." Guo Ziazi frowned, seemingly considering all sorts of possibilities, imagining a fierce business battle. "No, check if he has a super rich system, the kind that gives you 10 times the return on your spending. If he does, don't sell to him anymore, don't let him have his fun, damn it." Guo Ziazi gave Yang Genshuo the middle finger from afar, then happily went to sell the wine. He owned 20% of the shares, 20% of the profits were his, how could he not be enthusiastic? Yang Genshuo laughed, hung up the phone, and continued watching this year's ancestral worship ceremony. This year's ancestral worship was different from previous years. Although there were only 2 venues, the scale was the largest ever. The piles of spirit wheat alone stretched as far as the eye could see. After the Yang Shi sect unified the Donai dynasty, spirit wheat became readily available for purchase. The issue wasn't how much the Yang family could produce, but rather how much Yang Genshuo wanted. They would provide as much as he requested. Yang Genshuo directly consulted the technical experts at the food factory and calculated the maximum daily output of their production line. 20 tons. 70% of the raw material was spirit wheat flour. This meant that 14 tons of spirit wheat would fill the production line, any more would overflow. Yang Genshuo directly instructed the Yang family to provide 100 tons of spirit wheat initially. Any excess could be stored in the factory warehouse, since it didn't spoil easily, inventory would ensure continuous production. As for sales, with the 2 major dynasties backing them up, there was no need to worry. Cultivators had become accustomed to consuming it, replacing the expensive fasting pills. Furthermore, this year, most skilled alchemists had been conscripted to refine the 5 elements nourishing pill, significantly reducing the supply of fasting pills. Therefore, some wealthy cultivators had no choice but to use fasting cakes as a substitute. This was a coordinated strategy. Besides the large quantity of spirit wheat offered as tribute, there was also a vast amount of elixirs. Elixirs ranging from 1st to 3rd grade, including those for improving physical strength and healing nourishing the body, were all provided. Most of these were offered by Yang Genshuo. Of the 5 new elixirs he refined this year, 2 were suitable for Yang Genshuo and were offered as tribute. In addition, various elixirs from the Pill Pavilion were also purchased and offered. After arriving on the Lingmiao continent, the Yang family could steadily obtain income. The spirit stones from the family's income were enough to buy anything they needed at this stage. Besides this, Yang Genshuo also prepared a large quantity of fresh spirit herbs, spirit oil, and spirit water from Silver Brocade Lake, all intended for Taoist masters' use. He was currently undertaking an interesting project. Finally, there was a large quantity of spirit wine. Tiger purchased 1,000 jars of Starry Dream wine, priced at 1 spirit stone per jar, from the Liang dynasty, along with some of 2 other types of spirit wine to enrich the products of the Immortal Key winery. Of course, as the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Genshuo was no longer satisfied with just drinking first-grade spirit wine. He also sent over 50 jars of second-grade spirit wine purchased from the Liang dynasty for his daily enjoyment. There were also some small items like spirit fruits and meats, which I won't go into detail about. The offerings from the Yang family this time were truly magnificent. Yang Genshuo personally went to the factory warehouse to receive them. He also prepared some rewards for his descendants. He used a delivery truck to get a truckload of snacks. There were also various interesting books, including beautifully illustrated children's books, things only found in modern times. The cultivation world didn't have so much entertainment. This was what Yang Genshuo had prepared for the third generation of the Yang family. The Yang family has finally gained 2 new members. Yang Fu, well done. Yang Fushuo, look at your brother. 1 center, 2 basic points, grasping both hands must be strong. You can increase the frequency a bit. Don't act like a monk. You're driving your patriarch crazy. Finally, under Yang Genshuo's arrangement, the 2 sides exchanged some supplies. Yang Shi obtained some rare resources that only the Yunnan spiritual sect possessed, while Yang Fu received 30,000, 5 elements nourishing essence pills, manufactured by the Genshuo sect. After this series of transactions, everyone in the Yang family reaped considerable benefits. Yang Genshuo loaded his tributes into the car and returned to his courtyard. So many new pills, I'm going to eat them all. Who invented this stuff? It's so satisfying. Yang Genshuo's happy moments were spent consuming pills. A newly developed second-grade body tempering pill immediately raised his cultivation level to the 8th level of body tempering. It has to be this stuff. This elixir skips the complicated body tempering stage. I'm skipping class. He couldn't eat too much of this stuff, so Yang Genshuo planned to wait a couple of days for the effects to dissipate before continuing. After finishing his business, he looked at the computer screen. Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo were chatting after completing their ancestral worship ceremony at the family ceremonies. The heavily pregnant Shinyato looked at the exquisitely illustrated books and praised them highly. So beautiful. I always thought our ancestor was a very dignified old man. I never expected him to have such a childlike side. Although Lang Li was devoted to cultivation, her pregnancy awakened her maternal instincts, and her gaze was drawn to the picture book. Children would really love this. It would be even better if there were some colorful books about cultivation. Tian Mumu looked at the 2 of them enviously, linking her arm with Yang Fushuo's. Brother Shuo, I want a child to play with too. You can talk to your wives about it later. Maybe you can borrow one for a few days. HMPH. Playing dumb, the Yang family's 3rd generation, even before their birth, had already become the focus of everyone's attention. Yang Genshuo was also very much looking forward to it. I wonder what level of talent these 2 children will reach. Chapter 199, The Innate Spiritual Treasure that Transforms Mortals into Immortals. Hurry up and have a baby, but there's no use rushing this. Even with acceleration, it won't be until the middle of this year. Moreover, Yang Genshuo has another important matter to attend to. The AI's success rate in alchemy is too low. Only 5 out of 100 formulas are successful. Yang Fushuo has been working on it for a whole year without rest. This won't do. It's wasting too much of Yang Fushuo's time. We need to find a way to improve the AI's success rate. How to improve the success rate? Yang Genshuo has already decided on a plan this year. I need to collect more formulas for the AI to deduce, even some that aren't very effective, as long as they're formulas. Give the AI more reference data. Right. I also need to collect all the failed formulas. Helping the AI avoid pitfalls will ensure more accurate logic. After Yang Fushuo fed back the 5 successful new formulas and 95 failed formulas he refined this year to the AI, the formulas it derived this time were significantly different from last year's. The logic had definitely changed. If you input 10,000 pictures of various cats into the AI, it will completely understand the concept of a cat. Now, I need to input 10,000 pill formulas into the AI, and it will become a master alchemist. Yang Genshuo appeared and gave a task to everyone in the Yang family. Collect pill formulas from all over the world. Don't miss any. Yang Fushuo's task was even more important. You also need to learn all the failed pill refining experiences of the pill pavilion over the years. By the way, find your master to learn more advanced pill refining techniques, 3rd grade pills, or even 4th grade and 5th grade pills. The refining methods and materials used for different grades of pills are vastly different. The 5 elements nourishing essence pill is actually made using 2nd grade pill refining techniques with 1st grade medicinal materials. ultimately creating a unique product that surpasses even first-grade pills. If there are advanced pill refining techniques, the AI might be able to deduce even more interesting pill refining methods, thus overwhelming lower-grade pills. I understand, Ancestor. Yang Shi had witnessed the emergence of 5 new pills from 100 pill formulas this year. He himself was constantly evolving, shedding his previous unorthodox methods of pill refining and gaining a new understanding of pills. Especially in creating new first and second grade pills, he even had more insight than the fourth grade pill refiner, Duyin. The book they co-authored, How to Develop a New Pill, was mostly written by Yang Shi. However, his knowledge of third and fourth grade pills was extremely limited. Because of his cultivation level, he needed to reach the foundation establishment stage to refine a true third grade pill from scratch. Now he needed to learn the theory in advance and then instill it into the AI, allowing it to understand more. Time accelerated. The Yang family members moved on 4 screens. This was already the limit of Yang Genshuo's computer. There were no more new interfaces. No, once the 2 new children of the Yang family are born, this won't be enough to keep track of everything. I need a monitoring room, just like the property management at monitoring room. One wall is covered with screens. Damn. Just imagine what it'll be like when Yang Shi has a few more kids, plus Yang Fuqing and Yang Fujin. It's terrifying to even think about. Yang Fuqing doesn't have a suitable partner yet, and her family isn't pressuring her. But Yang Fujin just turned 18 this year, and Liu Zihan has already started arranging marriages for him. As the son of Yang Shi, the vice-sect leader of the Xuanxi sect, he has too many potential partners. Moreover, Yang Fujin is the most handsome in the Yang family, a dashing swordsman. His face and the masculine aura of a grandmaster of the innate realm are enough to make female cultivators who love dual cultivation drool. Several female cultivators have already expressed their admiration for Yang Fujin. The number of the third generation of the Yang family is going to increase exponentially. Yang Genshuo felt he needed to find a way to solve the problem of his field of vision and screen. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This game suddenly appeared on my computer, so what if I switch to a different computer? He immediately put his plan into action. When Guo Dalin first came, he brought a lot of electronic products, including a new high-end desktop computer. Yang Genshuo rummaged through the warehouse and into his study, then casually connected a monitor. After powering it on, a pixelated game icon appeared on the desktop. Sure enough, this game will appear on every one of my computers. That makes things easier. Just get more computers. Yang Genshuo first ordered 4 32-inch monitors from JD.com, preparing to connect the second computer as well. After finishing, Yang Genshuo sighed. Increasing the number of devices is ultimately a temporary measure. I definitely won't be able to observe all the Yang family descendants like I do with Yang Shi and Yang Fu anymore. A person's energy is limited. Even as a 7th-level body-tempering martial artist, he couldn't be in 2 places at once. A clone. Yang Genshuo suddenly realized something and picked up the pills offered by Yang Shi. If I had spiritual power, I could take his clone pill, and maybe I could even create clones to play games in the future? Would that be double the fun? Yang Shi's main body refined pills, while his clones wandered outside, making life quite interesting. But I have no spiritual power, and my divine sense is only a tiny bit. He could barely see his own physical condition. Martial artists called it internal vision, while cultivators called it divine sense. Quick, I need to find a treasure that can grant me spiritual roots. Such a treasure didn't exist in the Donai dynasty or the Liang dynasty, but it might exist in the Lingmiao continent. The Earth Spirit Pavilion knows the most about strange and unusual things. They might know something. Let Yang Fu investigate. Yang Genshuo slapped his forehead. He'd been so engrossed in playing games these past few days that he'd forgotten the most important thing. Becoming an immortal. A rare treasure that allows mortals to grow spiritual roots, Yang Fu muttered to himself, then went to find the pavilion master, Long Hong. Long Hong appeared as a middle-aged, strong man, but his true form was a dragon. He was a hybrid of human and dragon, possessing both human intelligence and dragon strength. His strength was terrifying. He was one of the strongest members of the Yunnan spirit sect. Yang Genshuo glanced at his character card and could only say, it's good to cling to a powerful figure. It was definitely a good thing for Yang Fu to get close to him. The Yang family would benefit greatly. Sect Master, I'd like to ask you something. He go ahead, because they often went out to avoid debts, leaving Yang Fu alone in the Earth Spirit Pavilion. They felt quite guilty towards him. Everyone in the Earth Spirit Pavilion treated their junior brother Yang Fu very well, almost always granting his requests. After all, he had shouldered such a heavy burden for the Earth Spirit Pavilion at such a young age. Are there any treasures on the Spirit Misty Continent that can allow mortals to regrow their spiritual roots? Of course there are, Long Hong smiled. These treasures are formed from the opportunities of heaven and earth, called innate spiritual treasures. They can defy fate and turn mortals into immortals. They are extremely rare on the Spirit Misty Continent, but I have the protection of the Dragon Clan's fortune, and I obtained one in my early years. Oh? You have one here? It was truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it fall into his lap effortlessly. Yang Fu decided that he would obtain this treasure no matter the cost. Only cultivators can live long lives. He wanted to give it to his father so that he could pursue the path of cultivation with him. It's all gone now. Did you feed it all to the Dragon God Immortal Palace? Do you want your family members to embark on the path of cultivation? Long Hong saw through Yang Fu's thoughts at a glance. I see. Yang Fu and Yang Genshuo were extremely disappointed that it had been devoured by the Dragon God Immortal Palace. However, the only thing to be thankful for was that such innate spiritual treasures existed on the Lingmiao continent, giving Yang Genshuo hope of rebuilding a spiritual root. Even if you defy fate, you may not necessarily succeed in cultivation in the future. The value of an innate spiritual treasure is not just about giving birth to a new spiritual root. Its effects can benefit you for life. Why waste it like this? Why not buy some longevity pills and have someone take them back? That would be a way to show your filial piety. Sect Master, I know where to find this innate spiritual treasure. Obviously, Yang Fu hadn't listened to Long Hong's words, and Long Hong didn't care. The appearance of innate spiritual treasures is completely unpredictable. Only those with extraordinary luck have a chance to obtain them. Ordinary people could search their whole lives and still not find one. Instead of searching for innate spiritual treasures, you should accumulate enough wealth. Perhaps you can exchange one with someone else. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Yang Fu left, and Long Hong chuckled as he watched his retreating figure. Still a filial son, then his face quickly twisted into a grimace. Damn Dragon God Immortal Palace. Give me back my treasure. As a descendant of the dragon race, the thought that his treasure had been stuffed into the palace and hadn't even yielded a fart, leaving the Earth Spirit Pavilion with a mountain of debt, made him feel like a phoenix was crawling all over him. If anyone can help me crack that damn Dragon God Immortal Palace, I'm willing to do anything, even the kind of innate spiritual treasures Yang Fu mentioned. He would risk his reputation to snatch two back from those old dragons. Unfortunately, although Yang Fu was dignified and composed in his actions, he had nothing to do with cracking the Dragon God Immortal Palace. I still have to go out and search for treasure. I wonder if I can gather all the treasures needed for the Dragon God Immortal Palace in 100 years. At this point, only the Pill Pavilion is still supporting me. Time will tell. Those old bastards are all about collecting debts. Once I open the Dragon God Immortal Palace, I won't give you a single penny. Long Hong sighed, looking outside the pavilion, when suddenly his body trembled. Damn it! The old bastards from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion are here. Disciples, listen to my command. Follow me to search for treasure. Yang Fu, you, acting pavilion master. The disciples of the Earthly Spirit Pavilion quickly finished packing and gathered in the central square of the pavilion. Long Hong activated the formation. A white light flashed, teleporting everyone away. In the distance, an orange dragon soared into the sky and fled into the distance. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion Master, you, Long Hong, you certainly know how to escape. It was too late to say anything now. The dragon had already flown away like a gust of wind, with a bitter and resentful Earthly Spirit Pavilion disciple sitting on it. Yang Fu, who was left behind, was already used to it. He opened the door to greet the highly respected Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Senior, unfortunately, the Pavilion Master and my senior brothers and sisters just had to leave on urgent business. I am currently the acting Pavilion Master of the Earthly Spirit Pavilion. Please tell me what you need. He left behind a mere key refining stage disciple, as stubborn as a mule, someone no one could do anything about the Earthly Spirit Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion snorted and left in a huff. Yang Fu returned to his cultivation, no longer caring about it. As time passed, 5 months later, in the Yang family's Immortal Clan's residence, Lang Li entered the delivery room. Chapter 200 Yang Qiang, the #1 talent in the Yang family. A baby's cry rang out, and the first child of the Yang family's third generation was born. At the same time, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Lightning was brewing. Yang Fu was shocked. He flew to the delivery room on his sword, his expression grave. How can my son's birth be accompanied by the aura of a tribulation lightning? He channeled his 5 elements of spiritual energy, preparing to resist the thundercloud in the sky, determined not to let it affect his child. Fortunately, the thundercloud in the sky only flickered for a moment before disappearing. Lang Li had broken through to the foundation establishment stage last year, her strength advancing by leaps and bounds. After giving birth, she only weakened for a short while before recovering. She used a cleansing ritual on herself and the child before carrying him out herself. Husband, it's a boy, with strong spiritual potential. He will definitely be an outstanding child in the future. Yang Fu took the child, looking into his small eyes, where a blue lightning flashed. That familiar feeling startled Yang Fu. My son carries the power of a tribulation lightning. The birth of the first child of the Yang family's third generation was accompanied by extraordinary celestial phenomena. Everyone was unsure whether to congratulate or worry. Let me take a look. Yang Genshuo opened the child's character card. Name, identity, son of Yang Fu and Lang Li. Lifespan 1/100, spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots, earth. 35, water. 25, thunder. 50, realm, none, comprehension. 40, luck. 20, talents, thunder tribulation body, heavenly rank, ghostly talisman, earthly rank, upright character, mortal rank, thunder spiritual root. Holy crap. No wonder he has such an unusual birth. Yang Genshuo's eyes lit up. Thunder spiritual roots are extremely rare, and this child's thunder spiritual root is a whopping 50 points, comparable to dual spiritual root cultivator. He then carefully examined the talent descriptions. Thunder tribulation body, heavenly rank, naturally attracts thunder tribulations. A thunder tribulation appears during each major realm advancement. The child can absorb the power of the thunder tribulation for their own use. Thunder spiritual root +10, ghostly scribbles, earth level, increases learning speed in feng shui and talisman arts, talisman power increased by 20%, comprehension increased by 10, upright character, mortal level, kind-hearted, dislikes killing, and possesses a resilient spirit, as expected of a heaven-level talent. This tribulation lightning wasn't meant to strike the child, but rather to celebrate. If he can absorb the power of the tribulation lightning for his own use, then what is a life or death tribulation for most cultivators? The foundation establishment to golden core tribulation is just a tickle for him. Achieving the golden core path in the future is a certainty. The other 2 talents are also quite good. They don't have the same negative states as Yang Fu. Excellent. As expected of the child born to Lang Li, a dual spiritual root prodigy, his talent ranks first in the Yang family. Yang Fu's title of genius was officially taken away by his eldest son, a miraculous manifestation. According to the generational naming system of my Yang family, this child is named Yang Qiang. He possesses the thunder spiritual root, making him the most talented person in the Yang family to date. This name is truly fitting. Hearing the ancestors' words, Yang Fu was overjoyed. Lily, our child has the thunder spiritual root. No wonder there were thunder clouds. It was a celestial phenomenon caused by the unique spiritual root. I see. I can sense that my son's talent is no less than mine. Shen Yao was also about to give birth. With her large belly, she said somewhat jealously, my husband and I have been intimate more often, so how come she beat me to it? However, looking at Yang Qiang's adorable appearance, she couldn't help but go up and tease his little hands a few times. So cute. I'm your other mother, the little guy grinned, making everyone laugh along. After his joy, Yang Genshuo was also pondering a question. The appearance of the unique spiritual root seems to be related to Yang Fu's talent. He was also entangled in a lightning tribulation, while his son was able to resolve it. His aptitude of upright character is somewhat similar to his grandfather Yang Shi's funny person, suggesting that talent has some inherited factors. In that case, if we want the Yang family's descendants to be even more outstanding, we not only need to find cultivators with spiritual roots, but also those with strong talents. Currently, the female cultivators with the strongest talents that Yang Genshuo has encountered are Miran Ziyan and fellow Taoist Cat. Both of them have immortal level talents. If only my Yang family's descendants could also have a 9 lives, immortal level, talent, at least I wouldn't have to worry about them dying suddenly. Being able to avoid 9 certain deaths is truly a divine skill among divine skills. In the cultivation world, those who live the longest are not necessarily the most powerful in cultivation, but they are definitely the luckiest. Yang Qiang's arrival made the Yang family extremely excited. Yang Fu held a grand banquet, and many people from the sect came to congratulate him. Shi Hong and Li Yao came again, each giving Yang Qiang a protective amulet to ensure the child's safe growth. Like the mid-grade magic artifact pendant Yang Fu always wore around his neck, it offered him almost no protection now, yet he still wore it. It was a gift from Bai He when Yang Shi held a birthday banquet for Yang Fu. The moment was just like that moment. Seeing this, Yang Genshuo sighed. I hope Yang Fu and his friends can pursue the path to immortality together. The new 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun, Yuan Xin has been replaced by Li Yao. Lu Ren, as the Yang family's head steward, was also busy with various matters. Some of the miscellaneous disciples, upon hearing the news, rushed over to pay their respects, leaving gifts, mainly to become acquainted with the Yang family. The Yang family's immortal clan had 2 inner disciples, Yang Fu and Yang Fushuo, whose future prospects were limitless. They were figures to be aspired to, and having even a slight connection with them would be a great honor. Disciples from the Pill Pavilion, led by Du Yuan, also came to offer their congratulations. The Pill Pavilion members greatly admired Yang Fushuo for developing 5 new pills in a year, and naturally respected his elder brother. For a time, visitors came in droves, making the Yang family's immortal clan lively and bustling. Even some wandering cultivators stopped by to ask for a cup of celebratory wine. Yang Fushuo had no intention of being so ostentatious, but unknowingly, they had become a rising star in the eyes of many, all willing to lend their support to the Yang family. Among the wandering cultivators were 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. The 3 members of the Guo family, watching these cultivators coming and going from the Yang family, including powerful golden core cultivators like Du Yuan, gasped several times. Damn it, we've kicked a hornet's nest. The Yang family immortal clan really does have powerful backers. Luckily, we brothers were cautious and investigated for a long time, otherwise, a rash attack would have had a terrible outcome. The 3 looked relieved. Those who had survived the family's calamity were no fools. Having failed in their initial probe, the group concealed themselves and secretly investigated. However, their eyes gleamed with undisguised greed as they looked at the earth crystal mine pulled from the Yang family's possession. Damn it! How come our Guo family didn't discover this earth crystal mine after all these years? If we had developed the earth crystal mine earlier to earn spirit stones, our Guo family wouldn't be in this predicament. Our Guo family's century-old foundation has ultimately benefited these damned outsiders. After their outburst of indignation, Guo Long, his face grim, said in a low voice, although we 3 brothers aren't strong enough, we can't let them live so comfortably. Those people could bully our Guo family back then, and they can bully the Yang family today, as long as we spread the news about the earth crystal mine. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.